This is Wolf King by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Chapter 1. Willow. Run. Fucking run, Willow. Move your fluffy ass. I push harder, huffing up the ramp on the Brooklyn side of the Manhattan Bridge at something slightly faster than a jog, my lungs full of razor blades, wishing I could shift. But the scent of my wolf would draw the wrong kind of attention in this rough part of town. A woman out for a jog, at least, has a shot at being ignored. Silently, I vow that if I live through the night, I'll get serious about exercising both sides of myself. I'll jog in my human form every morning and bike around the neighborhood every afternoon. And I'll start shifting and running in the park with my dad on weekends. We've both gained the shit list 15, a common occurrence in wolves on the outs with the Blood River Pack Alpha. Wolves on the shit list don't get invited to wild woodland parties or Friday night dances or included in other calorie-burning pack events. Shit list wolves are encouraged to stay in their homes, where they won't be seen or heard, and think about what they've done and how fast they can make amends to the leader who literally holds their lives in his hands. Victor Darius almost killed my father after my sister ran away. In the end, he settled for beating Dad to a bloody pulp and blacklisting him, ensuring no one in the parallel would even think about retaining his services. Dad hasn't worked as a defense attorney in 8 years. All that schooling, all that passion for justice, all the good he could have done for his clients was flushed down the drain. All because my sister rejected her mate after their claiming ceremony. Colum Darius was a violent, sadistic asshole. But he was also the Alpha's nephew. No one rejects a member of Victor's family and lives to tell about it. If Kelly hadn't run as far and as fast as she did, Victor would have murdered my sister. If she ever dares to come home, she's a dead woman. And now, so am I. And that's when I remember that I won't ever shift with my dad again. I won't ever hug my mom, or tease them about how grossly in love they still are, or sit on the couch with them on a rainy Saturday afternoon, watching old movies and dreaming about brighter days. There won't be any brighter days. Not for our family. My parents are already on a train to St. Louis, and the misfit pack there, where they'll spend the rest of their lives watching their backs, hoping Victor doesn't try too hard to find them. And I'm on my way to the only person who might give me refuge and deign to save my life. For a price. Probably a terrible one. Maxim Thorne isn't known for doing favors for free. He isn't known for having a heart at all. But I have to try to convince him I'm worth saving. I couldn't go with my parents. If I had, Victor absolutely would have tracked us all down and slit our throats himself. He's going to be insane when he realizes what I've done. If I don't get out of the parallel soon, I won't be leaving it at all. Ever. Not in one piece. Victor will rip me apart with his bare hands, slowly and meticulously, so I have plenty of time to reflect on my poor decision-making skills. My throat tightens. But I'm panting too hard to start crying again. Which is good. I don't have time to cry. I have to get to human side before one of the Alpha's servants goes to check on my almost mate and realizes Pax is tied up in his massive closet, bleeding from a head wound. At least I hope he's still bleeding. Pax deserves to bleed after the things he's done. Pax Darius is the Alpha's son, the man that the moon and the stars in their infinite cosmic wisdom decreed was destined to be my mate. Pax, who spent 5th grade spreading rumors that I ate my own boogers on the bus. I did not. Pax, who made me sniff his armpit every time we crossed paths in junior high, grabbing the back of my neck and shoving my face into his stinky pit while his friends laughed and cheered him on. Pax, who by high school had developed a taste for whiskey and girls who told him what he wanted to hear, and didn't appreciate the fact that I refused to kiss his ass. I might have been a nerdy pack reject with no friends, but I had my pride, my integrity. I didn't have a death wish. I bowed to the alpha like the rest of the pack, but Pax wasn't the alpha. He was a drunk kid, obsessed with his own stupid penis, and I had better things to do with my time than court his favor, like read, or study, or have my eyeballs repeatedly stabbed with dirty toothpicks. Aside from the random, unpleasant run-in, I largely escaped Pax during our undergrad years. He rarely went to class, and when he was sober enough to make it on campus, his business courses weren't anywhere near the science building. And the last 2 years of grad school have been a Pax-free delight. Even knowing that I'd eventually have to work under Victor's insufferable son when he took over as alpha couldn't bring me down. I was so excited to be getting my master's in chemistry that most days I managed to forget the only reason I was being allowed to get my degree was so I could join the Pack's drug development division when I graduated. The Blood River Pack used to be known for its accomplished fishermen and women, excellent daycare centers, and some of the best diners in parallel Brooklyn. Since Victor's father took over in a bloody coup 50 years ago, however, we've become known for violence, crime, and drugs. Half of parallel New York is hooked on Victor's latest designer high at one point or another. He has the best chemists in the city working in his labs. Dominating the drug trade is so important to him that even shit-list wolves like me can get a job if they're smart enough. And no, I wasn't looking forward to making drugs that hurt people, but I'd convinced myself I could find a way to create minimally damaging compounds with relatively few side effects. I thought I could serve my alpha and my conscience at the same time, and that I was on the verge of turning things around for my family. I was going to make good money, enough for Mom to quit working her fingers to the bone as a housekeeper, and for Dad to go back to school human side and become a lawyer again. And then my name was drawn for the mate-claiming ceremony last week, signaling it was my time to couple up and to make some big, strong wolf babies for Victor's army. Cannon fodder. That's what the nurses whisper about baby boys these days. A fact that was enough to chill any urge I might have had to reproduce. I didn't want to marry, mate, or risk getting pregnant, but I couldn't skip the ceremony. The best I could hope for was that I'd be mated to a decent man who would understand my reticence to have a baby right now and help me take precautions to ensure we didn't have children. And then tonight, everything went to hell. Straight to fucking hell. As if summoned by my thoughts, a rage-filled howl cuts through the cool air. It's coming from somewhere behind me, and probably has nothing to do with me or the drunk monster I hit over the head with one of his tacky imitation Greek statues, but it sends a jolt of terror dumping into my veins. I remind myself that wolf packs fight every night in the parallel. In the human dimension, Brooklyn has become gentrified and trendy. In our world, life for wolves gets deadlier with every passing year. It used to be just the vampires and their taste for shifter blood we had to fear. But lately it's been one bloody battle for dominance after another. The packs who could afford to get out when things first started going south did so a long time ago. The rest of us are killing each other for scraps, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. So, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Being forced to run for my life with nothing but the borrowed clothes on my back. Maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel if I'm clever and quick and play the few cards I have just right. Maybe I can escape and get a fresh start. I hold onto that spark of optimism as I reach the center of the bridge, and the first pissed-off howl is joined by another and another until it sounds like the entire burrow is keening for blood. There are other portals to human side, easier portals that don't involve stress or mess or braving the freezing East River in the middle of October. But those portals are guarded by Victor's men. They have lines and ID checks and fees for passage. A wolf on the run has only one option. And so, once I reach the bridge's apex, I don't hesitate. I swing one leg over the railing and then the other, suck a final breath into my heaving lungs, and jump. As I plummet toward the water, I send out a feverish wish that Maxim Thorne is home tonight and in the mood for vengeance. If he's not, the chances that I'll live to see morning are very slim indeed.
Chapter 2. Maxim. If it's not one damned thing, it's another. There are nights when I relish being the most powerful alpha human side. Nights when I love my work and the chance to blow off steam with a hot fairy or oversexed nymph at the club when my work is done. Tonight is not one of those nights.
She just disappeared, boss, I swear. There 1 minute and boom, gone the next.
Troy, a very loyal, very IQ-challenged bodyguard his superiors should have known better than to trust on Diana Detail, stands stiffly in my doorway, looking like he's about to wet himself. And yes, I've purposefully cultivated fear in my security staff. It keeps them on their toes. But Troy needs to grow a spine. After all, I've never had anyone killed for losing Diana. Yet. Is my sister a witch? I ask flatly. Troy gulps.
No?
Is that a question, Troy? Are you uncertain as to whether my little sister is a practitioner of the dark arts? He shakes his head.
No, sir, no, she's not.
So she couldn't have disappeared. That means she lost you, gave you the slip. You took your eyes off of her for a split second, and that's all it takes. And now you will find her. Quickly. Take a team with you. If you find her before midnight, I'll consider allowing you to keep your job. If not, report to HR first thing tomorrow morning. He gulps again, his Adam's apple working as he nods.
Yes, sir.
Of course, he knows that HR stands for Hermione Rivers, my second-in-command, and a woman who tolerates exactly zero shit from our soldiers. Average North Star pack members have a certain amount of leeway when it comes to when they pay their dues, how often they're expected at pack meetings, and whether or not they RSVP to the midsummer party. But my security crew runs like a well-oiled military operation. When we say jump, they don't have to ask how high. We've already covered that in training and reinforced it during weekly drills. It's how we survive and thrive human side, where we have to conceal not only our illegal operations, but our basic nature as well. It's also how we protect our people from Victor Darius and his thugs. Victor has been trying to kill my family since the day my father told him he'd never bend the knee to the Blood River Alpha and moved our entire pack to human Manhattan. And last year, Victor very nearly succeeded. We don't know who poisoned my father. No one's come forward to claim responsibility for the attempted hit, but all my money is on Victor and Pax, the mealy-mouthed shit-weasel he calls a son. Which reminds me, tell Damon I want the Blood River intel report early tonight before you leave. Pax was part of the mate-claiming ceremony in the parallel tonight, and I want to know who he was mated to. According to my sources, about half the Blood River Pack's women would be perfectly happy to end up with the Alpha's son, for the wealth and status, if nothing else. But the other half are smart enough to want to steer clear of that walking disaster. If one of those women ended up his mate, we might have the making of an insider ally. Hell, even if one of the social climbers is chosen, we could still come out on top. Give her a few months of putting up with her new husband's alcoholic outbursts and general douchebaggery, and she might be willing to help arrange for her mate to have a little accident. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The Darius family tried to take my father away from me, from our people, and I'm happy to answer blood with blood. But when I make my move, I won't fail the way they did. Troy nods stiffly.
Yes, sir. Will do, sir.
and hurries away down the hall without another word. Good, I think, as I shut the door and cross to the bar in the living room, pouring myself a much-needed bourbon. If he'd tried to apologize again, I would have had to punch him. Apologies are a waste of time. The North Star Pack doesn't apologize. We pursue excellence, and when we fall short, we pursue it with increased fervor. We don't waste time with useless words. Sorry doesn't keep our people safe or bring lost wolves back from the dead. I don't think Diana is in danger tonight. She's probably off with one of the human boys from her school she's been forbidden to play with. But I don't like not knowing where she is. My little sister is a prime target. Anyone closely connected to me is. It's one of the many reasons I've put off claiming my own mate. I'm too busy to coddle a new wife, and I have no desire to start a family until we've reclaimed our pack territory in the parallel. I don't want my children growing up under lock and key, unable to leave the pack tower until they've learned to control their wolf. Most of the kids living in the tower right now have never run wild in the woods, never smelled the magic of the forest on the night of a full moon. Many of them have never been beyond these walls or the small park on the roof. Human-side New York is more civilized than parallel NYC, but it's still a big, unpredictable, rough-around-the-edges metropolis. It's not the kind of place to take a young wolf out for a walk around the neighborhood. All it would take is a backfiring car or a shouted word from the drunk hanging out on the corner, and you'd have a kid shifting into their fur form, exposing our secret and attracting the wrong kind of attention. In the parallel, a child can grow up wild and unafraid. That used to be the case anyway, and it will be again. When I take back our territory, I'll take the Blood River lands as well. And as soon as I'm the most powerful alpha in the parallel, things are going to change. I'll bring peace to the supernatural lands. As much peace as I prefer, anyway. A little trouble isn't a bad thing, especially after a long day shipping new product and bribing the officers of the Lower East Side to ignore said shipments. I reach for my cell, intending to text Trix, my fairy friend, to see if she'd be up for a little fun later tonight after my intelligence meeting, when the doorbell buzzes again. Leaving my drink on the bar, I cross to the room, anticipating the delivery of the intelligence report, or perhaps Troy returning with word that Diana's been found more swiftly than usual. Instead, I open the door to reveal Hermione and a drowned rat. I arch a brow at my second-in-command, and then cast a pointed look at the shorter woman dripping all over the hall carpet. To what do I owe the honor?
Refugee from the parallel,
Hermione says.
Our lookout just pulled her out of the river.
I blink, making no move to invite either of them inside. Couldn't you have dried her off a little first? And since when are we accepting refugees, Hermione? I thought we had an understanding. And the understanding is that any wolf who isn't our wolf should be considered a Blood River Pack spy. My father made the mistake of accepting a refugee last year. Not 3 months later, he was fighting for his life after being poisoned, and Shane, the wounded beta wolf he'd allowed to start work in the kitchen a few days before, was gone. Hermione thinks he ran because he was afraid of being blamed for the poisoning, not because he actually did it. Hermione is as tough as they come, but has a soft spot for damaged wolves. I don't share her opinion, and I'm not about to put my family or people at risk for an outsider again.
I thought you'd want to hear what she had to say,
Hermione says, arching one pale blonde brow. With her white blonde hair cut in a close crop, impeccably fitted suit, and natural grace, Hermione consistently looks more put together than most people. Compared to the dripping wreck of a woman beside her in an oversized navy tracksuit, she looks like fucking royalty. What's in that wretch's hair? A glob of fish guts.
I'm sorry,
the walking disaster says, lifting big green eyes framed by dark lashes. Eyes that are more attractive than the rest of her, I admit, though that isn't saying much.
I tried to dry off, but there was just so much water.
She lets out a breathy laugh.
But that's what happens when you jump off a bridge. Better than not enough water, I guess. If you didn't have enough water, you'd be...
She drags a finger across her throat, gulps, then drops her hand to her side, heaving a breath in and out before adding,
You're even scarier in person than in pictures.
And you're wasting my time, I say, shifting my gaze back to Hermione. What could this person possibly have to say that would interest me?
I'm Pax Darius's mate,
the damp wolf says.
Or I was.
I arch a brow at Hermione, who nods subtly, confirming she's already verified the story with our intelligence team. And you came here because...
Because I had nowhere else to go,
the woman says.
And because I'm hoping the enemy of my enemy will be my friend? I'm Willow, by the way.
I don't care. I don't need friends, and I don't have any use for Pax Darius's rejected mate.
He didn't reject me, I rejected him,
she says, heat in her voice and in those extraordinary eyes.
He's a monster, a drunk, and the worst thing that ever happened to my pack, aside from his father and the rest of the Darius family.
I agree with the bedraggled thing there, but the fact remains that she's of no use to me. If she'd stayed with Pax and played the obedient mate for a few months, maybe we could have worked together. But now... Is there any chance he'll take you back? I ask, leaning against the doorframe. She gulps again.
No chance. I hit him over the head with a statue, tied him up, and ran. If he catches me, he'll kill me.
That's unfortunate for both of us. More unfortunate for you, however. I motion to Hermione. Get her dry clothes, give her some pocket money, and put her on a bus somewhere. Then bring me the...
I can't leave alone.
The girl, Willow, a name that's vaguely familiar for some reason, says.
If I leave town without protection, I'm as good as dead. Pax probably already has his assassin team looking for me. And unlike him, they're smart, sober, and very good at their jobs.
I lift a shoulder and let it fall. Not my problem. And you've already taken up enough of my time. Next time you come begging for protection, make sure you have something to bargain with. She rolls her shoulders back, standing her ground when Hermione puts a hand on her back.
What about Pax Darius's child?
She challenges.
Any interest in that? Because I can't think of anything Pax and his father would hate more than knowing Maxim Thorne is raising his son.
I can't think of anything they'd hate more either. And this ragamuffin just got a lot more interesting.
Chapter 3. Willow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I gulp and force my thoughts back to the conversation at hand, instead of the insanity of my encounter with the North Star Alpha. Really? Mold? The tall blonde asks. Yes, several species of mold have psychotropic properties. I tail her through a maze of hallways, presumably bound for a place where I can be cleaned up in accordance with Maxim's orders. Maxim, who is so insanely gorgeous, it should be illegal. Maxim, who also seems as heartless and arrogant as every other alpha I've had the displeasure to meet. Not true. He was going to give you dry clothes and money before he threw you out. Most alphas wouldn't have bothered. I ignore the inner voice. I'm not in the mood to think even semi-kind thoughts about that devil-eyed, too pretty for his own good man, and add, and fungus, too, and not just mushrooms. There are others that looked promising in my early trials, and I know I could replicate those experiments in your facility. I could go to work right away, tomorrow, if you'd like. There's no need for you to work, the woman says. You're here as our guest. Right. Their guest. Until they find out I'm not pregnant and toss me right out on my ass. I have 1 month, maybe 5 weeks if I push the angle that some women won't test positive for a week or more after missing their period, to convince these wolves to keep me around. I don't have a moment to waste. I need to get in that lab and show them how valuable I can be to the street drug side of their business. ASAP. But I'd love to be helpful, I say. Show the Alpha how grateful I am for his protection and goodwill. The woman's lips twitch up at the edges. Goodwill might be a slight exaggeration. Right. I wrinkle my nose. Maybe he'll like me better when I don't have river slime in my hair? Her lips twitch again. Maybe. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not, she says, opening a plain white door on the right side of the hall and motioning me inside ahead of her. Why not? I ask, trying not to feel deflated. I can't afford to lose hope yet. Not when it's one of the only things I have left. Our Alpha's a busy man. He doesn't waste his time liking anyone. There's no need to take it personally. She nods toward the door again. Go on. In with you. I step into what looks like the entry to a spa. There's a rock facade with water burbling down it against the far wall, behind a semicircular partition. A woman with silky black hair wearing orange scrubs types on a keyboard I can't see behind the counter. As we enter, she looks up from her screen, curiosity replacing the boredom on her face. Hey there, Hermione, she says with a smile. How can I help you? So, the Nordic princess's name is Hermione. It fits her, I think. She's more militant and reserved than the bookish, buoyant Harry Potter character. But she's clearly smart. And kind, too. I could feel the compassion in her the moment I explained who I was and how I'd ended up in the river. Dara, this is Willow, Hermione says. She'll be staying with us for a while. She came through the East River portal. She has no other clothes or personal supplies. Can you get her washed up and set for the night? Dara circles around the counter, her smile widening. Of course I can. It will be my pleasure. She extends a hand. I take it, and she presses my palm warmly between both of hers. You're safe now, honey. No one's getting at you while you're inside these walls. North Star Tower is a fortress. Thank you, I say, shocked to find tears rising in my eyes. She's just so nice. And despite my brave face at Maxim's door, I've been scared to death. To feel safe, even if it's just for the night, will be so nice. Of course, she says, patting my back. She motions through the double doors to the left of the counter. Just head back there to the locker rooms. Take any locker with a key in it. You'll find towels, sandals, and a robe in there. After that, you can hit the showers. We have shampoo, conditioner, and soap available in the dispensers, as well as razors and anything else you need. I'll find you a toothbrush and some pajamas, and be in to check on you in half an hour or so. Is that okay? I nod, my throat still tight as I say, That's perfect. Thank you so much. I glance back at Hermione. And thank you, too. She tips her head. I'll see you tomorrow. Maxim wants me to debrief you on everything that happened at the Blood River mate-claiming ceremony tonight. But that can wait until you're washed, fed, and rested. Thank you, I say again, before turning and heading through the doors, my thoughts already racing. I'm a terrible liar, but I'm going to have to color the truth a little. If I tell Hermione that the reason Pax started hitting me tonight was because he couldn't get hard enough to take what he wanted from me, my pregnancy story is going to swirl away, right down the drain. I shudder at the memory. I swear I can still smell Pax's scent on me, even after my dunking in the river. A shower sounds so damn good. I'm about to head to the lockers when the soft murmuring of lowered voices reaches my ears. I hesitate. I'm not usually the kind to eavesdrop, but I'm technically in enemy territory, even if most of the North Star Pack members have been kind so far. I would be smart to gather as much intelligence about my situation as possible, even if I have to get some of it on the sly. Holding my breath, I tiptoe back toward the door and lean in until my ear is inches from the smooth wood and Hermione and Dara's lowered voices are loud enough to decipher their words. "You're kidding," Dara whispers, sounding scandalized. "He wants her in the consort's wing? I didn't think he ever let women sleep over, not even in his bed, let alone over there." "She won't be sleeping over. She'll be under observation," Hermione says. Maxim doesn't trust her. Dara snorts in response. He doesn't trust anyone. That's why he's the best alpha ever. I wrinkle my nose again, deciding maybe I don't like Dara quite as much as I thought. She seems nice, but she's clearly brainwashed if she thinks that man is the best anything ever. Except maybe the best at filling out a pair of suit pants. Seriously, even terrified and not at all interested in boys at the moment, I couldn't help but notice the way his powerful thighs strained the seams of his gray slacks. But if she's the latest assassin, Dara continues, I think they could have tried harder, don't you? She looks about as dangerous as a half-drowned kitten. Maybe that's their angle. Send someone non-threatening. Get us to lower our guard, and then she strikes. "Do you think so?" Dara asks, still sounding doubtful. "Do you think she's dangerous?" "No. But I think she's lying about something. Until we find out what, Maxim is smart to keep her under lock and key. Let him know as soon as you've shown Willow to the consort's quarters. He'll make sure everything is secure, and she's locked in for the night." My throat tightens. So I'm going to be a prisoner. I'm honestly not surprised. I fully expected to be thrown in a dungeon as soon as I arrived. Or, more likely, a cell. Rumor has it the North Star Pack has an entire block of cells in their basement, where they lock up their enemies, as well as pack members who misbehave. There's allegedly a torture chamber down there, too. So why is Maxim housing me in the consort's wing? That isn't just a guest room in his apartment. Those rooms will one day belong to his mate, and I doubt she'll be thrilled to learn that he had a Blood River Pack prisoner in there for a month while he waited to find out if she was knocked up. But as soon as the thought drifts through my mind, I know Maxim won't care what his mate thinks. Maxim is a man who does as he damn well pleases, and acquiring a wife isn't going to change that. He probably wants me close, so he can keep eyes and nose on me. Female wolves give off a scent when they're pregnant, a cozy smell like warm milk and fresh-baked bread. It usually isn't noticeable until the woman is at least a few months along. But in some cases, the scent shift starts right after conception. Great, I think, as I tiptoe back into the locker room and fetch a robe and slippers. I'm going to be living right under the nose of an alpha, determined to sniff out my secrets and prove I'm an assassin. Even knowing that I truly don't mean this pack any harm can't banish the anxiety the thought provokes. I don't have to be an assassin, after all. Maxim just has to decide I am. To decide I'm more trouble than I'm worth, and that he'd prefer I be tossed out on my ass. Or killed. That's what packs would do. All it would take is the whispered rumor of betrayal, and the wolf in question would be tossed off a skyscraper. Maxim doesn't seem that ruthless, but what do I know? His eyes are a brown so deep they're almost black, and I swear when he looked at me, it felt like he was seeing straight through my skin, and that he wasn't the slightest bit impressed with my internal organs, or my soul, or whatever it was he saw with that glittering gaze. I turn the water on as hot as I can bear, undress, and step under the spray. I close my eyes, pulling in slow, deep breaths, and willing myself to calm down. I have time. I have a bargaining chip. I have talents that can be useful to this pack and this alpha. I just need to hold it together and show Maxim I'm worthy of his trust. Or at least the benefit of the doubt. I finish in the shower, wrap up in a fluffy towel, and pad to the dressing area, where vanity mirrors ring the walls and pots and jars of various upscale toiletries vie for space on the counters. I find a curl cream that smells divine, like sage and lemon, and brush it through my hair with my fingers. I smooth on eye cream and face lotion, but pass over the cosmetics and perfume. I'm headed to bed, not a dinner date. And I don't want Maxim to get the impression that I'm trying to be pretty for him. He seemed about as interested in me as a bowl of congealed oatmeal, and I'd prefer it stay that way. No matter how pretty he is, I've had my fill of that kind of attention from dominating wolves. Pax isn't the first guy to try to take things further than I wanted him to. Sexual violence in the parallel has increased right along with all the other kinds of violence. It's all connected. As soon as men stop feeling bad about killing each other, they stop feeling bad about taking what they want from the women in their pack, whether the women have given consent or not. I was relatively safe, tucked away in the science library or the lab at Parallel Uni. But there were still times when it was hard to avoid unwanted attention. In line for dinner at the cafeteria, shopping for groceries, and walking home after my one late-night class. Even without makeup and with more curves than the average wolf, I attracted attention. Despite the taunts about being the world's biggest nerd when I was a kid, and the general shunning involved with being on the alpha's shit list, I know I'm attractive. I've seen the way men's eyes follow me when I cut through the park, or even pop out to take the trash to our apartment building's communal dumpster. They're definitely interested in a way that has more to do with the way I look than my sparkling personality or dazzling wit. My mother says I'm beautiful, and I shouldn't be surprised if one day the wolf of my dreams falls at my feet. But she's my mom. She has to say things like that. Mom, I wonder where she is now. I wonder if she's safe and if she's as worried about me as I am about her. Probably more worried. I wish there was a way to tell her I was okay without putting her in more danger. But there isn't. The safest thing for my family is to cut them out of my life completely, the way my sister Kelly did when she left. I swallow hard and fight the wave of emotion shoving up my throat, but a tear slips down my cheek anyway. Good thing I didn't put on any mascara. I wipe my face and pull myself together just as Dara calls my name from the front of the locker room. I'm ready, I say. Or as ready as I'll ever be.
Chapter 4. Maxim. I swirl the amber contents of my second bourbon of the night, never more than 2, and never closer than an hour apart, in my glass, waiting for the knock at my study door. It comes just after midnight. Come in, I say, and Dara pops her head in.
She's settled, sir,
She says.
Is there anything else you need from me tonight?
No, thank you, I say, then add warmly, I appreciate your help, Dara, and your discretion. No one needs to know where we're keeping our guest except you, me, and Hermione, understood?
Absolutely, sir. You can count on me,
She says, and I know I can. Dara's mate was shot last year during a drug delivery gone wrong. I carried Jenkins back to the tower myself, on my back, keeping pressure on his wound the entire way. It's no less than I would have done for any of my men. No less than I should have done as Alpha. But since that day, I can do no wrong in either of their eyes. I have their loyalty and their secrecy whenever I have need of it. But you can tell Jenkins, I add, triggering a relieved smile from the petite wolf.
Thank you again. Hard to keep a secret from the man who's slept in your bed for over a decade.
I would imagine so. I lift a hand to let her know she's dismissed. Sleep well, both of you. After she's gone, I down the rest of my drink and rise, leaving my glass on my desk as I open the secret door in the corner of the study. Tucked behind a curio cabinet with all the china inside firmly glued down, it opens with a creaking sound and a puff of dust. It's been years since anyone's taken this passage into the consort's quarters. Not since my father visited my mother there when I was a child. But my mother's been dead a long time, and father never sought another mate. The rooms were redecorated, but it wasn't until I became Alpha last year that the cleaning staff added maintenance of the consort's wing back into their weekly rotation. My loyal staff continues to maintain the rooms, despite the fact that I've shown no interest in finding a mate, which meant all was in place for my prisoner to be made comfortable there tonight. But not too comfortable. There's something about this woman, something off, that has every instinct in my body warning to proceed with caution. I make my way through the secret passage to the entrance to her private bathroom, wait a moment to ensure there's no activity in process inside. I don't intend to respect her privacy, but surprising women on the toilet isn't one of my kinks, and then slip in through the full-length mirror. Let Willow think I was in here waiting for her all along, if she likes. I don't mind if she eventually realizes there's a private passage between her rooms and mine. The door only opens when triggered by the mechanism in the ring on my right hand. But if she stays confused and off balance for a while, wondering how I keep surprising her, that's fine with me. I want her unbalanced. No, I want her broken, I admit, as I stalk through the bathroom toward the bedroom. Not broken in such a way that she can't be repaired, but all her defenses down and her secrets laid bare. Because I don't buy this offer to give me her child to raise for a moment. One look in her heart-on-her-sleeve eyes was enough to give that lie away. But maybe she hopes to stay here and help with the baby. If so, I should disabuse her of that notion right away. If I decide to raise my enemy's son, I'll do so alone, exerting complete control over the child, ensuring he's raised to hate the man who sired him as much as I do. In the bedroom, I find the bed still made and the plush couch in the corner empty. I turn. The small breakfast table is empty as well. I'm about to head into the formal sitting room to see if Willow's settled in there when a soft voice sounds from the large picture window.
I've never seen a view of the city like this,
she says.
It's so beautiful.
I turn, spotting her in the folds of the heavy curtains tucked into the shadows. More beautiful in the parallel, I say. The fairy lights make parallel Manhattan's skyline dance after dark. She hums beneath her breath as I cross slowly to the window.
I've never seen that either. Blood River Pack outsiders don't get out much.
Outsiders don't end up the Alpha's mate, I say, my guard up again. Not that it was ever really down. What is it about this woman that has my teeth on fucking edge? I'm not a fan of her pack, but this is over the top, even for me.
Sure they do,
she says, stepping out of the curtain folds and into the light.
If the horoscopes say so. Victor's superstitious.
So I've heard, but I'm sure he'd rearrange the stars for his son, if necessary. I study her freshly scrubbed face, something shifting inside as I take in the chocolate curls, flushed cheeks, full lips, and the plush curves beneath her flannel pajamas. She doesn't look at all like a drowned rat now. She's actually very pretty, and very familiar. The key turns in the lock, and it all suddenly falls into place. Chapter 5. Maxim. Kelly Astor. I say softly, the way Willow's eyes go wide, confirming my guess. You're her little sister. She blinks faster.
Yes. Did you know Kelly?
Hope sparks in her features.
Do you know her now? Is she safe? Is she...
I have no idea. I haven't seen her in 8 years. She deflates, and the bitter part of me takes pleasure in the pain in her eyes.
Oh, right. Well, me either. But you knew her before? How?
Knew her well. I say, my jaw clenching as I think back to those long summer nights out in Humanside with Kelly and Bane. We'd dance at some shitty little club until midnight, and then shift and run through Central Park with our friends, causing trouble, even though my father would have whipped my brother and me within an inch of our lives if he'd caught us. But my older brother Bane was desperately in love with a pretty wolf from a rival pack, rebellious and past ready to return to the freedom of the parallel. Kelly was the same. The two of them fancied themselves the next Romeo and Juliet, but without the tragic ending. They decided the rules didn't apply to them and behaved accordingly. And for a long time I was as charmed by them as everyone else. They were funny and beautiful and brave and reckless and dead. Now they're both probably dead. They disappeared the night after Kelly was mated to a different Darius, and no one has seen or heard from them since. And that isn't my brother's way. If Bane were still alive, he would have made contact. At the very least, he would have come home when my father was nearly killed. But he didn't. He hasn't, and he won't. I reconciled myself to the fact that my brother is gone, and I won't even have the luxury of visiting his grave a long time ago. But for some reason, I can't bring myself to tell Willow that her sister is dead. Instead, I say, she destroyed my brother's life. Willow's brow furrows.
What?
Your older sister, my older brother. They were a couple. And then they were both gone. Bane should be here, leading the pack, protecting our people, but he chose your sister instead. Her green eyes, the same shade of vibrant emerald as Kelly's, widened to saucers again.
I had no idea.
Why would you? Kelly was good at keeping secrets, and you were, 10 when she left?
16.
She says, proving she's older than she looks. Her round cheeks and petite stature would have made me guess her age now at no more than 18. That's the usual age for a Blood River Pack female to take a mate. They start them young over there. The better to keep their females pumping out babies that Victor can treat like his own personal disposable army. So how did you escape the claiming ceremony for so long? I ask. You're 24? She nods, and I continue. Practically an old maid. Her lips quirk.
You're not wrong. I was in grad school getting my master's in chemistry. Just graduated this past summer and have been finishing up a few research projects. I was supposed to start work in the Blood River labs next month.
She nods toward the door.
I told Hermione about my experience. I spent 6 years working on recreational drug applications in my spare time. That's what Victor was going to have me do. I'm happy to bring that expertise to bear for you here instead.
Not interested, I say with a dismissive wave of my hand.
But I'm very good,
she insists.
And I think we share a philosophy. I've heard you only sell drugs that have very few or no side effects, and that's what I've been...
Not interested, I repeat, with more bite in my tone. But she doesn't cower away or shut her pretty mouth. She props her hands on her hips and says,
Well, you should get interested. A lack of curiosity is a sign of a stagnant mind.
And a lack of fear is a sign of a foolish one, I warn, low and soft. She swallows hard, and her lips stay closed. I'm not sure what you think is happening here, but let me enlighten you so there's no confusion in the future. I continue, stepping closer until I'm looming over her. At 6'3", I'm a tall man, but she can't be more than 5'3", maybe less. But I don't feel bad about using my size to intimidate her. The faster we get on the same page, the less trouble she'll be to me. If you are pregnant, you'll be allowed to stay here until you give birth, I say. You'll receive medical care, and all your needs will be met. Then, once the child is born, you will sign your parental rights over to me, and be escorted to a safe house in another country where you'll have a chance to start a new life far from Pax Darius and his people. Her mouth falls open with a sound of protest, but I push on. That is the best scenario for you, I'm afraid. If you refuse to grant me full custody of the child, or if you turn out not to be pregnant, you get a bus ticket and a best of luck from me. And you should feel grateful for that.
Grateful?
She echoes, anger flashing in her eyes. Yes, I say. Pax is a foul specimen who loathes me every bit as much as I loathe him, but I'm sure he'd be grateful to have his wayward mate returned to him. It could be an opportunity for us to bury the hatchet, or at least secure safe passage in and out of the parallel for my people. We have friends there we haven't seen for nearly a decade. Victor really did crack down on monitoring the portals after your sister ran off. She had a way of fucking things up for everyone, didn't she? Willow lifts her chin, holding my gaze.
My sister ran from a miserable match and honored her own needs and her own dreams. In my book, that's called self-respect. She shrugs. If you want to paint her as a villain like all the other misogynistic creeps I know, I can't stop you. But in my eyes, the only villains around here are all the alphas who have forgotten their job is to serve their people, not violate their wishes and personal autonomy like cracked-out doms without a safe word.
Had a lot of experience with safe words? I ask, more impressed than I want to admit. I resent being lumped in with the rest of the villains in her analogy, but I agree with her, and I respect her moxie. Not to mention her intelligence. This one clearly didn't earn her graduate degree coasting on her pretty face.
No,
she says, her stubborn chin still in the air.
None at all, but I've read dirty books. Lots of them.
I arch a brow. Is that right? She arches hers right back.
It is, and I'm not even a little bit embarrassed about admitting it,
says the girl with pink cheeks.
Woman,
she whispers.
Woman with pink cheeks.
I bite my lip, fighting a smile. Fuck. I actually like this girl. This woman. I like her, but I can't let her know it. That, I can already tell, would be a serious mistake. She's smart and brave and determined to get what she wants from me. If I hope to maintain the upper hand, I can't show weakness. I'm in control here, and she needs to acknowledge that and remember it. With that in mind, I thread my fingers into the hair at the nape of her neck and make a light but firm fist. Her eyes widen and her throat works, but she doesn't try to pull away and doesn't so much as flinch as I bring my lips closer to hers and ask, "And why did you read so many naughty books, little wolf? What was the attraction for you?" She swallows.
I think you know.
I want you to tell me. Tell me what you liked about those books. Did you imagine you were the big bad dom in total control of your willing submissive?
No,
she confesses softly. No, I ask, tightening my grip on her hair. Her breath feathers out, warm and minty on my lips, and her chest rises and falls faster, drawing my attention to her full breasts. She's curvy as hell, and I can practically taste how sweet her skin would be against my tongue as I lick and suck her tight nipples. As I slide my fingers between her legs and make her come on my hand, erasing the memory of whatever unpleasantness she experienced with her mate earlier tonight. I can't imagine fucking Pax was anything but a chore for her, and not nearly as exciting as one of her novels. The thought makes me ask, so, how did your night with your one true mate compare to your romantic fantasies? Pain flashes across her features, and I almost regret the question. But it's best if she hates me. Like I told her the moment I met her, I don't have time for new friends. And I don't fuck members of my pack let alone any other. I don't fuck wolves, period. I fuck fairies and nymphs and other women who are good at understanding the boundary between sex and love, and who aren't interested in more than a good time. I'm especially disinterested in bossy little wolves who might be pregnant with another man's child. Or so I tell myself, ignoring the thickening behind my fly and the way my blood rushes faster, as Willow says.
He's not my one true mate. He's not fit to lick my shoe, and I will never be naked or semi-naked with him ever again.
No, you won't. I agree. I'm sure he's already made plans to kill you. Slowly.
Well, I have plans too, she says. And my plans include finding a job and making a new life for myself, and maybe someday meeting a man who knows how to make a woman feel good.
I could make her feel so much better than good. She deserves to feel better than good. She deserves orgasms and pleasure and a man who knows what to do with a strong woman who daydreams about abandoning control to her lover. And I confess, the thought of this strong woman on her knees for me, because she chooses to be there and can't wait to do what I tell her, turns me on. And just like that, I'm fully erect, hard and thick, my cock straining the front of my pants in its eagerness to be buried inside this curvy little wolf. Well, maybe those dreams will come true, I say, my voice low and husky, even as I will my dick back under control. If you do what you're told and hand over your baby without making a fuss. She scowls harder.
If you want that baby to grow up healthy and strong, he or she will need a mother. Deprive the child of that, and you're setting yourself and an innocent kid up for failure, with a side of misery and pain.
Children are more resilient than you give them credit for, I say. They need safety, security, and one person they know loves them to distraction. She arches a challenging brow.
And you're going to be that one person? No offense, but you seem about as capable of love as that ugly vase in the bathroom.
My aunt picked out that vase.
Your aunt has hideous taste in vases and nephews.
My lips curve in a hard smile. Perhaps, but my terms aren't up for debate. Sleep on it, little wolf. And in the morning, if you decide you can't stomach giving your baby to a man who will offer it every creature comfort, every opportunity, and every spark of his devotion, then by all means, be on your way. Her eyes shoot emerald daggers into mine.
We both know that if I do that, the baby won't live to be born.
I tisk softly, insincerely, and release her hair. I sift my fingers slowly through the silky strands as I murmur. Then it seems your decision isn't all that hard after all. Watch it, little wolf. I cut in, waving a warning finger back and forth in front of her livid face. I've been patient with your insults thus far, but if you keep at it, you'll become sufficiently irritating that I might rethink my decision to offer you shelter. Let alone accommodation in my consort quarters with luxurious sheets, a stunning view, and my aunt's vase. The muscle in her jaw forms a tight little knot before it relaxes as she sighs.
Of course, thank you so much. I appreciate your...
She presses her lips together for a beat before she adds with a tight smile.
Forthrightness.
I return the smile. Forthright. Excellent word. I am most certainly direct. Blunt, some might say. I find it saves time. And what's more precious than time? She crosses her arms as she says in a cool voice,
I can think of a few things. Human life, for example.
But we aren't humans, little wolf. The sooner you remember that, the sooner you'll realize just how lucky you are to still be alive, even if you aren't getting everything your greedy little heart desires. Sleep well. I turn and move toward the sitting room, striding through the cozy space to the front entrance to the suite without another word, and without looking back. Yes, a part of me would like another glimpse of the curvy woman standing by the window with her pretty mouth hanging open, but I've already wasted enough time tonight. In 4 weeks, maybe sooner if her courses start before then, Willow Astor will be out of my life for good. Best if I don't grow any more interested in her than I am at the moment, which is already far too interested indeed.
Chapter 6. Willow. I'm not pregnant. I know I'm not. There is absolutely no chance in heaven or hell that I'm going to give birth anytime soon. I didn't have sex with Pax. I haven't, in fact, had sex with anyone. Ever. I'm still a virgin. Not because I haven't had the urge or the opportunity to get naked and horizontal with an interesting man or 3, but because virginity until marriage for female pack members was decreed law by my alpha. And yes, loads of women and girls break that rule, getting around it by being careful with birth control and not getting caught. But my family was already existing on the fringes of Victor's patience. He was looking for an excuse to hurt my father and punish my family. I was terrified he'd insist on a physical exam before my mate-claiming ceremony. I'd fail, and then he'd torture my father right in front of me before selling me into sex slavery to the creepy vamps that run the bondage club down by the waterfront. I'm interested in bondage, but not in Fangs and bondage, and I knew I'd never forgive myself if I was the reason my father had to suffer more abuse at Victor's hands. So I waited. I said no when I wanted to say yes to Devon, my high school boyfriend, and Zeke, my best friend with benefits in college. Zeke made me feel oodles of good things with most of our clothes still on, and he swore we'd be careful with birth control. He said no one would be able to say for sure that I hadn't popped my cherry riding horses or at a gymnastics competition or something when I was a kid. But I've never ridden a horse, and I'm about as gymnastic as a tub of Nutella. So I kept my clothes on. Mostly. And I'm so glad I did. Last night, just as I'd always feared, Victor sent a pack physician to the waiting room before the ceremony. There, behind a flimsy screen, while the rest of the women attending the event whispered and gossiped about what a slut I must be in order to require an examination in the first place, the doctor verified my virginity. My hymen is still intact, and Pax's limp grossness wasn't up for doing anything to change that. Therefore, I am absolutely not expecting a baby. No way, no how. But that doesn't stop me from imagining that baby, and how fiercely I would want to defend it, love it, nurture it, and protect it with my life. It doesn't stop me from hating Maxim for being a heartless monster who would deprive my sweet little one of his or her mother just because Maxim can't be bothered with putting up with me and wants to be the big bad wolf in control of all he surveys. He is repulsive, cold, cruel, and so unbearably sexy that my panties were soaked by the time he left the bedroom last night. Nothing in my personal experience prepared me for the wave of hunger that swept through me as he fisted his hand in my hair and stared down at me like I was a treat he wanted to devour in one bite. I have no idea if he felt the attraction too, or if he was just manhandling me to assert his dominance the way alpha holes do. But for me, the tension was thick enough to cut with a plastic spork. We wouldn't even need a knife. Though I could use a knife right now to cut these massive hunks of melon into chewable pieces. I scrub my hand across my face, blinking as I refocus on my breakfast. I barely slept last night. I was up tossing and turning, my skin tormented by the unbearable softness of the satin sheets and steamy dreams featuring Maxim's rough hands. Maybe I'm just not seeing the knife. I scan the table again. Toasted English muffin, butter, jam, yogurt with slivered almonds on top, orange juice coffee, and a plate with insanely huge wedges of a cantaloupe on top, but no knife, just a fork and a spoon. If I wanted to hurt myself, I could do it with a fork, I grumbled to the empty room, or a shard of that hideous face. It really is awful, isn't it? A feminine voice says from the bathroom, making me yip and fall out of my chair in my haste to turn around. A silvery laugh fills the air as I scramble back to my feet and spin to see a dangerously pretty young woman in a black sweater and jeans, with stick-straight raven-colored hair falling to her waist, and big eyes nearly as dark as Maxim's. Her nose is sharp and straight, like Maxim's too. A relative, maybe? "Sorry," she says, sounding sincere. "I didn't mean to scare you. I was just going to spy a little and leave, but you're funny." She nods toward the bathroom. "That vase is a monstrosity. Aunt Claudia should have her eyes examined. I can't believe anyone pays her to decorate anything, ever." She bobs a shoulder. "But then my brother never comes in here anyway, or he didn't until last night." She bites her lip, but the smile she's trying to suppress bursts through after only a moment or two. "I know he thinks you're a spy and all that, but I'm dying to hear all the Blood River gossip. And the brother gossip. Is it true he was in here with you until 1 a.m? Sit, let's talk." She crosses the room, moving past me to settle into the chair across from mine at the small breakfast table. "Tell me everything. You can trust me, I promise. I'm a vault." "I'm Willow," I say, sounding as flustered as I feel. I settle back into my chair. "Nice to meet you, Vault." She chuckles, soft and husky this time, again reminding me of Maxim. "See? Funny, I like you. About time Maxim had a girlfriend with a little spunk. And a wolf, too. That's crazy," she adds confidentially. "He never dates wolves, like, ever." "Really?" I say, intrigued. I file that nugget of information away for later and redirect. "But we're not dating. I'm his prisoner." She waves a breezy hand through the air. "For now? But he put you up in the consort's quarters. That means something. Mark my words, you two are going to be an item before Christmas, which is my least favorite holiday, by the way. I don't like the cold, and Santa is so creepy. You two have to couple up and be cute together, so I have something to look forward to." I hum beneath my breath. "Well, I'm pretty sure we hate each other, and there's a better chance of hell freezing over. But I'll take that under consideration, Miss..." She rolls her eyes with a laugh and reaches a slim hand across the table. "Sorry, Diana. Maxim's little sister, perpetual thorn in his side, way more capable of protecting myself and not getting into trouble than most people assume, and better at sneaking around, which I've just proven by breaking into your room, even though only Maxim is supposed to be able to do that." I give her fingers a squeeze. "Nice to meet you, Diana," I say, and mean it. So far, this chatty sprite is a font of interesting information. Why is Maxim the only one who can get in? Or out, I add silently. Because yes, I did try the front door to my suite last night after Maxim left, and was frustrated, but not surprised, to find it locked from the outside. "His ring has a key code inside it," she says. "Like the kind they use at hotels, but it's not hard to hack those sorts of things, if you know how, which I do. But I wouldn't if Maxim let me live my life instead of trapping me in this tower like a tragic shifter Rapunzel. So really, it's his fault I'm snooping into his private business right now." She smiles and adds a little sheepishly, "And yours. If I'm being too pushy, it's cool to tell me to back off. My feelings won't be hurt. I'm just so curious. I've heard tons of whispering this morning, but everyone shuts up when they see me coming. So I figured I'd come straight to the source, you know?" She wiggles her thin brows. "So, why are you here? How do you know Maxim? And were you making out with him until 1 a.m. last night? Only yes or no on that one, no details, because he's my brother and that would be gross." I briefly explain my predicament, then add, "And no, we weren't making out. We were arguing about whether or not I should be allowed to stick around and help raise my child if I do happen to be pregnant." "Shit." She shakes her head. The humor vanished from her expression as she sits back in her chair. "I'm so sorry, Willow. That really, really sucks." I bob a shoulder. "Yeah, it does, but I'm not sure anything I can say to your brother will change his mind. He seems very stubborn." "He's impossible. But we will change his mind on this. I'll make sure of it. If your baby stays here, you stay too. Her dark eyes begin to shine. I lost my mom when I was really young. I don't remember much about her, but what I do, she swallows. Well, those are some of my very best memories. Kids need their mothers. And I can already tell you'll be a great one. I nod, surprised to find myself getting emotional too. Thanks. My mom is my hero. I always hoped I'd get the chance to use all the things she taught me with my own babies. Diana's brows pinch closer together. Is she sick or something? I shake my head. No, just gone. And I'm not sure if I'll ever get to see her again. Why? She asks, then winces. Sorry, I'm prying again, I can't help it. Maxim says I have no boundaries, but Dad says I'm just a people person like him. Her eyes widen, and she leans in again, adding in a softer voice. That's why Maxim's being such a dick to you, by the way. Someone poisoned my dad last year. He almost died, and he's still not back to normal. He's super tired all the time, and in occupational therapy to learn how to walk and stuff. And he can't play the guitar anymore, which is super sad because my dad was, famous. Yeah, I know, I say. I mean, I knew he was a big jazz musician. Jukebox Thorne, right? She beams. Yeah. His real name's Jimmy, but everyone calls him Jukebox. Music is his life, except for Pac and family, of course. So, it's been hard. I can imagine, I say, reaching over to give her hand a squeeze. That's so hard, seeing someone you love struggling. But I honestly had no idea anything had happened. In the parallel, the gossip was that he handed the pack over to Maxim so he could write a memoir. Yeah, that's the story, she says. Maxim wanted to keep it super quiet until he could figure out who did it. But so far, not so good. He thinks this guy Shane, a refugee we took in last year, did it, but literally no one else thinks that. Not even Hermione, and she's got great instincts. I pick up my coffee cup, only to set it back down again as the meaning of her words penetrates. Shane? Shane Green? Her eyes widen. Yeah. Did you know him? Yeah, I say, nodding faster. He's such a cool guy. He plays guitar too, and is a phenomenal cook. He used to bring the most amazing dishes to study group. The rest of us were chips and box cookie losers. I frown. But he just dropped off the face of the earth. A little over a year ago. No one had any idea what happened to him. Your mate happened to him, she says, baring her teeth in a cringe smile. Sorry. Should we call him that? Are you guys, automatically divorced or whatever since he ran away? I lift a cool shoulder and let it fall. I have no idea, and at this point, I don't think it really matters. I'm more concerned about whether he's going to let me live than our marital status. Her eyes darken. He's such a monster. Shane was almost dead when we fished him out of the river. He had such a deep wound in his leg, the doctor said he might never walk right again. Apparently, he told Pax to leave his little sister alone at a club one night. Pax and his friends were waiting for him when he left, beat the crap out of him, then stuck his leg in a bear trap and left him to bleed out. It was a miracle he escaped. I pushed my plate away with a shake of my head, the last of my appetite ruined. God, that poor man. I don't suppose he's still around. No, he was already gone when Maxim went looking for him. He knew Maxim was super suspicious of outsiders. I bet he saw the writing on the wall and ran. My brother has a reputation for locking people up first and figuring out if they're guilty or innocent later. I arch a wry brow. You don't say. She winces and lets out a sympathetic moan. Ugh, I'm so sorry. And you didn't even do anything. I mean, how would he feel if the shoe were on the other foot? What if I ran to another pack for protection after my mate turned out to be an abusive shit, and they locked me up and treated me like a criminal? You might mention that to him, I say, even though I don't expect it would make much of a difference. Empathy doesn't seem to be Maxim's strong suit. I'll try. She runs a hand through her long hair with a sigh. But fair warning, he'll probably ignore me. It's one of his favorite things to do. But sometimes that works in my favor. She glances over her shoulder toward the window at the dazzling fall morning outside, before turning back to me and adding in a hushed voice, "If we can get him to loosen the leash on you a little, I have friends on the outside who might be willing to help. I'll have to ask them to know for sure, but, well, my boyfriend is totally cool, and he's tight with the big cat shifters in Spanish Harlem and their sister pride in Albany. They have an entire division devoted to helping outcast shifters. They don't usually take wolves since we're so annoyingly vengeful and shit, but they might be willing to make an exception if I vouch for you. I mean, my boyfriend's a panther shifter, and I might end up being one of their pride someday, so..." I fight to school the surprise on my face, but some of my shock seeps into my tone as I ask, "Really? And Maxim's okay with that?" I mean, I've heard some packs in Europe are okay with intershifter dating, but on our side of the pond, most alphas would rather lose a wolf to the street wars than to love outside our species. Her eyes go saucer-wide. Of course not. He'd lose his mind if he knew, like, for real. He would probably murder me and then get a necromancer to bring me back from the dead so he could murder me again. Her lips curve in a shy smile. But that's why I told you, so you'll know you can trust me. You have a secret on me now. Leverage. I promise I won't say a word. I motion locking my lips and throwing away the key. I know that should be the end of it, but I can't help saying, though as a new friend who cares about your welfare, I feel it's my duty to warn you not to make a habit of being so trusting with people you've just met. I know I look harmless, but I could be a psycho killer or a spy or one of those people who don't wash their hands after they pee in a public restroom. She laughs. Not a chance. You're a good egg, I can tell. She swipes a piece of my melon, chomping off the tip as she adds, "That's my pack gift. I can read auras. If you were a creep, I would have known the second I walked in the door." She winks. "But you're delightful. Your aura is a quite fetching pink and super shiny. But then, all the best people's are..." I grin. "Yours too, I assume?" "Correct," she says, taking another bite. "So what's your pack gift?" She brings her hand to hover in front of her mouth as she chews and talks at the same time. "I mean, if you have one. I know not everyone in your pack does." "Yeah, I'm one of those," I say with a shrug. Or at least I think I am. My family never spent much time with our pack. We were outcasts. So it could be I just haven't spent enough time around other wolves for my gift to manifest. She crosses her fingers. "Oh, I hope so. That would be cool, to find out you've got a little supernatural ace up your sleeve. And a good excuse to get you out of these stupid rooms. Once Maxim learns you need the company of other wolves to help find your gift, I'm sure he'll let you out to play." "Are you out of your fucking mind?" The low, angry growl from the door leading into the sitting room makes the hairs at the back of my neck stand on end. But Diana just smiles. "Nope. I'm making our guest feel welcome. Someone has to show her a little hospitality to make up for you being such a big mean bully." "Get out, Diana," Maxim snaps, prowling into the room. "Now. And don't come back. If I see you in here again, every one of your privileges will be revoked." She rolls her eyes as she tosses what's left of the melon back on the plate. "Oh no, I won't be able to go to school or violin lessons or on dumb errands for you and Hermione. Whatever will I do with myself?" "Out!" he roars, making her flinch. "Now." She vaults from her chair. "Fine, I'm going, but you're being a jerk, and I'm going to tell Dad. There's no reason to hold Willow prisoner. Her aura is amazing. Way better than yours, in fact, in case you're interested." Maxim sucks in a breath, but Diana is already racing from the room, shouting, "I'm leaving! I'm leaving! God, you're so impossible!" The door to the suite slams behind her, and Maxim turns to me with flames shooting out of his ears. "If she's stupid enough to disobey me and come in here again, you don't say a word to her. Do you understand me?" I lift my hands at my sides. Fine. But she seems very sweet. And as someone who was a teen girl not long ago, I can tell you the best way to— "Not a fucking word!" he shouts. "Okay," I say, my eyes going wide. "Anything else you'd like to yell about this morning, oh Alpha, my Alpha?" His hands ball into fists, and his dark eyes shoot daggers into mine across the room. I hold his gaze, not looking away, even when he lets out a long, skin-prickling growl that my wolf instincts assure me indicate I'm about to be skinned alive. Or fucked really hard and really well. Because there it is again, the sexual tension from last night, sizzling in the air between us, making me want to squirm in my seat. But I don't. I refuse to let this man know that just feeling his eyes raking up and down my body is enough to make my nipples tighten and my inner wolf want to roll over and offer him my underbelly and anything else he would like. Sometimes I really hate that inner wolf, the part of me that's so desperate for physical love, sex, and affection. But maybe I wouldn't hate it if all the alphas I'd met weren't such jerks. In my fantasies, submitting to my bossy, dominant partner is hot and sexy. Fun, even. I imagine it would be like shifting, but instead of slipping into my fur to play in the woods for a night, I'd be escaping into a role for a frolic in the sheets. I bet it would feel like that. Like play. Steamy, intense, addictive, multi-orgasmic play. Maxim wrenches his gaze from mine with a curse and turns back toward the sitting room. He's halfway to the door to the suite when he turns around and charges back, stopping long enough to point a finger at my chest and command, "There are clothes for you in the closet. Get dressed and be ready to leave in 20 minutes. Hermione will take you to the witness room to get your statement." Then he's gone again, storming away in such a swirl of alpha energy that it isn't until he's gone that I realize how flustered he must have been to forget why he came to my rooms in the first place. And he wasn't flustered because of Diana. I'd bet my right pinky finger that it was the heat between us that sent him running. And if he wants me even half as much as I want him, then I may still have a card or two up my sleeve. I suppose there's one way to find out.
Chapter 7. Maxim. Fuck me eyes. The woman has the sexiest, most shameless, come and get me and give it to me against the wall eyes I've ever seen. Sitting there in her pajamas with her hair wild from sleep and English muffin crumbs on her lap, she couldn't have been less my type. She was snuggly, not elegant, curvy and casual instead of strong and lean with just the hint of softness. I like women who can keep up with me in the gym and the bedroom, not bookish scientists who clearly spent more time hitting the books and the buffet than the pavement for a morning run. Despite her pretty eyes and plush mouth, Willow is fairly average-looking. So why was meeting her gaze enough to make me want to bend her over the foot of the bed and own her slick little pussy? Because she was wet. I could smell her, a salty, sweet scent that spun through my head like the aroma of breakfast frying in the kitchen after a long night out in the cold, feeling starved to the spine. She literally made my mouth water. I swiped the back of my hand across my lips as I stalked to the elevator and punched the button for basement level 2. I need to get laid. That's all this is. I've been sleeping alone too much lately, letting pack business creep into my recreational hours until I'm all work and no play. On instinct, I whip out my phone and shoot a text to Trix. Up for drinks tonight? La Luna's rooftop garden, 10 o'clock, my treat. In just a few seconds, her reply pops through.
Oh no, it will be my treat, darling. Assuming you're taking me back to your place after. I've been having nightmares about your cock all week.
Lips quirking, I text back. Nightmares? I thought my cock gave you sweet dreams. She shoots over.
Not when I'm dreaming about you getting taken off the market, mister. I need you to stay single for at least another month or two, okay? At least until I have a mold of your man downstairs made for my personal dildoing pleasure. I promise, if you let me get after you with my plaster, I won't share the mold with anyone else. It'll be mine and mine alone.
Trix designs sex toys for a living and has been after me to let her create an homage to my man downstairs for months. I'm never going to do anything of the sort. I'm not a shy man by any means, but I am a private one. But I'm not above dangling a carrot, so to speak. I step out of the elevator, texting. We'll discuss it later, after you've shown me what a bad girl you can be. See you at 10. Wear the purple dress I like. She sends back an emoji with stars for eyes, a unicorn, and several eggplants. Fairies love their emojis, before signing off with,
See you then.
I slide my phone back into the pocket of my black suit pants, but I don't feel as settled as I usually would after making a date. I have urges like any other man, but I'm not ruled by them. When it becomes apparent I need to blow off steam with a member of the opposite sex, I make arrangements to do so, and that's that. Then I'm instantly back to business and focused on the next item on my to-do list. But the only thing I can think about doing right now is a curvy little wolf. By the time Hermione leads Willow into the interrogation room 30 minutes later, I've had imaginary Willow in my shower, in my bed, and in one of the alcoves at La Luna, where I pushed up her skirt and made her come on my mouth while warning her not to make a sound, or I'd punish her when we got home. But of course, this isn't her home. This is her prison. And even that for only a few weeks. Maybe sooner. I make a mental note to get my personal physician in to examine Willow and determine exactly where she is in her cycle, and sit back in my chair to watch the interrogation, grateful I can't smell her through the one-way glass. Hermione motions for her to sit on one side of the gray steel table and pulls out a chair on the other.
Would you like a water or a coffee before we start? We also have tea, but I wouldn't recommend it. It isn't the good stuff. No, I'm fine, thanks.
Willow settles into her seat, pushing up the sleeves on the orange sweater she chose from the closet. It was the least formal option made available to her, and a part of me takes that as further evidence that she isn't anything close to my type. Another part can't help noticing that she looks beautiful in the color, and yet another snarls that all parts should stop thinking about Willow as anything but a prisoner at once.
But I confess I'm a little nervous,
Willow adds, motioning to the mirrored wall, behind which I sit in near darkness.
I feel like I'm on one of those cop shows. I would ask if I need a lawyer, but most alphas don't seem to be into due process, so...
Hermione's lips curve a bit, not enough to really be called a smile, but enough, it seems, to put Willow at ease.
We're here because the room is already equipped with cameras and audio recording devices. You're not under suspicion for anything. We just want your statement on record, and this was the easiest way to accomplish that, okay? Okay.
Willow threads her fingers together on top of the table with a nod and a rush of breath.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. What exactly do you want to know? Just a sequence of events, the hours leading up to when you crossed the portal. It was the night of the mate-claiming ceremony. You were at home getting ready, most likely. Let's start there.
Willow exhales again.
I actually got ready at the lab.
She bites her lip, looking up into the corner at one of the small cameras mounted on the wall.
Can you just please promise me this recording won't get back to Victor or Pax or any of the Blood River enforcers? It would be really, really bad for my family if it did. I know I'm probably a lost cause, but I don't want to get my parents in any more trouble than they're in already. This is just for our people,
Hermione assures her.
And we don't have leaks. Say what you will about Maxim, but he has the unwavering loyalty of our people. Nothing you say in this room will get back to Victor or anyone else.
Willow's shoulders relax a little.
Okay, then, yeah, I got ready at the lab while my parents quietly slipped out of town. Not too far away, but far enough they could be ready to run if they needed to. They'd already been through a mate-claiming ceremony gone wrong once. I'm sure you know about my sister.
Hermione nods.
Right.
Willow continues.
So they knew how bad things could get, but they didn't want me to be forced into a relationship with someone awful. And there are, sadly, a lot of awful men in my pack, so we made an agreement. If I didn't call Mom and Pop to tell them how excited I was about my match before 9, when the ceremony was over, they'd get out. Get out?
Hermione leans in.
How do you mean? Did they come through the portal too? No, they made other arrangements, parallel side.
Willow nibbles her lip.
I'd really rather not say more than that, though. They're innocent in every way. Their only mistake was giving birth to 2 girls with crappy horoscopes.
My second-in-command's eyes narrow.
That's odd, though, isn't it? That both you and your sister were paired with a Darius when your family is so low on the Blood River food chain. No offense, of course. None taken.
Willow says.
And yeah, it is a little strange, but Kelly and I were both born in March, and Pax and Colum were born in November, so I suppose it might make sense astrologically. You don't have any reason to believe the matches were arranged by your alpha? That Victor might have taken liberties with your star charts, or influenced the matchmakers in any way?
I nod in approval in my dark room, pleased Hermione is exploring my suspicions so early in the interview. Willow shakes her head.
No, I don't. And I can't imagine why Victor would do something like that. Even before my sister rejected his nephew and my family hit rock bottom status-wise, we weren't exactly popular. My father's a lawyer and my mother's a political scholar. Victor doesn't like smart, educated people who enjoy thinking for themselves, or who can see that he's just a big bully with an army of other bullies, not a real alpha.
Hermione hums beneath her breath, her brow furrowing as she nods.
Okay, so you and your parents had a contingency plan. You got dressed for the ceremony at the lab. What happened next?
Willow presses her lips together for a beat.
I went to Victor's house. He has a renovated mansion from the 1850s and hosts the ceremonies in the old ballroom. I joined the other women in the waiting room, but I'd only been there a few seconds when...
She trails off, her gaze dropping to the tabletop.
Victor sent a doctor in to confirm I was a virgin. None of the other women had to be examined, just me. It was humiliating, as I'm sure you can imagine. The doctor took me behind a screen, but I could still hear everyone whispering, figuring there must be a reason for Victor to suspect I'd broken his rule about female pack members remaining celibate until marriage. And had you?
Hermione asks, before adding quickly.
Just for the account of what took place? I'm sorry you had to go through that. All the wolves in our pack are encouraged to abstain from sexual relationships with other wolves before they claim a mate, but it happens, of course, and it's not a big deal. Our alphas understand that we're animals, not robots who can turn our sexuality on and off at will. That's great, but I don't think my sex life or lack of one should be any of your business.
Willow pulls at the cowl neck of her sweater before crossing her arms at her chest and sitting back in her chair.
But yeah, I was verified to be intact, if that answers your question.
Intact. So, she was a virgin until sometime last night, when Pax Darius was her first. Fuck. She deserved so much better. From him and from me. I shouldn't have teased her about being with her one true mate. I felt like an ass about it at the time, but knowing her first time was with a man like that, a man who probably gave no thought to her comfort, let alone her pleasure. Suffice it to say, I've lost my stomach for this story, but I'm the North Star Alpha. I don't run from unpleasant stories, even when I'd like to.
I was cleared to join the ceremony, and we all went out into the ballroom to take our places.
Willow continues, crossing her arms more tightly over her chest.
Their lights were low, and there were pillows on the floor, candles everywhere. It was pretty, I guess, but I was too nervous to appreciate it. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing, like a part of me just knew I was going to get paired up with the last person I wanted to spend my life with.
Her lips twist in a humorless grin.
And sure enough, Pax and I were number 4, I think, maybe 5. Things got blurry right around then. Were you drinking?
Hermione asks.
Or on some other controlled substance?
Willow exhales a soft laugh.
No, I was just trying not to cry. It takes a lot more effort than I remembered. Pax used to make me cry all the time when we were younger. I got better at fighting tears as time went on, but I haven't seen much of him since I started grad school. I was out of practice, I guess.
She sniffs.
But I refused to cry in front of everyone. The looks Pax was shooting me from his side of the room made it clear he intended to make me cry later, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of falling apart in front of Victor and the rest of them.
My second-in-command sighs.
Would you like a break? We can take 10. Go grab a cappuccino or something from the Atrium Cafe. Take a breather before we finish up? No, that's okay.
Willow sits forward, dragging a hand through her hair before bracing her forearms on the table.
I'd rather get it all out at once, if that's okay. Easier that way.
Hermione nods.
Okay. But let me know if you change your mind and want to stop, and take the rest at your own pace. I'll save any follow-up questions until you're finished. Okay.
Willow says, swallowing hard.
There's not that much to tell, actually. We did the binding chants with the rest of the couples, drank from the pack chalice, and signed our names in the record book. Then Pax took me upstairs. He still lives with his dad, so we didn't have very far to go.
She swallows again, with seemingly more difficulty this time.
But he has the entire 4th floor to himself, so we had privacy. The second we stepped off the elevator, he told me to take my clothes off. When I refused and said I wanted to talk, he grabbed the front of my dress and ripped it right down the middle.
Inside my shadowy room, I grit my jaw hard enough to make my teeth grind together. That worthless piece of shit. I've always hated Pax Darius. At best, he's a spoiled little sociopath. At worst, a malignant narcissist with the same cruel streak as his father. But Willow's story is adding a fresh layer of red-hot loathing. How dare he treat a member of his pack that way? Let alone his mate. She's half his size, for fuck's sake. She must have been terrified. And then she came running to you for help, and you treated her like a criminal. Good work, asshat. I remind the inner voice that this could all be a lie, a cover story to win our trust and sympathy so she can infiltrate our pack and send intelligence back to her people. But even I'm not buying it. The pain on Willow's face as she finishes her story is too real.
My bra and panties were next.
She continues in a soft, haunted voice.
I tried to fight him, to run away, but he forced me down on the floor.
She gulps in air.
At first he was too drunk to get hard, and I thought it might be okay, but then he did.
She lets out a shuddery breath, and my hands ball into fists, desperate to unleash punishment on her worthless excuse for a mate.
After, he went to get a drink of water.
She continues.
And I ran up behind him and hit him over the head with the entryway statue. I hit him hard, but I was still expecting more of a fight.
She shakes her head.
But he just fell to the ground and stayed there. For a second I thought I'd killed him, but he still had a pulse, a strong one. A part of me wanted to finish what I'd started, but...
She winces.
I couldn't. Not even him. I knew if I killed him, then I'd be like him. And I never want to have anything in common with that man. So I tied him up, stashed him in his closet, and got out of there. Luckily, his ex-girlfriend had left some clothes at his place, so I had something to wear.
She turns her hands over on the table, palms up.
And then I ran and jumped into the portal, and you know everything from there. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Willow.
Hermione says, the compassion in her voice reminding me why she's the best second I could ask for. She's good at being human. I'm good at being wolf. Together, we serve all the needs of our people. Still, I know I can't play the wolf card in this situation. My own human side demands I make amends, even if it's only in some small way. Amends are different than apologies. Amends can actually make a difference in someone's life.
Thank you.
Willow finally whispers, her shoulders hunched.
I'm sorry you have to deal with me. I just truly didn't know where else to go. All the packs in the parallel are loyal to Victor. Even the kindest of them would have turned me over to him to protect their own. You guys are the only ones with the strength to stand up to the bullies. Don't apologize,
Hermione says, reaching across the table to take Willow's hand.
I get it. You didn't have a lot of options, and wolves should be able to count on each other when times get hard.
I frown and lean forward in my chair, wondering if Hermione's forgotten that I'm back here. Surely she wouldn't dare preach to me about being an alpha wolves can count on after what happened with my father. But sure enough, she adds,
I'll talk to Maxim for you. See if he can't be swayed. I, for one, believe we can protect our pack while also showing mercy to strangers in need.
She stands, shooting a pointed look toward the glass and me before motioning to the door.
Come on, let's go get a cappuccino, my treat.
Willow stands, smiling up at the much taller woman.
Thanks, I'd like that.
I like her smile, I realize. It's sweet. But Willow's more than sweet. She's strong and stubborn and brave. She went through hell last night, but she still held my gaze this morning without flinching. She still flashed sex eyes my way, even after all she's been through. And yes, I know some betas can't help but respond sexually to an alpha, but she had no trouble refusing Pax. Fighting him, even. No, she might not like the fact that she's attracted to me. She clearly doesn't, but she didn't shy away from it. That takes guts. I like guts, too. I remind myself that strangers can't be trusted, but as Hermione and Willow leave the room, I don't try to stop them. I didn't clear Hermione to take our prisoner anywhere but from her room, down to interrogation and back again. But my second made her position clear. She thinks we should give this little wolf the benefit of the doubt. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. And maybe there's a way to find out for sure if I'm willing to call in a favor. Trusting my gut, I pull up the text thread with Trix and ask, does your sister still deal in truth stones? If so, I'm in the market for a few. Again, Trix doesn't keep me waiting.
We're totally secure on this line, right?
I assure her that we are, and she continues.
Yes, she does, but she's out of town with her boyfriend. Can it wait a week? I could ask around for another recommendation, but Felicity's stones really are the best. She doesn't cut corners with the spell work the way a lot of the bigger operations do, and she's excellent at keeping secrets.
I frown, but reply, that's fine, it can wait. She sends back a smiley face and a thumbs up, and then,
sweet. Can't wait to see you tonight.
I frown harder, and before I realize what I'm doing, I'm canceling the date. I explain that some unexpected pack business came up and promise to hook up with her soon. Trix is cool about the change of plans, but her final text, a playful warning not to find a girlfriend between now and next week, hints that she senses there's another woman on my mind. And there is, even though starting something with Willow is impossible. The most I can offer our refugee is a provisional place in our pack and protection for her and her child, if she proves trustworthy. Truth stones will cost a pretty penny, both in coin and in the risks inherent in purchasing forbidden spells. Fairies are forbidden to sell charms outside Fae circles, and the High Fairy Court doesn't just punish fairies who break the rules. They take their pound of flesh from the people who buy enchantments too, a form of deterrence that's, unsurprisingly, quite effective. But there are always customers who will accept the risk in return for the reward, and it looks like I'm about to become one of them. I'm putting my safety and the safety of my pack in jeopardy for a wolf I barely know, who means nothing to me. It's not the smartest thing I've ever done, not by a long shot. Perhaps I'll rethink the wisdom of the purchase before the week is through. But deep down, I know I won't. My gut is screaming that I need to find out the truth about Willow Astor, that she's important to the future of the North Star Pack in some way I can't logically sort out, but that my instincts know for certain. And my instincts are almost never wrong. Maybe it's just that having Pax Darius's son under my control will change the dynamic between our two packs forever, finally giving me the leverage I need to start reestablishing a presence in the parallel. That's probably all it is, and Willow's usefulness to the North Star Wolves will end when she gives birth. But that doesn't mean I have to add insult to injury. I don't want to have anything in common with Pax either, least of all a shared habit of treating his mate like shit. If Willow passes the Truth Stone test, I'll make it clear I've changed my mind, and she's welcome to stay as a full-fledged member of our pack. Until then, I'll walk the line between kindness and caution. And I know just how to start.
Chapter 8. Willow. I'm out of prison, wandering around a bright, open communal floor with soaring floor-to-ceiling windows and ginkgo trees growing in massive planters scattered throughout the space. The smells of coffee and fresh-baked scones at the cafe compete with the savory smells wafting from the sit-down restaurant on the other side of the atrium, and the air is alive with laughter and conversation. The ruckus grows muted for a moment as Hermione and I cross the polished marble floor to get in line for a coffee, but resumes with renewed fervor in just a few minutes. Clearly, these people are too excited about life to be quiet for long. It's so nice to see. Incredible, really. Everywhere I look, there are groups of shifters chatting, eating, playing chess at the tables by the windows, or kicking a ball around the astroturf outside on the large balcony space. Even the people in business suits, chatting intently over laptops, look relaxed, at ease. It's just a bunch of normal shifters having a normal day, and by the time we get our coffees and grab a table for two not far from a gated toddler playground, where little wolves are tumbling over each other, shifting back and forth between forms, playing as puppies, then babies, then puppies again, I have tears in my eyes. I'm sorry for what happened. And for making you relive it this morning, Hermione says, her brow knitting as she empties a raw sugar packet into her cappuccino. If you'd like to talk to someone, I can arrange for a crisis counselor to come to your room later. We have some really great people on staff. I blink faster, swiping a tear away with my napkin before it can fall. No, it's not that. I mean, last night was awful, but I trail off, biting my bottom lip as I try to put the feelings swirling inside me into words. Things have just been so bad for our pack. For so long. So long that bad became normal, but it's not. This is normal. People living their lives without watching everything they say and do, or being terrified they'll be punished for the tiniest little thing. For looking left on a day when the Alpha decided everyone should look right or something. Sometimes people were punished, even killed, for things that seemed that arbitrary. It was traumatizing, I say, realizing as I speak just how true the words are. Only now, away from my pack, and able to relax a little for the first time in years, do I realize how scared I've been, how anxious and on edge. Even lying to Hermione this morning in an interrogation room was less stressful than my daily life in the parallel. But then it didn't really feel like a lie. No, Pax didn't succeed in raping me, but he got damned close. I'm never going to forget what it felt like to have his big body leveraged over me, pinning me, naked to the floor while he tried to shove his flaccid penis inside me. Honestly, the horror of it all didn't hit until I was telling the story to Hermione. I was so focused on getting here and finding a way to win Maxim over that I haven't stopped to think about those few minutes on the floor in Pax's foyer. I haven't stopped to think about a lot of things that have happened in the past few years. Hell, the past decade. It's just been one trauma after another for our pack, and for my family. So, yeah, a crisis counselor would probably be nice. Really nice. If I thought I could trust the counselor to keep everything I say between the two of us. But I'm not sure if doctor-patient confidentiality is a thing when you're Maxim's prisoner. And I can't afford to screw up. I'm on borrowed time as it is. Can I get back to you on the counselor? I add, cupping my hands around my coffee with extra cream. I'd kind of like to stop thinking about it right now. But it might be nice to talk to someone. Eventually. Hermione nods. Of course, whenever you're ready. I understand wanting to wait. I lost my dad 5 years ago, but I wasn't ready to talk about it until last year, after Jukebox was poisoned. Seeing him in the hospital brought back all those grief feelings I'd pushed aside. But I felt ready to deal with them at that point. I wasn't before. I'm sorry you lost your dad, I say, my throat tight. Thanks. Me too. She glances over my shoulder, her pale brows lifting ever so slightly as she murmurs, "Well, wonders never cease." I turn in my chair to see Maxim crossing the marble toward a table of laptop-juggling people by the windows, looking like a movie star playing a businessman in his black pants, white button-down, and gray vest. He's that gorgeous. The kind of person who's too extraordinary to look like he belongs in the same world as the rest of us. Until this point in my experience with the man, his perma-scowl has helped take the edge off his beauty. But now, with his features relaxed and a softness in his eyes that wasn't there before, he is breathtaking. And still sexy as hell. Even fresh from rehashing memories of Pax and his cold, clammy, alcohol-soured skin pressed to mine. My body responds to the sight of Maxim Thorne. It's crazy, really. No man has ever affected me this way. And yes, I know alpha pheromones can be intense things, but I really thought I was a different kind of beta. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I was a beta. Women are never classified as alphas in any of the parallel packs. Never. If you don't have a dick, you don't have dominant energy. It's a belief accepted as truth. But I've never felt fulfilled by facilitating the alpha's vision the way a beta wolf is supposed to feel. I've never found obeying orders comforting or natural, and the absolute submission of the Omega class certainly never appealed. I don't like working in groups and chafe under micromanagement from my superiors. I was born with defiance in my veins and a habit of questioning authority that my mother was afraid would get me killed before I graduated elementary school. As I grew older, I learned to hide my secret alpha leanings, but they've always been there, simmering beneath the surface, making me wonder why other people are always calling the shots. I want to call the shots. I want to lead the charge. I want to head up the next experiment, decide who I should marry, and when I should marry them, and have an equal voice in my home. Even my secret fantasies about being dominated by a powerful wolf aren't beta-flavored. I don't crave the comfort of submitting to an alpha. I crave the combat, the electricity, the fire of two strong personalities colliding in the bedroom. And yes, in my dreams, my man ends up on top, so to speak, but only because I allow it. Only because he's earned my respect and submission. Something instinctive inside me insists Maxim would get it. Get me. and that he'd give me everything I've been dreaming about and more. If I weren't his prisoner, and if starting something with him wouldn't guarantee he learns I'm a liar with my hymen on fire, of course, I'm still a virgin. And once he finds out, well, that's the problem with the flirt my way into his good graces plan I cooked up this morning. Flirting with Maxim could quickly become something more than flirting, and if it becomes too much more, this entire thing will blow up in my face. But Diana did say that he never slept with wolves. So maybe it would be okay to play with fire. Just a little bit. Seriously, take your time. I'm used to playing second fiddle, I hear Hermione say, and I turn, my cheeks flushing hot. I'm sorry. I was just worried he'll be mad that I'm out of my rooms. Hermione's lips curve. Right. And I'm worried that my coffee is going to turn into an ice cream cone. I nod seriously, giving her cup a hard look. Interesting. Is that something that happens around here? I mean, I've heard the human world is different. She laughs beneath her breath. It's fine. He's magnetic, I get it. I'd probably have a thing for him, too, if I didn't have other preferences. I pull in a breath, but stop the question on the tip of my tongue before it can escape into the air. I think I know what she means, but I don't want to jump to the wrong conclusion, especially when I'm not sure if being gay is okay in this pack. It most certainly isn't in mine. It's grounds for torture. A rumor that a wolf has been experimenting with someone of the same sex is enough to earn them a 2-month stay at Victor's corrections facility. Of course, he doesn't correct anything. There's nothing wrong with the wolves in the first place. All he does is torture them until they're too scared to act on their feelings, or so much as look at the person they used to love. It's heartbreaking. For all his bluster and cruelty when it comes to outsiders, I can't imagine Maxim having a policy like that one. But years of walking on eggshells has taught me to be cautious. Yes, I prefer women, Hermione says, her eyes dancing with amusement. It's okay to ask. People aren't shy about their sexuality here. But you said Maxim and his dad encouraged pack members to abstain from sex before marriage. Her smile widens. Sex with other wolves. Just because we don't like to shit where we eat. We all have to live in this tower together, for safety. It's best for everyone if you hold off on having sex or children outside your mate bond. Just makes things less complicated, you know? I blink. No, I didn't know. So, you're free to have sex with humans? Humans, yes. She bobs her head back and forth. Though they're usually last on the list. They're so fragile. You have to be careful with a human in the bedroom. Make sure to keep your teeth and claws under wraps at all times. But fairies, vampires, djinn, even a witch if she's powerful enough, they can all give as good as they get. I can feel my eyes going saucer wide. You sleep with vampires? But don't they want to kill you over here? Because they definitely want to kill us over there. They hunt wolf blood like it's the Holy Grail. So I've heard. Hermione shrugs, her lips pursing for a beat before she says, the vampire's human side are more refined. They want wolf blood, yeah, but they're willing to earn it. Never underestimate the erotic devotion of a vampire who's promised to make you come 3 times before they get a drink. She laughs, motioning toward my face with her cup. You're scandalized. I'm sorry. Too much too soon? I shake my head. No. I'm just... I take a sip of my coffee, struggling to name the feeling swirling inside. I think I'm intrigued. She grins. Good. You should be. There's a big, cool world out there, and when you've got the right people watching your back, it's pretty fun to explore it. Explore? God, that sounds amazing. I've never even let myself imagine that before, I find myself confessing. I think I knew if I did. Hermione sobers, her brows drawing closer as she prods. If you did. That it might destroy me, I whisper. It's dangerous to want things you know you'll never have. In my old life, it was safer to keep my dreams small, manageable, to hope for okay, and try to ignore that almost everything was not enough. Well, We'll see if we can change all that, she says, a spark in her eyes that makes me think she really is on my side, that she wants me to have a place here, a home. Just keep doing what you're doing with Maxim. Whatever it is, it's working. Or he wouldn't have given me permission to take you out for a coffee. I blink. He did? He did, she confirms, glancing behind me again. And he's on his way over, so get ready. Chapter 9. Willow. I gulp. But all we've done is fight. Some semi-civil conversation last night, but yeah, mostly fighting. Hermione grins as she pushes her chair back and stands. Good. Keep showing him what you're made of, kid. And I'll catch you later. Later, I wheeze, barely having enough time to drag in another tight breath before Maxim is on the other side of the table, glaring down at me. No, not glaring. Watching. Intently, but without any malice in his dark eyes. I don't know what's changed, but his tone is also much mellower than usual as he says, I've been thinking. I sit up straighter, nodding slowly. Thinking is good, usually. Unless you're overthinking, and that can be bad. Brain running in circles and all that. I bite my bottom lip, willing myself to stop babbling. For some reason, chill Maxim makes me even more nervous than asshole Maxim. Yes, he says, his lips lifting ever so slightly on one side. But I've been doing just the right amount of thinking. About what Diana said this morning. About helping you discover your pack gift. My brows shoot up my forehead. Really? I thought you wanted to keep me locked up alone until you heartlessly wrenched my baby from my arms and put me out on the street. His eyes narrow, but his voice is still mild, almost friendly, as he says, That's not off the table. But I've decided I'm willing to grant you additional liberties, as long as you promise to abide by my rules. I tip my head to one side, and those rules are... You don't leave your rooms unchaperoned. Hermione or I will be with you at all times. And you don't interact with other pack members without permission. That sounds reasonable. You sound surprised, he says. I am, I say, pleasantly so, and I'm happy to abide by the rules. I wouldn't trust a stranger around the people I love without vetting them first either. There are a lot of bad wolves in the parallel. I promise you I'm not one of them, but you're still smart to be careful. I hesitate, pressing my fingertips against my mug before I add, but I'm not sure how I can discover my pack gift without actually being around the pack. Let me worry about that, he says. Just be ready to leave your rooms at 7. I'll send up something for you to wear. Okay, I say, risking a smile. Thank you. I appreciate that chance to earn your trust. So far from everything I've seen, your pack seems wonderful. Thank you. He lifts a hand, motioning to someone behind me. Kristoff will escort you back to your rooms. See you tonight, little wolf. Tonight, I echo, my skin prickling all over again. I shouldn't like that diminutive moniker, but when he says it like that, all husky and hopeful, I can't help myself. I don't mind the nickname, and I wouldn't mind being his little wolf. In fact, I imagine it would be a pretty incredible thing to be under his protection. Or just under him, period. Trouble, I mutter to myself as Maxim walks away, leaving me with the stern-faced Kristoff. Thoughts like that are asking for trouble. But I'm not sure I can help myself. My hormones have a mind of their own when it comes to that alpha. But as long as I keep my body under control, everything will be fine. Right?
Chapter 10. Maxim. It's been years since I've been to a pack performance. When I was a kid, I never missed a concert or play, but as alpha training with Dad got more intense, there wasn't much time for entertainment. And then I took over the grittier side of our pack business at 18, overseeing the creation and distribution of street drugs, and playtime was a thing of the past. I've devoted myself to my area of expertise, pushing for more addictive drugs with less intense side effects, ensuring passionate, repeat customers who manage to live long, healthy lives. As long as they don't overdo it, of course. Even our drugs can be dangerous if taken in large enough quantities, but so can milk or water. I don't feel an ounce of guilt for what I do, only pride that I've managed to increase our bottom line tenfold and fund things like the modernization of the Pack Theater, bringing the sound and lighting systems up to snuff with any Broadway space uptown. But as I dress in a gray pinstriped suit and a silver tie that will complement the cocktail dress I had sent over for Willow, it's strange to realize it's been 12 years since I've been to a live performance. Our pack is chock full of talented as hell actors, singers, and musicians. As a musician himself, arts education has always been important to my father. And even though my brother and I emerged without a lick of artistic ability, that all landed in Diana's genetic code, I've always been proud of this side of our people. We're not just clever and capable and tough as fucking nails. We're artists. We think and feel and create things that make others think and feel, too. This is what really separates us from the thug packs in the parallel. We believe in fostering curiosity as well as loyalty. Our humanity and our wolf. But you were awfully quick to remind Willow that we aren't human last night. I narrow my eyes at my reflection. Last night wasn't my finest hour, but the inner voice has a point. Since becoming alpha in the wake of the attack on my father, I've become laser-focused on security. But if I let the threats to the pack turn me into a thug, then I'll be no better than the Neanderthals in the parallel. Tonight isn't just a chance to get to know Willow. It's a chance to show my pack that their alpha values art and beauty as much as money and power. I'm actually looking forward to the evening. And then I open Willow's front door to find her standing on the other side, waiting for me in a short, sparkling silver gown that clings to her curves and lightly applied makeup that emphasizes her plush mouth, and my anticipation grows teeth and claws. Instantly, my primal side wants to rip the gown off of her and haul her off to the bed in the other room, where I'll make her berry-stained mouth moan for me. But unlike her shit stain of a mate, I have control over my animal side. And if I did lose control and drag her in for a kiss, I'm positive she'd return it. I'd bet last month's profits she's every bit as interested in getting me out of my clothes as I am in ripping off hers. I can see it in her eyes, in the way her gaze skims up and down my body, her lips parting and a soft sound of appreciation slipping out as I offer her my arm. "Ready?" I ask, ignoring the thickening behind my fly as her fingers curl around my bicep.
I think so,
she says, curiosity animating her features as I lead her down the thickly carpeted hall toward the elevators.
I take it we're bound for somewhere fancy?
Our theater company's performance of Fiddler on the Roof, then dinner after at the rooftop bistro. A delighted sound bubbles up in her throat.
Oh my God, that's my favorite old musical. I used to watch it all the time when I was a kid and sing all the songs. Drove my dad crazy. He hates musicals, but Mom, Kelly, and I were addicts.
A shadow passes behind her eyes as she adds in a softer voice.
But you probably knew that about Kelly.
No, actually I didn't, I say, pressing the down button. We were too busy getting into trouble for wholesome distractions. She glances up at me from the corner of her eyes. Yes, I prompt after a moment.
This is a very wholesome activity, and not what I was expecting.
You were thinking we'd, what, Snort some poof and go attack humans in the park? She laughs.
No, I thought maybe sipping bourbon in a dark bar or watching an MMA fight or something. Something dark and broody and alpha-ish. Definitely not musical theater.
Alphas can appreciate art too, little wolf, I say as the elevator dings and the doors glide open.
Not the ones I've met,
she murmurs as we step inside, her fingers curling a little tighter into my arm.
It's a nice surprise. Thank you.
It's also a chance for you to be surrounded by my pack without interacting with them. We'll have our own private box to the right of the stage. She pushes up on her tiptoes, her shoulders lifting closer to her ears as the car zooms downward.
Wow, that's awesome. I've never been in a private box before. To be totally honest, I've never been to the theater at all. We could never afford it.
Then we'll make sure your first time is perfect, I say, the words bringing to mind less pleasant first times. I hadn't meant to bring this up so soon, but I'm sure she expects I've watched her recorded statement from this morning by now. And for what it's worth, last night should have been perfect for you too. Pax should be castrated slowly and painfully. She looks up at me again. Pain, gratitude, and something else. Something hopeful, but maybe a little frightened, mixing in her gaze.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It shouldn't. No man, human or wolf, should ever behave that way. Compassion in this situation should be something you can take for granted, not something you're grateful for. She arches a challenging brow.
Indeed. I'll remind you of that the next time you're being a complete alpha hole.
My lips quirk. I wouldn't do that. I don't enjoy having my words thrown back in my face.
Then don't give me a reason to throw them.
I fight a wider smile, forcing my features back into their serious mask before I say, "You're awfully mouthy for a beta."
And you're awfully gentle for an alpha, when you want to be,
she says as the car slows to a stop.
That was intended as a compliment, by the way.
So was mine. I motion toward the doors as they open. Shall we?
We shall,
she says, a new smile on her face, one that I like even better than her sweet smile. It's a smile that says maybe I'm not a complete alpha hole after all. That shouldn't matter. It usually wouldn't. Only a handful of people's opinions matter to me, and random women I've just met aren't anywhere on that list. But there's something about this little wolf. Something about her strength and sweetness. Something about the way she's swift to judge, but just as swift to forgive. Something that I like. And then we step out of the hallway into the nearly empty lobby of the theater, and her face lights up like her every secret wish has been granted, and I like her a little bit more.
It's so beautiful,
she says, her eyes shining as her gaze shifts from the Art Deco-inspired lobby with its elegant statues and gleaming bar to me and back again.
It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen.
Before I can respond, the orchestra launches into the overture inside the theater, and Willow's eyes go wide.
Oh, we should hurry. I don't want to miss a second of it,
she says, grinning up at me.
I'm so excited. I seriously don't know what to do with myself.
I grant myself the luxury of returning her grin and say, "You tell me what you want to drink. I'll place our order and Pierre will deliver them to our box when they're ready. And it's just the opening music. We still have plenty of time."
Okay,
she whispers, her lips pressing together as she nods.
That sounds great.
And it does, damn it.
Chapter 11. Willow. It was just a smile. People smile all the time, even alphas like Maxim Thorne. But the voice of logic is no match for the butterflies still fluttering wild wings inside me a good 15 minutes later. I suffer the effects of Maxim's smile long after we're settled in our seats and the overture is drawing to a close. He's a beautiful man, no matter what expression is currently animating his features. But Maxim, when he smiles, God, he's an angel. Or a devil. Surely, if the devil were real and in the business of wooing souls from mortal women, he would send a man like Maxim to do his dirty work. I value my soul a lot, but I would seriously consider mortgaging a teensy tiny bit of it for the chance to bask in Maxim's smile for a night. Maybe even more than a teensy tiny bit. The woman who wins that smile for keeps is going to be very lucky indeed. I'm starting to think the rest of the man isn't all bad either. He's been almost charming this evening. Of course, that might just be because he thinks I was brutally attacked last night. And I was. I wasn't lying about that part. But still, I'm starting to feel guilty, and I'm not sure for what. I absolutely deserve compassion after what I've been through, whether Pax succeeded or not. If another woman were in my place, I would emphatically insist as much and encourage her to tell as many lies as it took to get Maxim and his people to show her the mercy she deserves. But it's so much easier to show others mercy. Like so many women I know, I'm far harder on myself than I would ever be on a girlfriend. Still, the icky feeling is bad enough that I find myself brainstorming ways I might be able to break the news of what really happened to Maxim in a way that wouldn't end in getting back on his bad side. Permanently. But then the curtain rises, and Tevye takes the stage for the opening number, and I forget everything outside the world the performers are creating. They are so talented and perfectly cast. In minutes, I'm swept away in the magic. I loved every second I spent watching movie musicals with my mom and sister as a kid. But this is so much better. The energy flowing from the stage, the shared laughter and waves of emotion that pass through the audience, the way Maxim discreetly presses his linen handkerchief into my hand when the Russians rush in and ruin the wedding at the end of Act 1. I can't help tearing up. It's all so much more intense than anything you get from a screen. By the time the lights come up for intermission, I'm a wreck. But in the best way. So good, I tell Maxim, sniffing and smiling, and doing my best to wipe my eyes without smearing my mascara. I can't believe how good. It's a completely different experience than the movie, and the actors are amazing. They're all North Star Pack members? The actor playing Tevye is from the Orlando Crescent Pack. But yes, the others are all ours, Maxim says, studying my face with an almost mystified expression. I sniff again, doing my best to pull myself back together. What? Am I ridiculous? He shakes his head slowly. No, not at all, just... I press my lips together, then prompt, just... defenseless, he murmurs. Everything you think and feel shows on your face. I swallow, guilt and a whisper of fear swirling in my chest as I hope at least a few things are staying under wraps. Not everything, I say, fighting the urge to spill my guts. Confession isn't always good for the soul, and it certainly won't help me stay alive. At least not until I can figure out a way to do it without destroying the goodwill Maxim and I are building. And I'm not defenseless, just transparent. But I think that's a good thing. People shouldn't be ashamed of their feelings, and it's hard enough to form a connection with another person as it is. If you hide what you're really feeling... I shrug. Well, that makes it a lot harder to find your folks. His eyes narrow. Your folks. The people who see the world the way you see it. Who like you for you. You know, I say, allowing a teasing note to creep into my voice. Like the way you feel with the other gorgeous, grumpy, super bossy alphas. At home and in good company. His lips slide into another smile, smaller than the one before. But even sexier. It's somewhere between a smirk and a grin, and it makes my heart beat faster even before he extends his arm along the back of my chair and leans in to whisper inches from my face. Flattery will get you nowhere, little wolf. I stand my ground, refusing to shift backward when his lips move even closer to mine. Who said that was flattery? I actually prefer modestly attractive, good-tempered team players. Is that right? He asks, a smile in his voice, though I can't see it. He's too close. So close I can smell the hint of smoky bourbon on his breath, and it makes me ache for a taste. But I don't want to sip from his glass. I want to brush my lips against his, swirl my tongue through his warm mouth, discover if Maxim Thorne is as good at kissing as he is at everything else. I have a feeling he would be. A feeling he would ruin me for all other men, all other mouths. So, those are your folk, then? He continues, his breath warm and delicious on my lips. The cheery team players. I shake my head the tiniest bit, afraid to move too much for fear of breaking the spell. No, I'm not cheery all the time. And I can be a tad too independent for most team projects. I'm sure if you ask the head of my old lab, he'd say independent is just another word for difficult. I swallow, letting my tongue slip out to dampen my lips as I add, I'm not sure I've found my folks yet. But I think when I find them, they'll be kind and curious, creative and compassionate, and fearless, or pretty close to it. Are you fearless, Willow? He murmurs. No, I confess, but I want to be. And I'm about to say, I want to kiss you. I'm about to lean in and do it, make the first move with not just an alpha, but the leader of one of the most powerful packs in the world. In other words, I'm about to take my life in my hands. After something like that, Maxim would have a choice between rejecting me forcefully enough to put me in my beta place, or approving forcefully enough to establish dominance. Either one would be very bad for my future here. But before I can make a potentially devastating mistake, a loud, booming sound fills the theater, shaking the walls and sending shouts of dismay rippling through the crowd below. Maxim and I both jerk our heads toward the stage in time to see the orchestra pit explode, sending wood and pieces of instruments flying into the air.
Chapter 12. Maxim. Acting on instinct, I grab Willow by the back of the neck and push her down into the floor of the box, shielding her from flying debris. Then I order her, stay down, and stand, ripping off my suit coat and tossing it to the floor. The rest of my clothes are shredded as I shift into my wolf. I couldn't navigate a jump from this height as a man, but my wolf easily leaps from our box to the one below, and from there down to the rapidly emptying orchestra seats. The civilian members of the pack are surging toward the exits with a speed and efficiency that makes me proud. This is why we drill for emergency evacuations every month, while the guards stationed by the exits and the enforcement wolves who happened to be in the audience launch into emergency protocols. As I dash toward the orchestra pit, my junior enforcers are already helping clear the theater and sounding the tower-wide alarm, while my senior officers file in behind me in their wolf forms to offer backup. I send out a telepathic command. Ease of communication is another benefit of this form. I order the wolves on my right to circle around to the backstage area and evacuate the actors. Those on my left I instruct to search for injured in the wreckage. To Hermione, who I can sense just behind me, I say, follow me and help comb the area for more explosives. I leap over the ruined remnants of the first few rows of seats and race up a narrow chunk of wood that's separated from the apron of the stage. Reaching the top, I peer over the edge into the smoking pit, gut twisting as I spot several bodies, including our orchestra director, a major talent and one of my father's dear friends, lying still in the wreckage. I tilt my head back, mentally calling for a medical team to get here ASAP, then pick my way through the rubble to the source of the blast. The epicenter is easy to spot. The far wall of the pit sports a hole the size of one of the tubas lying on the ground. I'm guessing someone planted the bomb in the instrument storage lockers. If they detonated the device during the show, every single member of the orchestra, as well as a good portion of the front few rows of the audience, would be dead. We're lucky to get away with a handful of losses, though I'm sure the dead wolves' family and friends won't feel that way. But right now I'm thinking as a warrior, a battle strategist, and my warrior gut is screaming that this was a warning, not a full-blown attack. And then I get close enough to the source of the blast to find red powder all over the ground and what's left of the back wall. Venom. I would know the popular parallel street drug by sight, but in wolf form I can smell it too. The faint, sickeningly sweet scent that should warn any shifter worth their fur to stay far away from it. Venom smells like a corpse cloaked in violets, rot spritzed with perfume. Beneath the sweetness is a smell that warns this shit will kill you. Quickly. You don't hear many stories about venom addicts causing trouble, but that's only because they go from addicted to dead so fast, making selling V a stupid, unsustainable business decision, as well as morally bankrupt and downright villainous. But the Blood River Pack's leaders don't care. They figure there are always more addicts where the last batch came from, and care very little for the lives of anyone outside their pack. Their pack. Willow. The chances that the first bold-faced Blood River attack on my pack's territory came within 24 hours of granting Pax's mate refuge can't be a coincidence. I reach out with my mind again, calling for security forces to surround and protect Willow, who was last seen in my private box in the second-level balcony. Behind me, I hear Hermione growl low in her great white wolf's throat. I turn to her with a snarl on my lips, telepathically alerting her. Blood River did this. Find Willow, help protect her. I'll see if I can track the person who planted the bomb. Without a beat of hesitation, Hermione spins and leaps back toward the top of the pit. I turn in the other direction, jumping over the red powder to land on the other side, near the door to the musician's green room. The doorway is mounded with rubble, but there's still enough space for my wolf to squeeze through at the top. Inside, I see the room already cleared. The wolves who play in the orchestra have their own emergency protocols, and no trace of the red powder on the ground. But I can still smell it in here, and, as I hoped, the sickly scent gives me a trail to follow. I cross the room to the door leading even farther beneath the stage. The heavy, soundproof portal is closed, but I'm able to open it by shoving a paw against the lever handle without shifting back into human form. Good. I still need my wolf. My human nose wouldn't notice the faint scent of venom continuing down the dark hallway leading to the rehearsal rooms, prop storage, and theater director's office deep in the bowels of the space. But my wolf easily follows the scent through the winding hallways, past the shuttered snack bar where the actors often grabbed lunch, and toward the garage/warehouse where larger set pieces and bulk building materials are delivered and stowed. I prowl through the open cargo bay door, nostrils flaring as the smell of gasoline quickly overpowers the venom stench. It's far more intense than the scent of spilled fuel or a leaking gas tank. It burns my nose, making my eyes water as I circle around a pile of lumber to see a petite scrap of a shifter in black jeans and an oversized black t-shirt cowering on the concrete in front of the parked delivery trucks, reeking of gasoline. Fur bristling into spikes across my back. I let out a warning growl, but the intruder— I can't tell if the person is male or female or what species of shifter, only that he or she can't be more than 18 and might not be wolf, only shivers harder. Sorry, the boy, I'm fairly certain it's a boy now that he's lifted his pale, wasted face to peer at me through the shadows. Gulps.
He said he'd kill my sister if I didn't do it. I'm so sorry.
I growl again and prowl closer, not impressed with the kid's excuses. If he's telling the truth, he was given a horrible choice to make, but he still made the wrong one.
Don't,
he croaks, shaking his head back and forth.
Don't come any closer. It's going to go any second. He said I only had 10 minutes after the explosion.
10 minutes until what? And who is he? Who sent you? I send out the words telepathically, but the boy doesn't seem to hear me. He has to be Blood River Pack. The fracturing of their pack structure hasn't just led to an increasingly small number of wolves discovering their pack gift. It's also decimated the telepathic abilities most shifters are able to access in our animal form. They're a rotted, dying tribe that, as far as I'm concerned, can't implode soon enough. But until the day they destroy themselves, they're also dangerous. I have to figure out how this boy breached our defenses and make sure it never happens again. I'm shifting into human form to ask my questions in a language he'll understand when he suddenly bursts into flames. It happens so fast I barely have time to duck back behind the lumber pile before the kid is on his back, screaming and writhing as fire races across his skin. The smell of burning hair and clothes and a darker, sicker smell I don't want to name fills the air. Less than a minute later, the sprinkler system hisses on, spraying the entire room with water, but it's too late for the boy. Thanks to the gasoline accelerating the fire charm he must have been carrying, he's already so much charred meat and ash. Stomach turning, I press a fist to my mouth and nose and cross to the phone on the wall by the forklift. Lifting it, I dial the command center. An operator answers in the middle of the first ring with a brisk, "Central, it's Maxim, requesting backup and a forensics team in the theater delivery bay as soon as the tower is locked down," I say, adding before the operator can respond. "And put me through to Hermione's comm."
"Yes, sir,"
he says, then adds quickly,
"Lockdown is currently at 65%, and we should have a team to you in 5.
"Excellent," I say, relieved by the news. The fact that our tower was breached is a fucking embarrassment, but at least we're circling the wagons at an impressive speed. A beat later, Hermione is on the line with less encouraging news.
"She's gone, Maxim,"
Hermione says without bothering to sugarcoat the news.
"No sign of her in the booth or anywhere in the theater. Her rooms are also empty."
Cursing beneath my breath, I begin pacing back and forth, thoughts racing. It was all a diversion to get to her.
"Looks like it," Hermione says. "Or she's hiding somewhere we haven't thought to look yet."
"No," I say, dismissing the idea. "She wouldn't hide."
"I don't think so either. But we've locked down almost all the exits from the second story down. The only 2 unsecured points are the theater cargo bay."
"No, I'm here," I cut in. "There's no way she could have been taken out this way before I got down here."
"And the balcony on the 4th floor."
Hermione continues without missing a beat.
"If they have the right equipment, they might be able to get her out that way."
"Send a team," I say. "I want you to meet me on the roof. Bring Briggs and Denver if they're close."
"Be there in 5,
she says, hanging up without questions or commentary. But she's a pro, and always keeps a level head during a crisis. I hang up the phone and jog back toward the rehearsal rooms and the elevator close by, hoping my gut is steering me straight. If I were trying to throw a rival pack off balance long enough to spirit a woman away via helicopter, I would arrange for an explosion and a terrorist catching fire as far from the roof as possible. If I'm wrong, or if they've already taken Willow, or worse than taken her, I dart into the elevator and slam the button for the roof and the override button to make sure no one else can summon the car at the same time. Then I curl my hands into fists and wait to be delivered to the top floor, refusing to think about what I'll do if they've killed my little wolf right under my nose. Sane or not, that's how I think of her. as mine. And no one takes what's mine without paying the price. And if they've hurt her, they'll pay in blood.
Chapter 13. Willow. 1 minute, I'm running down the stairs to the lower lobby, determined to get to the orchestra section and help the injured. The next, thick arms are around me, a sweaty hand is over my mouth, and I'm being hauled into a tiny room that smells of sour beer and hot pretzels. I thrash against my attacker, wide eyes scanning the dimly lit space, trying to find something I can use as a weapon. I spot an empty vodka bottle on a counter. I must be in a prep room by the lower lobby's bar, and determined to get my fingers wrapped around it at the first opportunity. In the meantime, I intend to scream as loud as possible. I cry out against the hand, but it's so large it almost completely muffles the sound. Anyone beyond this room would be hard-pressed to hear me, even if it was quiet out there. And it's not. People are shouting, crying, and running for cover, focused on getting themselves and the people they love to safety, not saving a woman on the verge of being kidnapped. That's what this is. Pax or Victor must have sent this man, even though he doesn't smell like a wolf. It's the only thing that makes sense. Which means, if Sweaty Hand Dude succeeds in getting me out of the North Star Tower, I'm a dead woman. And not just dead, but slowly and miserably dead. The Alphas will torture me to death, publicly, an example to anyone else foolish enough to think they can take their fate into their own hands. Adrenaline dumping into my bloodstream, I curl my right leg into my chest and shoot it backward into my attacker's knee. He bends with a groan, and his hand slips from my mouth. A beat later, I'm out of his arms with my fingers around the vodka bottle. I spin, bringing it down as hard and fast as I can on his head. Once, twice. It's classy vodka, the kind that comes in thick, heavy glass. It doesn't shatter until the third blow. Thankfully, the giant man falls to his hands and knees a second later, groaning and weaving back and forth. I don't stay to see if he's going to pass out or not. I shove my hands against the bar on the door in front of me and explode out into the chaos. People are still running for cover, moving swiftly past me toward the multiple sets of doors on the other side of the main lobby. Heart slamming, I search the faces racing toward me for someone who looks like they're in charge. An enforcement officer, or even one of the theater staff who might know where we can hide to call for backup. But these people are all theater-goers like me, and many of them are elderly or carrying children in their arms. I can't ask them to stop and help, not when Sweaty Palms could be up and out of that room at any moment. As if summoned by my dread-filled thoughts, the door to the food prep room opens, and Sweaty staggers out, blood dripping from a cut on his temple, down the side of his cheek. A woman running past almost collides with him, but veers away at the last moment, crying out in surprise as she gets a better look at his face. "Call for help!" I shouted her as she passes me. "He's with the people who planted the bomb!" I don't know that for sure. I've never seen this guy in my life and have no idea if he's into explosives. But odds are that the bombing and my kidnapping are connected. Which means my presence here is responsible for who knows how many injured wolves. Maybe even dead wolves. Innocent people, whose only sin was wanting to sit up front at the theater. Bile rises in my throat as I scan the area for another weapon, determined not to let this guy get away. I'll subdue him until help arrives, and then we'll find out who he is, why he's here, and what can be done to make sure the North Star Pack isn't targeted again. If it means sending me back to the parallel to die, so be it. But I'm going on my own terms, damn it, not as this thug's prisoner. Figuring a liquor bottle served me well enough the first time, I sprint for the bar, aiming myself toward it at an angle to keep the most distance between Sweaty and myself as possible. He's already spotted me, and is on the move, stumbling forward with his arms held out to his sides, like he's dizzy and struggling to maintain his balance. Hopping up onto the counter, I swing my legs over to the other side and slide down, lunging forward to grab the biggest bottle from the selection of alcohol lined up on the counter. The bottle is full of dark liquid, bourbon, I think, and has a menacing-looking octopus on the front. Taking that as a good sign, I turn, lifting it over my head, ready to bring the mean octopus pain. But Sweaty is nowhere to be seen. Pulse hiccuping, my gaze darts back and forth, scanning the rapidly emptying lobby. But there's no sign of him. I'm about to sneak forward to check the other side of the counter. He could be crouched behind it, hiding or passed out on the carpet. When two giant paws pop into view, braced on the counter between the two cash registers. Not long after, the head of a massive tiger rises between them. I scramble backwards until my back is against the far side of the snack bar and the liquor bottle drops from my hand to thud onto the carpet by my feet. I won't be saving myself with bourbon this time. This thing is easily the biggest big cat I've ever seen, with glittering amber eyes and incisors as big as my hand that it bears with a growl that vibrates my ribs. So, that's why Sweaty didn't smell like a wolf. He's not a wolf. He's a massive tiger with paws bigger than my head, and he's going to gobble me up in one gulp like that evil tiger in that book I loved as a kid. It's already pushing onto its paws, rising higher into the air. It'll be over the counter and on top of me any second now. I have to do something, have to distract it long enough to get back over the counter, shift, and run. My wolf, ironically, is as dainty and lithe as my human body is curvy and solid, but she's fast. Probably not fast enough to outrun Sweaty the Sabertooth, but in an open area I'll at least have a shot. Here, I'm an appetizer, waiting to be plucked from a tray. Sweaty's cat muscles coil in prelude to a pounce, and I do the only thing I can think of that might throw him off his game for a second or two. Lunging forward, I grab the soda gun dispenser, jam my thumb down on the trigger, and lift it up to spray something brown and diet-smelling straight into the tiger's eyes. It roars and jerks to the left, sliding off the counter. As soon as the path is clear, I leap between the cash registers, kicking off my heels as I jump onto the carpet. Barefoot, I run for the doors as I reach for the bottom of my dress. I'll have to get it off before I shift. Unlike Maxim, my wolf isn't big enough to rip through my clothes. At least, not completely. It's more likely I'll get trapped in the stretchy fabric and give Sweaty a tasty, gift-wrapped treat to devour. I tug at the skirt, but I've barely managed to get it up to my waist when a very naked and goddamned magnificent Maxim appears in the open lobby doors to my left. Chapter 14. Willow. Gone is the billionaire in a suit. In his place is primal male power and perfection. He looks like a hero sent to save the day, and, true to form, before I can shout out a warning about the monster behind me, he's shifted into a big, black-furred wolf. And damn, but his wolf is also magnificent, gorgeous, and terrifying in a way I'm so grateful for right now. He races past me, headed straight into the teeth and claws of danger, an almost equally powerful white wolf not far behind him. More wolves stream through the doors and forward to offer aid as I turn, watching Maxim launch himself at Sweaty, landing on the tiger's back as it tries to turn and run. I see Maxim's bared teeth dig deep into the nape of the tiger's neck, hear the cat roar, and then the white wolf joins the fray. And then another wolf and another, until it's a big puppy pile with Sweaty on the bottom. But it's not a cute puppy pile, like the ones at the toddler playground today. It's lethal. I'm not surprised when, just a few minutes later, the wolves prowl away from Sweaty, leaving his now human form limp and lifeless on the floor. A knot in my throat, I hurry forward, brushing past two wolves who try to block me with their muzzles, and falling to the carpet by the man's prone form. I reach out, pressing 2 fingers to his neck, holding my breath until I feel the faint, thready pump of his pulse, and words emerge in a rush. Get a medical unit down here, now. We have to get him stabilized. We don't want him dying on us before we can figure out who hired him and what he was here for. I think we know who he was here for, Maxim says. I glance up to find him once again in his human form, studying me with narrowed eyes. But before I can respond, he jerks his head at someone behind me. She's right. Get medical down here. Fast. We can't interrogate a dead man. Shoulders slumping with relief, I sit back on my heels, knowing there's nothing I can do for the man without medical supplies. The wounds at Sweaty's neck aren't bleeding freely anymore. Some healing occurred during his shift into his human form, and anything beyond applying pressure is out of my hands right now. You, come with me, Maxim says, circling around to stand beside me. Until we're sure we have everyone involved in this in custody, it's not safe for you to be alone. I stand on shaking legs, grateful for the surprisingly gentle arm Maxim wraps around me, offering support. Hermione, take point on completing the lockdown and coordinating the second sweep to make sure all threats are clear, he continues. Drake, the tiger's yours. Keep a team on him until he's cleared by medical for interrogation. Nix, check in on my father and Diana and get back to me. I'll be in my rooms. Without waiting for confirmation that his orders will be obeyed, of course they will, he's Maxim. He turns, guiding me across the carpet toward the lobby doors. I risk a glance up at his face as we walk, but he doesn't seem angry with me. Just on high alert. He's in contain the tragedy mode. What happens when the crisis is contained, and he has a chance to process that all of this is my fault, remains to be seen. Here, let's put this down, he says, as we stop beside the bank of elevators. Before I can ask him what he means, he reaches down, tugging my skirt, which I only now realize is up around my waist, down over my bottom and thighs. There. More comfortable? I swallow, keeping my eyes very deliberately on his face as I say, You're completely naked. He nods. I am, but partly undressed is different. More naked than naked, don't you think? I don't know, I say, continuing to make an effort not to look at his sculpted chest, his powerful thighs, or the equally intimidating length between them. Even flaccid, his cock is a beast. Thick, long, a slightly darker tan than the rest of his skin, and surrounded by a close-cropped nest of black hair I find inexplicably sexy. Pubic hair is natural, of course, but in what little experience I've had with it, I can't say I've ever found it all that appealing. But now, I do. I want to study every part of Maxim, including his beautiful and beastly cock, like an artist preparing for a portrait. But now isn't the time or the place. There's never going to be a time or a place, not after what happened today. I'm sorry, I whisper, cheeks going hot with shame. Here I am thinking obscene things about Maxim's body when members of his pack are lost forever. What are you sorry for? He asks calmly. The bomb, I say. I have a feeling it was a distraction so that man could take me. It's my fault your people are dead. We've had no casualties. At least not yet. 2 of the men who were in the orchestra pit when it exploded are in bad shape, but they're breathing and receiving the best care. Stars willing, they'll pull through. He exhales. And it isn't your fault. It's mine. My security should be tighter. I have no idea how these people got in, but no one else will be breaching our defenses. We're going into Stage 4 lockdown, which means you won't be allowed to leave your rooms at all, even with an escort. Not until we sort out what the hell this was all about. So far, the puzzle pieces aren't coming together. I understand, I say. The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. I take the hand he offers, relishing the big, safe feel of his palm wrapped around mine as we step inside and he hits the button for our floor. It's weird, holding his hand, but also weirdly right. I'm not sure why he's not angry with me, but he's calm enough that I feel comfortable asking, what are the puzzle pieces? Because I admit, I didn't expect that guy to be a tiger shifter. As far as I know, Pax and Victor's allies are all wolves. They're pretty anti-cat, actually. They seem to buy into the Cats are lazy, selfish, and untrustworthy stereotype. He grunts. It's a stereotype for a reason. I shift to face him more fully as we zoom upwards. Come on. You don't really think that. Cat shifters are all different, just like wolves. I don't know many cats personally, but the ones I've met were really cool. He arches a challenging brow, and I admit, except the guy tonight, he was awful. But you stood your ground and fought back. His gaze sweeps up and down my frame as he gives my hand a squeeze. You're tougher than you look, little wolf. Thanks, I say, biting my lip as the elevator comes to a stop and we step out into the hall. I expect him to release my hand, but he doesn't. And I don't mind. In fact, I could see holding his hand quickly becoming one of my favorite things. I can't remember the last time I felt so safe and connected. Things have definitely shifted between us, a fact he proves as he says, yes, the fact that at least one of the shifters who breached our defenses was a cat is strange. My brows shoot up. There was more than one? Yes, the young shifter who set off the bomb and later lit himself on fire. I wince in horror. How awful. Indeed, he agrees. And we spotted an incoming helicopter from the roof not long after the explosion. But it turned around before we could get a good look at who was inside. But it was a luxury aircraft, very sleek, very expensive. Even to rent. I don't see why Pax and Victor would drop that much money to come fetch a wayward mate. I frown. Well, they might have done it to show off. To show they're as wealthy as you are, though I'm pretty sure they're not, but I trail off with a shake of my head. But you're right, it feels off. Why hire non-wolves, and why turn this into an attack before they even tried to make a deal? They have to know that if this is pinned on them, it will be war between the two packs. And Victor isn't ready for war. Our enforcers are spread too thin. He's picked too many fights in the parallel already, and lost men he couldn't afford to lose because of it. Maxim stops in front of an unfamiliar door. So my spies tell me. But one piece of the puzzle does point to Blood River. When the bomb went off, it blew venom all over the orchestra pit. I scowl as he touches his ring to the panel above the door handle. What? That's weird. Why fill the bomb with venom? It's not going to hurt anyone unless they mix it with some sort of solvent and swallow it. Maybe as a calling card. He opens the door and motions me inside. Maybe they wanted to make sure I knew who was responsible. Maybe. I step through, chewing on my lip as I pad barefoot through the cool marble entryway into a massive living space dominated by uber-masculine furniture in dark browns and grays, arranged to face the floor-to-ceiling picture windows. It's much what I would have expected from a Maxim room, but the couch and chairs are overstuffed, plush, and thick blankets are draped over the ends of the couch and the arms of the chair. It's cozy, in a very manly, alpha kind of way that's sort of adorable. I like your place, I say, turning to take in the big screen on the wall, what looks like a vintage record player in the corner, and a finely appointed bar set into the wall. Thank you, he says, walking into the room from the entryway in a black satin robe. Thank God. Partially clothed Maxim is much easier to talk to than naked Maxim. I decorated it myself. I smile. Good. He arches a brow as he crosses to the bar. Why is that good? Just because, I say, not ready to admit that this room hints at his soft side, the one I really like. At least what I've glimpsed of it so far. I cover by crossing my arms and picking up where we left off. You could be right about the calling card, but my gut says Victor would want at least plausible deniability. He'd want a shot at getting in, getting me out, and getting away with it. I'm sure he's pissed about what I did to Pax, but I seriously doubt he wants to start a war over a low-level pack member, and a woman, no less. Not much respect for the fairer sex in your pack, is there? He motions toward the row of crystal decanters. Bourbon, whiskey, port. Water? I ask, not missing the way his lips twitch in response. What? I'm a lightweight. More than one drink and I won't be able to focus on solving this mystery. No, I agree. Water's the best choice. I'll join you. On the rocks, then? Yes, please, I say. And no, there isn't much respect for women in my pack. We don't have a single female alpha. Victor says a woman being an alpha is like a man giving birth. Impossible. It's pretty much the Dark Ages over there. You should talk to my sister. Tell her how evolved we are. He clinks ice into 2 glasses and fills them with water from the small sink at the wet bar. She's always going on about how shameful it is that we've never had a female leader. I'm pretty sure she's planning to challenge me for Pack Alpha as soon as she turns 21. I huff. Doubtful. He shrugs. I agree. But she is frustrated by the pace of progress. He crosses the space between us and extends a glass my way. Thank you, I say, lifting the water to my lips and gulping, mostly to cover the thoughts suddenly racing through my head regarding his sister. Diana is dating a cat shifter, secretly, without her brother's knowledge. Could that have something to do with tonight's attack? Is it possible I wasn't the target? I suppose Diana and I might look enough alike if you were following us out of the Alpha's private box from behind. We both have dark hair, and the heels I was wearing would have brought me nearly up to her height. I'm far curvier than the slender teen, but in all the chaos the man sent to do the kidnapping might not have noticed. I'm tempted to say something to Maxim, but force the words back down my throat. Diana told me that secret in strict confidence, and made it clear there would be serious fallout if her brother found out she's dating a cat. Until I check in with her and have more than a hunch to confirm she's the one in danger, I should keep my mouth shut. Especially now that Maxim's cracking this window. So, you're open to allowing me to speak to your sister? I ask, arching a brow. I thought I was supposed to keep my mouth shut if she showed up unannounced in my rooms again. He nods. You are. But if I arrange for you two to meet, you can speak freely. And might you arrange that? I ask, trying not to sound too eager. Because I would like to talk to her again. She seems like a great kid who could maybe use a woman to talk to. She has Hermione, and her tutors, and her friends, he says, but I catch the hint of doubt in his tone. Hermione is great. But Diana's probably known her all her life, right? When he gives a slight nod to confirm, I continue. And tutors are paid to help her, and her friends are probably as confused about life and love and growing up as she is. Trust me, talking to a woman who's a little older and wiser can really help keep a girl's feet on the ground. I had a girlfriend who was in grad school while I was an undergrad. She kept me sane and out of trouble. Were you the sort to go looking for trouble, Willow? He asks, in that soft, husky voice of his. The one that makes me want to confess all my secrets, no matter how stupid that would be. I shake my head as I spin my water glass slowly in my hands. No, I wasn't. I was just stubborn, I guess. I wanted to do things my way, even if that way was against the rules. And why's that? I shrug. I just felt like I knew things sometimes, that I knew what was true and right. It was like a voice in my head, demanding I do what it said to do. My conscience, I guess? Going against it was hard. I believe that. He reaches out, brushing a stray hair from my forehead. Speaking of breaking the rules, I told you to stay put in the box. Since you were attacked in the lower lobby, I'm assuming you chose to ignore that order? I swallow. I was going down to check on the wounded, to see if I could help. I have first aid training and a fair bit of medical knowledge I picked up from helping my friends in pre-med study. I thought maybe I could save someone, or at least make them more comfortable while they waited for a real doctor. But you were told to stay put, he insists. You disobeyed an order from your alpha. If you want to be a member of this pack someday, you need to learn that my command trumps everything else. My instincts are your instincts. I know I should quit while I'm ahead, but I can't seem to stop my lips from moving. But what if they're not? What if the voice inside is screaming for me to go help people, even if I know it will make you mad? What if it insists I take action? How am I supposed to ignore that? Practice, he says, taking my glass from my hand. And we can start working on that now. Go sit in the armchair, make yourself comfortable, and close your eyes. I'll be with you in a moment. But what about the attack, I ask? Surely you have more important things to do than... Strike one, he cuts in, motioning toward the chair. Get to 3, and you'll earn yourself a punishment. I'd rather not be punished, if that's okay, I whisper. It's already been a scary night. His gaze softens the tiniest bit, but he doesn't back down. He just nods toward the chair and says, do as you're told, and no more scary things will happen to you tonight. I believe he means it, but he has no idea how terrifying he is. And not because he's the big bad alpha. It's the other side of him that scares me the most. The one that I know I could develop a brutally pointless crush on pretty quick. Hell, I'm already halfway there. A fact that becomes undeniable once I'm in the chair with my eyes closed, and Maxim's hands come to rest on my shoulders, setting my body on fire with even that simple touch. Damn. I'm in trouble. Big trouble.
Chapter 15. Maxim. Tell her the truth. She deserves to know. It's her body, her gift. The voice of my conscience is insistent, but so much softer than the voice of curiosity that compels me to take advantage of Willow's innocence, to get as much information as I can from her before she learns how to control her emerging talent. If just a few hours in the company of a large number of wolves was enough to coax out the first stirrings of her pack gift, by the time it's fully formed, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. And I confess, I'm surprised. For all her stubbornness, Willow exudes gentleness and compassion, and a degree of submission, too. I wouldn't have pegged her as a pathfinder, but the way her eyes were glowing as we spoke leaves no doubt that's where her talent lies. Pathfinders are unique alphas. The pack's lucky to get 1 or 2 in each generation. Our last pathfinder, Rake, was killed in a car accident not long after I was born, but his name is familiar to me. My father mentions it often enough, how much he misses his talks with Rake, how comforting it was to get confirmation that his plans were in alignment with the path already set by the stars. Pathfinders can instinctively sense truth from fiction, and the best choice to make in any given situation. Eventually, with practice, they can learn to predict problems and their solutions before they arise. In its earliest incarnation, the gift is marked by a strong, personal moral compass. As it matures, it manifests in flashes of insight accompanied by a glow in the eyes that earlier generations assumed meant anything said while the finder's eyes were alight was to be obeyed without question. Our people eventually learned that many could learn to control the flash in their eyes, making the glow of an untrustworthy pathfinder suspect. Just like any other gift, it can be perverted or used for personal gain. But not when the gift is so new the gifted doesn't even know it's happening. At least for now, for tonight, and until she's trained, Willow will be my window into the future and her intentions without even knowing it. Resting my hands on her shoulders, I exhale, thoughts racing as I try to choose the best question to test my little wolf. And just like that, it comes to me. This little wolf isn't as little as she seems, and she might know more about her own destiny than even she realizes. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, I say, and I want you to answer honestly. Can you do that for me, Willow?
I'll try,
she murmurs, her breath coming faster than it was before. But whether it's because of nerves or the electricity humming between us, I can't say. That's another thing about Pathfinders. They're alleged to be absolutely irresistible in bed. Not that I'll ever find out. Because I'm not going to sleep with Willow, no matter how much the smell of her getting turned on as I rub gentle fingers into her tight muscles drives me wild. First, open your eyes. I wait until she looks up, meeting my gaze as I lean forward over the back of the chair. Her lips quirk.
You look different upside down. Is this part of your plan to make me so nervous I'll do anything you tell me to do?
You should do anything I tell you to do regardless, I remind her, but it's hard to sound intimidating when I'm getting hard for her, just from looking into her damned eyes. First question. In your ideal future, where do you see yourself fitting into our pack? Her expression sobers.
Well, like I said, I have my master's in chemistry and I'm good at what I do. I think I could be useful to—
No, I cut in. I don't mean your profession. I mean, do you see yourself as an Omega, fulfilled by selfless service, as a Beta facilitator of your pack leader's vision, or as an Alpha, helping to lead and protect the people? She hesitates a beat, and I remind her. The truth. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. Tell me what you truly believe. You won't be punished for that. I give you permission to speak freely. She pulls in a breath and lets it out slowly.
I know this isn't a trick question, but I've never—
I hold her gaze, hopefully making it clear partial answers aren't an option.
I've never said it out loud.
She adds in a rush.
To anyone, even myself. Until this exact minute, it's only been in my head, but—
She takes another breath, bites her lip, and then says,
I'm an Alpha, Maxim, not a Beta. I've suspected that for a while, but now I'm sure of it. I know I'm not the typical big, badass defender type, but that's what feels true.
I nod, keeping my expression carefully neutral as her eyes begin to glow gold around the pupil again. Hypothesis tested, results conclusive, and illuminating in their own right. Not all Alphas are big and badass on the outside, I say softly. Some are big and badass on the inside. Hope mixes with the light in her eyes, making them look even more beautiful.
Yeah?
Her lips quirk.
You think I'm an inner badass?
I don't know you well enough to say for certain, but my instinct is yes. It takes bravery to run from everything you've ever known and jump off a bridge in the middle of the night. I arch a brow. And for a Beta, you spend an awful lot of time shooting challenging looks my way.
Does that bother you?
She asks, nibbling on her lip again. Not as much as that. I reach down, gently urging her lip free from her teeth before smoothing the pad of my thumb across the warm skin. My swollen cock grows even fatter, thicker in response, further tenting my thin robe and making me grateful for the chair in front of my hips. No need for Willow to know how much I want to bend her over the couch cushions and take her from behind. How much I want to drag my teeth over her neck, her shoulders, and to feel her pussy gripping me tight as she comes for her alpha, the only one strong enough to top her. How much I wanted to be my seed inside her instead of Pax's. I've never thought much about children, never felt the urge to breed a woman, any woman, but this little wolf does things to me. If the stars hadn't given her to Pax, I would wonder if maybe, just maybe, she was meant to be mine.
Stop biting my lip,
she whispers, her mouth moving against my skin.
I'll work on that.
Good. I brush my thumb back across the sweet fullness again, longing to push between her lips, to feel her suck on the digit the way I want her to suck on something else. An image of Willow on her knees, begging for me to fuck her mouth, flashes on my mental screen, and a wave of desire courses through me. It's so intense I'm not sure I'd still be standing without the chair to hold me up. And when I look down at Willow, her breath is coming faster, and her nipples are beaded tight beneath the fabric of her dress. Her thighs press together and release, seeking friction, and the scent of aroused female is strong enough for me to smell the salty sweetness teasing at my nose. And even though I know I shouldn't, that this isn't what I need to learn from her, I can't help asking. "And what about us?" I whisper. "What do you see in our future, little wolf?" Her throat works as she swallows.
Please, don't make me answer that.
"Why not?" I ask, knowing I'm playing with fire but unable to stop myself. "Are you planning to kill me in my sleep? Or maybe my father instead?"
No, I would never do that to you or anyone else,"
she says with a flash of light in her eyes. I didn't truly suspect her of anything ominous, but still, it's nice to get confirmation that she truly means me and mine no harm. Maybe that's enough for now. Maybe I should let her off the hook, stop stoking this flame, and get her back to her own quarters before things get even more complicated. But I don't say a word. I wait, holding her gaze as I whisper, "Tell me, Willow." Her breath shudders out.
"I can't."
"You must, and you will, or you'll be punished."
"How will you punish me?"
she asks, clearly weighing her options. "In a way you won't enjoy. Not even a little bit." Her lips press together, but after a beat, she sighs.
"Fine, I see us becoming friends. Maybe even good friends."
I narrow my eyes on her, which are still beautiful, but not glowing. Not even a little bit. "You're lying."
"How do you know? You can't read minds, can you?"
"I can read yours," I say, pushing on before she can speak again. "Last chance to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. Don't be afraid."
"I'm not afraid,"
she says softly.
"I'm embarrassed."
Fuck, if she says what I think she's going to say, the chances that I'm not going to do something rash are slim to none. This is my last chance to slam on the brakes before we go zooming off the road and into the canyon. Instead, I issue a soft challenge. We're not children. We're human. And shyness doesn't become a woman who wants to take her place in alpha leadership. A mixture of irritation and shame fills her striking green eyes, but it slowly morphs into pure determination as she whispers,
"All right, I'll tell you what I see, Maxim. I see you on top of me and behind me, and in a dozen other positions I didn't even know existed until you asked me that question. I see your hands all over me, your mouth on mine, and your—"
I'm on her before she can finish. I don't remember circling around the chair, but suddenly I'm kneeling between my glowing girl's knees, cupping her face in my hands and dragging her down for a kiss. The second her lips crash into mine, I know I'm never going to let her go. She might have been mate-claimed by another, but from tonight until my last night, she's mine. Mine to taste and seduce and fuck and pleasure until she knows that her place will always be by my side. In my bed, under me and over me, and all the places she fits so well because she was made for me. I've never had such an instant, profound reaction to a woman before, but as I guide Willow down to the carpet and roll on top of her, our mouths mating with a hunger that makes my bones ache with the need to possess her, I don't question that this is who we are now. Her glowing eyes confirmed that we're going to be lovers. And why put something so fucking irresistible off for later when I can be balls deep in her tonight? Unless... Will it hurt you? I growl against her lips as my hand drags up her thigh, moving beneath her dress.
"Will what hurt me?"
she pants, moaning as I cup her sex through her panties. "Are you sore?" injured from, I cut off. Her mate isn't worthy to lick the soles of her shoes, let alone have his name spoken when we're together like this. I don't want to hurt you, little wolf. There are no punishments for when we're together like this. When I fuck you, you will feel only pleasure and the sweetest kind of pain. She tenses beneath me, her thighs clenching together, trapping my hand on her hot sex before they release just as quickly. She scoots a few inches across the carpet, away from my fingers.
I can't, Maxim. Not yet. I'm not ready. I want you, but I need time.
Because you're in pain? I stay where I am, not ready to release her just yet. She feels too good like this, under me, submissive to me. Mine.
No, not physical pain,
she says.
I just need some time to adjust to the fact that you're not a monster who's going to steal my baby and kick me out on the street.
I grunt. Who said I wasn't? Her eyes go wide and her jaw goes slack.
So that's still on the table? Seriously? After you've been so nice all night?
I haven't been nice, and I don't intend to be nice. I shift forward, knee her thighs apart, and settle my hips between them, relishing the way her breath rushes out, and her eyes dilate as my bare cock presses against her core through her panties and my open robe. I intend to do what's best for my peck. If that includes making a place for you, so be it. If that turns out not to be so, however, I won't hesitate to kick you out.
Is that so?
She challenges, shooting daggers at me with her eyes, even as she begins to move beneath me, grinding against my dick. That's so. She huffs.
You're being an alpha hole again?
But you still want my cock in use so badly your pussy is dripping, little one. I whisper. Don't bother denying it. I can smell you, how ripe and ready you are for me to fuck you. Her breath shudders out.
Physical attraction doesn't mean anything. I can hate you and want to sleep with you at the same time, apparently. Thanks for introducing me to the weird and not so wonderful world of wanting to kiss a person I can't stand.
You want to do more than kiss me. I skim a hand down the center of her chest until I reach the V-neck on her dress. I hook my finger under it and drag the fabric down, holding her gaze until I've tugged it far enough to reveal the black satin bra beneath. Only then do I look down, gliding fingertips over the top of her full breasts above the fabric as I murmur, "You want me to touch you here? To lick and suck and bite your nipples? To make you wild and shameless enough to beg for what you want?"
I don't,
she lies.
I want you to let me go back to my room so I can take a shower and wash the stink of you off of me.
Tell me you love the way I smell. Tell me my scent makes you wet every time we're in the same room.
You told me not to lie.
She shoots back, but she squirms beneath me again, rubbing against my cock, her breath catching as I thrust forward, giving her a taste of the friction she craves. Tell me you can't be near me without getting wet, and I'll get you off, I say, plucking at her nipple through her bra, not missing the hitch in her breath as her lips part.
The only off I want to get is you off of me,
she says, but her voice is weak, thin, and she's rocking more shamelessly against me now, losing the battle against her own desire. Tell me, and you could be coming in seconds. I jerk the cup of her bra down, revealing her abundant breast and a tight rosebud nipple that's practically begging for my attention. I answer its silent plea, capturing it between my fingers and rolling it in slow circles that draw a strangled, hungry sound from low in her throat. "Damn you," she breathes, bucking into me as I grind deeper, pinning her to the carpet with my dick. Last chance, little wolf. Tell me what I want to hear, or I'm going to send you to your room without relief, and with your hands tied behind you so you can't even take care of yourself. And then I'll come visit you later. I pinch her nipple harder and play with these exquisitely sensitive nipples a little more, just to make sure you dream of me tonight. She moans low in her throat as she fists handfuls of my robe in her hands.
Fine, I'll say it, but I don't mean it.
I'll be the judge of that. I circle my hips, grinding my throbbing erection against her clit as her breath comes faster.
I love the way you smell,
she says, her bottom lip trembling and her pupils so large I could drown in them. And there it is, that glow that proves she means every word.
I love the way you look at me. I love the sound of your voice, so deep I can feel it vibrating against my skin.
She whimpers low in her throat, and her arms begin to tremble as the pace of our delicious adolescent dry fucking grows faster, more urgent.
I might as well stop wearing panties altogether because every time you look at me I get wet. I'm constantly hot and aching and... Oh, God,
she gasps.
Oh, God, Maxim, God.
She bows beneath me, shuddering and shaking as she comes so hard I swear I can feel her pleasure echoing in my skin. I'm dying to rip the soaked lace between her legs from her body and get my cock inside her. The need to fuck her, claim her, mark her with my scent and my cum is as fierce and primal a thing as I've ever felt. The human part of me wants to honor her wishes, to wait, but my wolf is wild with hunger. He's frantic, frothing, half mad with the need to rut and spill himself inside this soft little wolf whose pussy smells like the best thing in the entire world. I honestly can't say which side of me would have won in the end. I like to think my civilized, compassionate, always in control alpha would have asserted itself the way it usually does, but I'm not positive that would have been the case. I should be grateful for the urgent pounding on the door and Hermione's voice insisting there's been a development and I'm needed right away. Instead, it's all I can do not to verbally rip my second-in-command's head off. Exerting Herculean control, I growl. I'll be down to command in 5 minutes.
Make it 3,
Hermione says, proving it must be something big.
And I've sent for your father, too. He should see this.
Very big, then, and serious. My father is still fragile, weak, and exhausted by 8 o'clock most nights after spending hours every afternoon with his physical therapist. If Hermione wants to drag him out of his bed, then this is next-level shit that requires not 1, but 2 alphas, and preferably one with upwards of 30 years' experience managing this pack. I'll be there, I shout tightly as Willow rearranges her dress, covering her breasts once more, which is absolutely for the best. But I still have to fight the urge to jerk the fabric down again and insist she stays bare to her alpha as long as her alpha wants her to be bare.
If you want me to escort Willow back to her room, I can do that now,
Hermione says, proving she's fucking psychic. But then she can probably smell us through the door. We're both keyed up and giving off mating scents like crazy. Crazy. That's what this is, what she's making me feel, and the sooner I remove myself from her company, the better. That's absolutely the right call, but I have to fight to force the proper response from my lips. Yes, she'll be there in a moment, I add in a softer voice to Willow. I'll have the phone turned on in your room. Press 0 for the operator. They'll connect you to room service so you can order something to eat. She nods, still dazed and breathless, but when I stand, adjust my robe to cover myself as best I can, and reach a hand down to help her up, she doesn't take it, She scoots back on her bottom, then stands on her own, brushing her hands nervously over her dress to smooth it.
I don't think we should touch,
she says, looking everywhere but at my face.
I don't know what that was. I've never felt so out of control from kissing.
Then you haven't been kissing the right men, I say dryly, feigning calm, though I'm still hard as marble and about 3 seconds from rushing her, wrapping her legs around my waist and nailing her against the wall. I've never felt this out of control either, but there's no time to analyze the issue now. I have a pack to take care of. I motion toward the door. Hermione's outside. Go. I'll check in on you later if I'm able. Tomorrow at the latest. She nods and runs a trembling hand over her hair. Okay. She starts to go, but spins back before she reaches the door. Maxim, if it's something about the cat shifters, if they're behind the attack, will you tell me? Why? I ask, narrowing my eyes on her suddenly guilty-looking face. I want to help figure out the puzzle, to see why this happened so we can keep it from happening again, she says, but her pretty green eyes don't light up from inside. They stay cool and dim, and I remind my stupid body that she can't be trusted. Not yet. Not until I learn all her secrets. Because she's keeping secrets, of that I'm certain, even before I join my second-in-command in the enforcer offices a few minutes later and see the security camera footage frozen on the screen. The image is of a woman who looks far more like Willow than I remember. She's changed since I saw her last. But that's Kelly. No doubt in my mind. Kelly breaking into our artifacts room just seconds after the bomb exploded, taking advantage of our pack's distraction to fill her bag and creep out through the ventilation system without being noticed. Willow's sister was part of this attack. And what are the chances it's just a coincidence that Kelly came back from the dead 24 hours after her sister showed up under my roof? Slim to fucking none is the answer to that. But I need more answers. A lot fucking more. Like, what did she take? What does she want? And most importantly, where is my brother? Because I can't believe Bane had anything to do with this. My brother would never hurt our people. Never. And I know exactly where to start my investigation. As soon as my dad's attendant rolls his wheelchair into the room, I nod toward the offices down the hall. We have to talk, Dad, now. We do, he agrees. His tired eyes are more haunted than I can remember seeing them, even after my brother left. My father's a good-natured man, tough but fair, and always looking for an excuse to smile. But he's not smiling now, and neither am I. It's time he shared the rest of the North Star Alpha secrets with me. Past time.
Chapter 16. Willow. Back in my room, I take the first freezing cold shower of my life. I'm not usually the type who needs cold showers to cool down, but I don't usually lose control the way I did tonight. I almost had unprotected sex with a man I've known less than 48 hours. That would be bad enough on its own, considering I have no idea what kind of exotic cooties Maxim might have swimming around in his bloodstream. From the gossip I've been able to glean so far, he's no choir boy. It sounds like he enjoys the company of women. The more free-spirited and willing to fuck and run, the better. I'm not about to bash other women or Maxim for sleeping around. But I don't want to get an STD from the first man I have sex with. And I don't want to lose my virginity to someone I barely know, or a man I still suspect might be a huge fucking jerk. At the very least, I want friendship and mutual respect. At most, I want the dream. I want that perfect, fated mate relationship with a man who adores me, worships me. A man who would lay down his life for mine in a heartbeat and knows I would do the same for him. I want a forever love that's written in the stars. Even yesterday I would have told myself, tough shit, sister, you lost the fated mate Olympics when you ended up with Pax. But now I'm not so sure. I've never felt anything like what I feel when I'm with Maxim. A draw so powerful, I know I'd spread my legs for him again in a heartbeat if he walked through the door to my rooms right now and told me he couldn't wait to be inside me. One look from those smoldering eyes and all my good intentions would fall away. And it's not because I'm in love with him. I barely know him, and a lot of what I do know I don't really care for. And it's not just sex, either. I've been attracted to other men before, and even come with Zeke's hand down my pants. I know what that feels like. It's overwhelming, exciting, electric. But I've never felt like I would die if a man quit touching me. Like, literally shrivel into a sad little husk of a woman and blow away. But it feels like that with Maxim. It feels urgent, necessary, ordained. What if Victor was lying about Pax being my mate? Like both Maxim and Hermione have hinted at since I've been here. What if he paid off the star chart readers to say his son was the one meant for me? I have no idea why he would do that. I'm a nobody. But Maxim was right last night. It is weird that both Kelly and I were matched with Darius men. I didn't have much time to think about that in all the stress of being mated with Pax and nearly being raped and then running away from everything I've ever known. But I'm thinking about it now. I can't stop, in fact. I pace the length of my suite, from the window in the bedroom, through the door into the sitting room, and across the wide space to the other window on the opposite side, again and again, my head spinning with unanswered questions, until finally my growling stomach brings me back to the here and now. I haven't eaten much today, and nothing since my light lunch of a grilled cheese and arugula salad. Remembering Maxim's directions, I cross to the phone on the desk in the sitting room and lift the receiver. I have a dial tone. I didn't last night, proving he's a man of his word. At least about that. I press 0 and am connected to room service, where I order tonight's special, lamb chops with polenta and roasted root vegetables, and then resume my pacing, trying to ignore the constant grumbling of my belly. Thankfully, the food arrives in just 20 minutes. Rolled in on a linen-covered cart by a tall man with scarred knuckles, accompanied by the guard stationed outside my room. I thank them both profusely and manage not to start drooling at the delicious smells emanating from the recently uncovered plates until after they've both stepped outside into the hall again. But the second I'm alone, I snag a roasted baby carrot from the main plate and pop it into my mouth, moaning as the sweet and tart balsamic glaze floods across my tongue. Damn, I mutter, following the carrot with a slice of turnip and another carrot. You are some delicious little veggies, roasted root vegetables. And how about you, meaty bits? Are you yummy too? I snag a lamb chop by the bone and lean over the cart as I take a huge bite. Juice drips off my chin to ping onto the plate, proving I'm a savage. But I don't care. Because that lamb, it's damned perfection. A revelation in meat form. So good, I moan. You're a star, lamb chop. A shining shooting star. Do you always talk to your food? Comes a soft whisper from under the cart, making me jump and cry out, dropping the meat back onto the plate as I stumble backward. Shh, the voice comes again. Don't freak out or they'll come back in and catch me. It's Diana. I'm under here, but you have to let me out. Pressing a hand to my chest, where my heart is slamming, I ask, how? Just lift the tray off and unlatch the lid. I can take it from there. I do as she says, setting my meal on the desk before unhooking the latches on one side of the top of the cart and tossing it open. I lean over, glancing down to see Maxim's sister balled up in a wad at the bottom of the hollow space. Wincing, she extends a hand. Help, please. My legs are asleep. I grasp her hand, and then her elbow as she emerges with stiff and jerky movements, and a good deal of cursing beneath her breath. Wow, she says, collapsing onto the thickly padded footstool nearby. I'm not 12 anymore. That was a lot easier when there was less of me to hide. I nod sympathetically. I can imagine. I'm not sure if I'd ever be able to walk again if I were stuffed in there. I nod over my shoulder, toward the tray of food. Do you want something to eat? A roll to ease your pain? A really standout roasted carrot? I would offer one of my lamb chops, but there are only 3, and they really want to live in my belly. They told me so. She shakes her head with a stiff smile. No thanks, I can't eat. My stomach is in knots. But you go ahead. And chat up the baby carrots and chops as much as you want. I can wait until you're done to talk. No, go ahead. I pull out the desk chair, angling it so I can divide my attention between Diana and my meal. I can eat and listen at the same time. The food knows how I feel about it already. Her lips twitch, but her smile fades before it can fully form. Come on, I urge gently. You look like something's really bothering you. Is it about the explosion? She nods. Yes. I'm so relieved no one was hurt, but there's a rumor going around that cat shifters were part of it. And that's crazy. They would never do something like this. Not the Spanish Harlem Pride anyway, and they're the only cat shifters anywhere close to here. They are the sweetest, gentlest people you'll ever meet, Willow, I swear. They don't have a violent bone in their bodies, even when they probably should. I pull in a breath, hating that I have to be the one to tell her what went down. But she rushes on before I can speak. One time, a bunch of homeless teenagers raided their warehouse, she says. They stole all the jewelry the Pride was going to sell at concerts and stuff to cover their bills for the year. I nod and return to taking down lamb chops, hoping the extra protein will make it easier to break the bad news. It was like $100,000 worth of product, she continues. And they had the kids on camera, so they knew exactly who did it. They could have gone to the human police and nailed them to the wall. But they didn't. All they did was ask them to give the jewelry back and promised they would help them find food and shelter if they did. And they did. The Pride got their stuff back and helped all 6 kids get set up with good foster families and jobs at one of the grocery stores they own. Her breath rushes out, and her eyes begin to shine. And they do stuff like that all the time, Willow. They are such amazing people. They make me hopeful, you know? Hopeful that we can learn to solve our problems with kindness and compassion, and we won't have to keep fighting humans and each other all the time. That we can actually make the world a better, more peaceful place. I set the last picked clean bone back on my plate and push it away. I know. Truly, I do. But nothing, she insists. They are innocent. They didn't do this. I know they didn't. I sigh. Maybe not. But a man attacked me tonight, Diana. He tried to kidnap me. And he wasn't just a man. He was a tiger shifter. Chapter 17. Willow. Diana's eyes go saucer wide. What? Oh my God, Willow, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Here I am sitting here running my mouth, and you're probably still totally freaked out. I'm okay. And I'm fine, considering. But a cat was absolutely involved. I saw him shift. I shudder. Nearly met the ugly side of his teeth and claws, too. Her forehead furrows. No way. Really? I nod. I'm sorry, but yes. He's in custody now. You can probably sneak down and get a look at him if you want. See if he's someone you or your boyfriend might know. Her brow wrinkles harder. There's only one tiger in the Spanish Harlem Pride, and Becca's still a kid. Maybe 12, 13 tops. See? That's good, I say, the tightness in my chest easing a bit. So maybe this guy was hired muscle from somewhere else and not a part of your friend's pride at all. Maybe, but... She plucks at her bottom lip for a moment, before she adds in a softer voice. Becca's dad is the head of the Albany Pride. He's a tiger, too. Becca lives down here with her mom because her dad's so busy. She rolls her eyes. And rumor has it that he and Becca's mom have been on the outs since he joined this secret society a lot of the shifters upstate are into a few years ago. It's all about prophecies and the end of the world and stuff. Pretty out there, even for cats. And they tend to be kind of woo-woo to start with. Huh, I say, crossing my legs and then recrossing them, chewing on that information. I was certain the kidnapping had something to do with Pax and Victor, but maybe not. Of course, that's assuming Becca's dad is the guy who tried to take me. I don't suppose you know Becca's dad's name, do you? So we can look him up online? Diana scrunches her nose. Matt, I think? Or maybe Chris? I nod and offer dryly. Matt and Chris do sound a lot alike. Her lips twitch. Hey, they're both short, ordinary boy names. It was something like that, something super normal. I remember that because it was so different than his nickname. They call him Shere Khan, after the tiger in the Jungle Book, because he's so freaking huge. My stomach sinks. Yeah, I think you'd better go take a look at him when you can. Snap a pic of him or something to show your boyfriend, because I swear I was thinking about Shere Khan when he was after me. He was insanely huge and scary. I pause, replaying the attack in my mind through the lens of this new information before I add, but he didn't hurt me. He might have if Maxim and his enforcers hadn't showed up, but it seemed like he just wanted me to come with him. Though I can't imagine why, unless he was working for my alpha and was sent to fetch me so they can string me up by my intestines outside the Blood River Pack headquarters. Diana shakes her head. I can't imagine that. All the cats I know hate the parallel wolves. And Becca's dad is a boss in his own right. He doesn't work for other people. Other people work for him. So maybe he had the wrong person, I say, returning to my other theory. Maybe he was here to take you and grabbed me by accident. Were you supposed to go to the theater with Maxim tonight? She snorts. Hell no. Maxim doesn't have fun anymore. He just stalks around, barking orders and glaring at people all the time. I'm shocked he took you, honestly. What was his motive? Do you hate musicals or something? Was it a unique brand of torture? No, I love musicals, I say, then confess. And we were having a really good time until the explosion. Your brother was nice tonight. She snorts again. Maybe he's been possessed by a friendly ghost. Did you bring one with you when you jumped through the portal? No, I've been trying to lay off the ghost possessions. High-stakes habit. Too much karmic debt. Diana laughs beneath her breath. I was kidding. Me too, I murmur. I twist a lock of hair around my fingers, the way I do when trying to solve a sneaky equation in the lab. It usually helps me think, and this time is no different. So maybe he mistook me for someone else. Does your brother have a lady friend who might look like me from the back? Her brows float up her forehead, and her eyes lift to the ceiling. That's a good question. Not Trix or Chrissy for sure. They're tall, skinny fairy types, and at least a foot taller. Great. Tall, skinny fairies, who are all unfailingly gorgeous. Nothing to feel insecure about there, Willow. Maybe Ava, a little, Diana continues. You're both brunette, but she has all these bright pink streaks in her hair and loads of super cool witch tattoos. I scrunch my nose and try not to think about the fact that nothing I have ever done, said, or worn could ever be called super cool. I think he and Vivian broke things off a few months ago, she adds, but she's at least about your height. Her gaze returns to my face and she frowns. You okay? I will my jaw to unclench. I'm fine. You look like you just sucked a lemon wedge. Your brother has a lot of girlfriends. They're not girlfriends. They're women he fucks, she says flatly. He's such a player. And then he has the nerve to tell me I shouldn't flirt with the human boys at my school. And all I do is flirt. I've never even kissed anyone but Jacob. Worry flickers in her eyes. You didn't tell Maxim, did you? That I have a cat shifter boyfriend? I shake my head. No, I wanted to talk to you first. But I think you should tell him, Diana. She groans and buries her face in her hands, but I push on. I know it's going to be awful, but he needs to know. For the safety of the pack, and your safety. If Jacob is a good guy, which I'm sure he is because you would be able to see in his aura if he wasn't, then you two can get through this. And maybe even be able to stop sneaking around. Her hands slide down to her lap with another groan. Oh, Willow. You're so cute and hopeful. But my brother doesn't work that way. He's not a reasonable human. He's a psycho who rushes to conclusions and refuses to listen to anyone who isn't Hermione, one of his top guards, or sometimes Dad. And not even Dad all the time. Deep down, I think Maxim blames Dad for getting poisoned, like if he'd been meaner to outsiders, it wouldn't have happened. What if I go with you, I ask, and help you break the news? Her eyes practically bulge out of her head. Oh, hell no. I'm not going to be responsible for your murder. I don't want blood on my hands, thanks. I smile. He won't murder me. He likes me now. Or at least he's pretty damned desperate to get into my pants. Maybe even desperate enough to listen when I talk. Diana laughs. Oh, sweet Willow. I really do like you, but you're insane. Maxim will gobble you up and spit out your bones. And then he'll lock me in a cage until he can arrange for me to be sent to a convent school for wayward shifter teens in Outer Mongolia. He won't gobble me up, I say. I think he realizes that we have unfinished business. That we'll be something to each other, though I'm not sure what. Diana gasps and scrambles backwards so fast she falls off the footstool, only to pop back up onto it a beat later and jab a finger at my face. Willow! Your eyes, they're glowing. Her face breaks into a wide smile. It's your pack gift! I laugh. What? Your pack gift! You're a pathfinder! She claps her hands excitedly, then points to the mirror above the desk. I shift over, sucking in a swift breath, as I see my eyes glowing gold around the centers of my pupils. The light fades after a moment, but the knot in my stomach remains. Oh my God, this is amazing, Diana continues, and super rare and fabulous. She proceeds to tell me what a pathfinder is, what my powers will be, and what they could become with proper training and control. But at first it can be kind of a tricky gift, she says. Your eyes are going to glow every time you speak a deep personal truth or predict something bound to happen in the most likely version of the future. So, she winces sympathetically. Everyone is going to know your business. Right. I nod, eyes narrowing as Maxim's sudden ability to know if I was telling the truth takes on a different dimension. Your brother obviously knows about this too, right? About pathfinders? Totally, she says. He's been wanting one for a while. Like I said, they're super rare. Only 1 or 2 are born every 50 years or so, and they tend to die in weird accidents. She pauses, lips puckering as she seems to think something through. Because they can see predictable danger coming, maybe, and can avoid it, so only random sudden disaster can take them out? She bobs her shoulders. Our last one died in a car accident before I was born, but Dad told me about him. He seems super cool. And he was instrumental in helping us escape the parallel. He predicted that a bunch of your pack were waiting at the portals to kill us, so he paid a bunch of witches to open a new portal. The one in the river that you came through, in fact. I pull in a breath, but she's prattling on before I can get a word in. Did you know that our pack is responsible for that portal? She asks. Dad says everyone in the parallel acts like it was always there, but it wasn't. She bares her teeth. And it's not totally stable, by the way. We've had a couple of people pop up on our side without the person they jumped off the bridge in the parallel with. Maybe they were lost to the river, which is super sad, but they could also be trapped in another dimension of space-time, floating there forever. She shudders. I would not want to be caught in another dimension. That's the worst kind of immortality. I'd rather die, and I'm not into dying. I cock my head, widening my eyes pointedly. Diana gulps and says, I talk a lot when I'm nervous. Her elegant fingers tangle together in her lap. Maxim is going to kill me, Willow. Seriously. I should just run away from home now and spare myself the trouble of running after he tries to make me break up with Jacob and I have to escape an armed guard to get out. She sits up straighter, fire flickering in her gaze. Because I won't break up with him. I love him. I don't care if we can't have kids. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I rise and cross to the footstool, sitting beside her. I reach out, taking her hand in mine, and giving it what I hope is a courage-building squeeze. Maxim loves you. There is no doubt in my mind about that. Is there in yours? She hesitates a beat, but then slowly shakes her head. And where there's love, there's a way forward, I continue. When you talk to him, just keep bringing him back to love. Try not to give in to your fear that he's going to damage your relationship with Jacob, and try not to let him give in to the fear that the only way to protect you is to cage you. She hums doubtfully beneath her breath. Okay, but how do I do that when Maxim is basically living in fear 24/7? I blink, brows lifting. Really? You think so? From what I've seen, he's pretty brave. He certainly projects fearlessness. Diana smiles a sad smile. Yeah, he does a good job overcoming it. A great job, really. I can admit that. even though I'm dreading seeing his face right now. She sighs. But his aura is pure fear most days. He carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. I know that's cliché, but for Maxim it's true. He considers every wolf in this pack his responsibility. Whenever anyone is hurt or suffering or upset, even if it's something kind of silly like the teachers threatening to strike if they don't get more classroom space for the elementary school kids, he takes it right to his heart and lets it fester there. I nod slowly. Okay. Tell him that. And tell him that festering isn't doing anyone any good. To be a truly great alpha, he has to understand the difference between leading and inspiring his people and coddling and controlling them. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to save everyone or please everyone. He has to come to terms with that and let some of that fear go. Diana stares at me, completely deadpan, for so long that I reach up to wipe the corners of my mouth. What? Do I have crumbs? No. You have crazy, she says. You seriously think I should say that to my brother? Tonight, no less? When a terrorist group got through our defenses and we have several pack members in critical condition in the infirmary? She huffs. I'd literally be signing my own death warrant. I stand, brushing my suddenly clammy palms on my pajama pants. Fine. Then I'll tell him. And I'll feel him out about Jacob in a subtle way that he won't be able to connect to you. Her eyes go even wider, and she reaches out, snatching my wrist. No, Willow, you can't. Seriously, I may have sounded like I was teasing before, but I wasn't. He won't take that well, especially from a stranger. He might really hurt you. I arch a brow, wondering if my initial take on Maxim was closer to the right one. Maybe he is a bully and an abuser, just like every other alpha I've ever known. I ask softly, have you seen him hurt people before, Diana? If so, please tell me the truth. I'd appreciate it. Her eyes begin to shine. No, but the night he thought Shane poisoned Dad, when he couldn't find him. Her hand drops from my wrist. His aura was black as night, Willow. Blacker. If he'd been able to find Shane, I think he would have killed him. I relax a little bit. Diana knows her brother far better than I do. But growing up in the parallel, I've maybe learned a thing or two more about human and wolf nature. But he didn't, I say gently. In my experience, a lot of people can be pushed to wanting to kill, especially if they're stuck in a place where murders happen all the time. But most people won't act on those feelings, even when they have just cause. In my pack, a very few people do 90% of the killing. Most of us just aren't built for it. Truly, I believe the lion's share of people are good, Diana. Or at least not murderers. From what I've seen in people's auras, I would agree, but... She pulls in a breath and lets it out long and slow, guilt creeping into her tone as she adds, but I'm not sure about Maxim. I mean, he's my brother and I love him so much, but I'm not sure. I think he could go either way, light or dark, and he hasn't really decided which path is for him just yet. That sounds about right. I shiver, a bone-deep tremble that leaves every inch of my skin prickly, itchy, and I'm not surprised when Diana whispers, your eyes are glowing again, so I guess it is. Right. I can tell the future now. Or something like that. Sounds like Pathfinders start out parsing truth from lies, and that's a skill that could prove useful to this pack tonight. I nod toward my bedroom. I'm going to go change into some street clothes. And then you're going to take me to Maxim. We'll have to break out of here, she says, but I can tell by her tone that she already knows this is a done deal. He'll know we broke the rules and be pissed off before we even start talking. Or before you start talking, since I intend to keep my mouth shut until I can talk to Jacob about all this and see what he thinks I should do. No offense, I value your opinion too, but Jacob knows me better. And he knows Maxim better. Or at least Maxim's bad reputation. No offense taken. And hopefully he won't be pissed for long. I'll make it clear that I know about my pack gift, and I'm there to help. My lips twist up on one side. Considering he saw my eyes glowing and decided not to say a word about it, maybe he'll feel too guilty for keeping secrets to be pissed for long. And maybe we'll run into a unicorn sitting on the toilet in your bathroom, Diana deadpans. I smile, forcing an upbeat note into my voice. Maybe. Let's go check. She groans. But 15 minutes later, I'm dressed in black jeans, a dark blue silk blouse, and soft-soled knee-high boots that don't make a sound on the tile floor as we sneak through the secret passage in the bathroom. For better or worse, I've won Diana over. Now I just hope I can do the same with her brother.
Chapter 18. Maxim. By the time he's finished spilling his guts, my father seems to have shrunk in his wheelchair. Looking at him, it's hard to believe this is the man who used to throw me over his shoulder when I was a kid and run up a flight of stairs, 2 at a time. The man who beat everyone at arm wrestling at our annual summer picnic. The man who destroyed every challenger for pack leader who dared meet him in the ring without seeming to break a sweat. My dad's the one who taught me that alphas can bend, but they never break. But maybe the tough guy act was all a front. Maybe my father has been weak all along, at least in the head. He has to be, if he's bought into this doomsday shit.
I understand it's a lot to take in, son,
he says.
but this is the real deal. The prophecy was confirmed by our last Pathfinder before he died.
I clench my jaw and pace back across the length of the quiet meeting room, not enjoying the reminder of Willow, of what I discovered about her tonight, of how easily she might learn to manipulate people too, if given enough time to hone her skills. Dad, you know Pathfinders can lie, I say, just like anyone else.
Not Rake. He didn't lie, and he had no reason to. When this came to our attention, you and your brother were small children, and we had no idea who the women in the prophecy were, or that they'd be born into the Blood River Pack.
And how did you find out? I ask, hating to humor him even for a second. But the more I know about this stupid story, the easier it will be to debunk. Do the Astor girls have a birthmark or something, a lightning bolt on their foreheads? Dad's eyes narrow, and for a moment I see the shadow of the powerful man from my youth firm up his features.
They are the only pair of sisters born on the exact days and years foretold in the prophecy. But we didn't know that until after Kelly and Bain disappeared, and my investigative team started digging deeper into her past, trying to find them. Her birth was recorded on the wrong day. The certificate said she was born on March 14th, and that's the date she celebrated. But the midwife who delivered her said Kelly's mother went into labor late the evening on the 14th and delivered just after midnight. The actual date was the 15th for Kelly and the 5th for Willow, just like the prophecy.
I shake my head. Or the midwife lied to give you what you wanted.
She didn't know what I wanted. The prophecy isn't common knowledge.
It's not knowledge at all. It's mumbo-jumbo. He scowls.
If you're not going to listen with an open mind, then
fine. I cut in, fighting to exercise patience.
So, you figured this out 8 years ago. Why not go after Willow then?
If she's the key to bringing peace to our world and foretold to make a king of one of the alphas, why not bring her into our pack? We knew from Kelly that their family was on the outs with Blood River anyway. It would have been easy to convince them to defect. I arch a brow. Didn't you want me to be king of the shifters, Pops? Or maybe deep down you knew this is all a bunch of horse shit. He smiles, but he's clearly not amused.
Fuck you too, son.
My father flips me the double bird and calls in a louder voice.
Cameron, I'm ready to go back to my apartment.
I reach out, turning the lock before Cameron can try the door. When he does, and it won't open, he calls out uncertainly.
Alpha, do you need me to get help?
No, thank you, I growl. I wasn't talking to you, sir, Cameron says, but he says sir like the disrespectful dick he is.
I'm fine, Cam, Dad calls out. But stay close. I'm going to need an extra pain med or 5 after hacking a hole through my son's thick skull.
Understood, the man outside says with a judgmental sniff. Cam is my father's man and always will be. The fact I'm usually grateful for, even if the smug fucker gets on my last nerve. My father should have loyal friends, but not friends on the cult crazy train. Does Cam know about this? I ask softly. The prophecy and everything.
No,
my father says.
The people who know, we've kept it quiet. And as far as why we didn't go after Willow, the prophecy says the Kingmaker will find her way to her king, and anyone who interferes will end in blood. He arches a pointed brow. Sounds like that's what happened to Victor's kid, doesn't it?
She didn't end him, I counter.
But she bloodied him and escaped. And how often does a woman from that pack defy an alpha? They're raised to be terrified and submissive, to believe their fate lies in the hands of their fathers, brothers, and future mates. But not Willow. She rose above all that and found her way here to you. She's already mated to another man, I remind him. If the charts were forged, the mate bond isn't valid. Might as well have never happened, no matter how many binding chants they said.
I press my lips together, hating to admit he has a point, but obviously I've been thinking how odd it was for both Aster girls to be mated to Darius men too. So Victor, paid off the astrologers to fake a fated mate bond between his family and theirs? Dad snorts.
I have no doubt he would pervert a sacred ceremony for his own gain, especially to secure total control of our kind. Do you?
No. I chew the corner of my lip before I add. I'm only surprised he didn't try to marry one of them himself. I'm sure he floated that idea, Dad says, his disgust for Victor clear in his voice. But the prophecy specifies a young alpha will rise, and whatever else Victor is, he ain't young. Neither am I say, earning another snort from Dad. You're 32, a baby, barely out of diapers. Pax is 24. Most of the next generation of leaders in the parallel and living human side are in their early 20s. I frown, another thought rising through the tangle of questions in my head. And if Kelly's still alive and presumably married to Bane all this time, why hasn't he risen to rule the shifter world? Pain flickers behind Dad's eyes.
Well, one answer is that your brother is dead, he says. But I don't think that's the case. I bet I can tell you what Kelly stole from the artifacts room before the team gets back with their report.
I cock my head, intrigued, despite still being 90% certain Dad's been brainwashed.
Yeah, what's that?
The Alpha Bands and the Spirit-sharing cup, he says.
I think she and Bane are getting married and want it to be an old-fashioned North Star wedding with all the ceremonial trappings.
His words send a shaft of pain through my chest. I should be happy my brother is probably alive, but this wound is too fresh for that.
Why? Why steal those things? Why not come home, be a part of our family, and have the wedding here? That's part of the prophecy, son, he says, his gaze so haunted I can't bring myself to call him crazy again. Both the Aster girls will help a king rise, but one king will bring light, the other darkness, and no one knows which one will win out in the end.
I blink, my brain so unaccustomed to things like this, it takes a few minutes to follow the logic of his words. So you think Bane has, Become a bad man? An evil king in waiting? What do you think? He challenges. Judging from the pieces we've put together so far, it seems Kelly conspired with several other shifters, including at least one cat, to set off a bomb in a crowded theater as a distraction so she could steal North Star wedding artifacts. Artifacts she wouldn't need to marry anyone but a North Star Alpha. And this same group of people tried to kidnap Willow tonight. Potentially to reunite the sisters, sure, but just as likely to eliminate the competition. If Willow never marries her true mate, only one king will rise, and no one will stand in his way. I shake my head. Bane would never attack our people. I can't believe that. And what about the venom in the bomb? That's a Blood River calling card. Or an attempt to throw us off the scent of who really did this. Dad counters, nodding toward the bullpen in the center of the enforcer office beyond the door, where the rest of the team is gathered. We need that tiger awake and talking. He lowers his voice to a confidential whisper. I'm going to reach out to a fairy friend of mine from way back, see if she can get a few truth charms over here for us ASAP. I drag a clawed hand through my hair. Don't bother. I have someone connected and discreet. I'll get her on the case, though it might be a few days before she can deliver. And I won't be able to use those charms for Willow, but thanks to her emerging pack gift, I don't really have to. She's not a threat to our pack, at least not as a spy or assassin. Dad's brows lift, but he nods. Good. Don't get caught. We can't afford to have you killed or imprisoned by fairies. Obviously, Dad. I reach over, unlocking the door. You should get back to bed. You look like shit. Thanks, he says. Back at you. But there's one more thing you should think about before we talk again tomorrow, son. And what's that? I ask, already dreading another mind-bending game of figure out how seriously to take this conspiracy theory. I might be forced to take it seriously, mumbo-jumbo or not. If enough people believe it, that alone could put my pack in danger. And Willow, what to do with her? Does she know anything about this? My gut says she doesn't, but I mean to put it to the test, tonight. There's too much at stake to rely on gut feelings. Your brother's pack gift, Dad says, bringing me back into the room. The spike of pain in my chest twists again. Fuck. The thought hadn't even entered my mind, but I don't want to believe Bane would send someone to die so he could steal shit that basically belongs to him anyway. But my big brother does have a very unique gift. One that was hard for him to control when he was a kid, more interested in making mischief than keeping his packs safe. Bane can set things on fire with his mind, and he doesn't even have to be in the same space to do it. He could have torched that kid from 20 blocks away, maybe farther if his gift has grown in power with age. He wouldn't, I say, but I can hear the doubt in my voice. That kid couldn't have been more than 16. My father sighs, and I swear I can see the weight of all this settle around his frail shoulders, weighing him down even further. I've learned never to underestimate what people will do for power, son. And neither should you. Before I can respond, a roar loud enough to wake the dead shakes the walls. They literally shake, making the framed pictures rattle. A second later, I'm out the door, running for the cells.
Chapter 19. Willow. They say timing is everything. And whoever they are, they're probably right. If I'd shown up at the North Star Enforcer office at any other moment than right when the Tiger Shifter woke up in one of the holding cells in back, roaring and bending bars with his bare hands and throwing the entire place into chaos, maybe things wouldn't have played out the way they did. Maybe I would have been stopped at the door and escorted back to my room before I could get a look inside. Maybe someone would have been manning the desk with all these security monitors behind it and shut them down when they saw me coming. Or maybe I would have locked eyes with Maxim across the room and walked right past the screens without seeing the woman frozen on the monitor at the upper left corner, too mesmerized by his sex god magnetism. But none of those things happen. Instead, I peek through the door just as everyone is rushing to the back to contain the prisoner. A man shouts, "The fucker's trying to rip the place apart! We need all hands!" And the last man in the entryway vanishes. I step inside unobserved, with Diana not far behind me. I walk right by the front desk, around the partition separating the small lobby from a bullpen full of desks, and past the station with the security cameras. My eye is drawn immediately to the woman on the screen. It's my sister. She's older and thicker, muscled and physically powerful in a way she wasn't before, but it's Kelly. I would know her anywhere. My sister is alive, and she was here, right in this building. She might even be here now. Leaning over the desk, I bring my face closer to the screen. "What are you doing?" Diana tugs sharply at my shirt. "Get down! We should go. Maxim is really going to freak if he realizes we're here while all this shit is going down." "Just a second," I whisper, my heart pounding as I read the time signature at the bottom of the page. 2 hours ago. 2. Which means Kelly was here during the explosion. But why? Was she trying to get me out? Did she send the tiger? Did she sense that I was in danger or something? And where is she now? Do they have her back there in one of those cells? Is she still wandering around the building? Are enforcers scouring the floors for her as I stand here staring at her frozen image? Questions rush up so fast it feels like I'm drowning in them. But as they sweep over, I latch onto one and can't let it go. Could Kelly have had something to do with the explosion? The sister I knew was wild and loud, but unfailingly kind. She was one of the cool kids, but not the ones who made fun of nerds like me. Kelly punched up, and only at people who deserved it. People like the Darius clan and the thugs who do their dirty work. She exercised her quick wit on those guys so often, in fact, she nearly gave our mother a heart condition. Mom was positive that sooner or later, Kelly's smart mouth was going to get her in serious trouble with Victor. But Kelly always managed to push just far enough without stepping over the line. But maybe she's changed in the past 8 years. I don't want to imagine that she would ever put innocent people at risk. But it's just too much of a coincidence to be explained away. At least not with any explanation I can think of. I mean, what are the chances that someone else just happened to set off a bomb in the theater right when Kelly was roaming around? "Diana, where is this?" I point to the screen. "What floor, do you know?" She leans over the desk next to me. I don't know. It doesn't look familiar, which means it's probably somewhere above 50, on the off-limits floors. I cut a glance her way. Off-limits why? "Expensive, important stuff stored up there. Secrets and treasure and shit," she says, dividing her attention between the chaos at the rear of the office and my face, clearly past ready to bolt. "And maybe a spa for alphas with lots of golden bathtubs and possible golden showers if you're into that sort of thing, but Maxim won't tell me if that's just a rumor or not." She grabs my hand, squeezing hard as her eyes go wide. "Now can we go? Please?" I nod. Yeah. We slide off the desk and start back toward the small lobby. I glance over my shoulder, making sure no one spotted us as I whisper, "Can you get me up there? 50th floor?" "No, you psycho!" Diana hisses, as we pass the still-empty front desk and push out through the frosted glass doors into the wide, white-tiled hallway outside. I mean, yes, I could, because I excel at breaking and entering, but no, I won't, because we would get caught and in insane amounts of trouble. Seriously, like, we might end up in a jail cell by scary Mr. Tiger. That was my sister on the monitor, I say. Kelly. I haven't seen her in 8 years. I thought she was dead. Diana's eyes bulge. Shit. And she's here now? 2 hours ago, so she might still be up there. And she might know where your oldest brother is. They were a couple. Did you know about that? Yeah, I've heard stuff, but... Wow. Her lips pucker as she blows out a long breath. This is wild, Willow. We have to go to my dad. He needs to know this. I'm sure he already knows. The security camera operator had that feed frozen for a reason. They're probably looking for her now. Another reason not to go up there, Diana says. If an enforcement team is already on the hunt, we could end up getting shot by accident. My heart punches my ribs. Do you think they'll shoot her? Without even knowing why she was here or if she's guilty of anything? Pity flickers in her gaze as she says, she was here during the explosion, poking around on a forbidden floor. Whatever she was doing, it wasn't good, Willow. We don't know that for sure. The Kelly I knew was a good person, Diana. I can't imagine why she would willingly be part of an attack that hurt innocent people. My thoughts race some more, insisting that perhaps Kelly knows something I don't, something about this pack that proves Maxim and everyone at the top are as corrupt and awful as Victor and Pax and most of the other pack leaders in the parallel. But even as I try that theory on for size, I don't buy it. Maxim is many things, not all of them good. But he's devoted to his people, and they know it. I saw that earlier today in the atrium. Those people weren't stressed, bullied, or traumatized wolves. They were happy, healthy, prospering. But maybe Kelly doesn't know that. Maybe someone's using her, I say, as Diana and I stop in front of a bank of elevators, and she presses the up button. Maybe they lied to her about what's going on here, and manipulated her into being part of it. Maybe she's just confused. Like, she's been brainwashed or something? Diana asks. Like a cult? Yeah, something like that. Diana chews her lip for a beat. I had a friend who joined a cult, like by accident. She didn't even realize it was a cult until we staged an intervention to get her out. She thought she'd joined a really immersive self-help community. But communities don't force you to turn over your paycheck to be cashed at their bank and take 20% off the top, or tell you who you can date, or what you can talk about with your family, or make you walk home barefoot in the snow when you mistakenly wear real leather shoes to a meeting instead of fake ones. I nod. Right, maybe it was something like that. But savvier, I add silently, because no way would Kelly be drawn in by just any old cult. It would have to be something really convincing and sophisticated. And smart. But there are organizations out there like that. Some of the doomsday cults are really charismatic and successful with young shifters, especially ones who've recently escaped from the parallel and are looking for a reason to believe the world is about to change, and all the violence and degradation they've suffered in their lives will soon be a thing of the past. The elevator doors open, and Diana steps inside, motioning me in behind her. Okay, but we should still go find my dad. He's more likely to have mercy on her, and us, than Maxim. I step in, only to be jerked back out again by an iron hand around my elbow. I don't even have to turn my head to know who's captured me. Maxim's wood smoke and angry alpha smell is swirling through my head, and Diana's eyes are the size of saucers. We can explain, she squeaks. To your rooms. Now, Maxim growls, and stay there. If I find you've been out without permission, you'll regret it. Profoundly. Please, Maxim, Diana says as the doors begin to close. Willow hasn't done anything wrong. She just... The doors seal shut, cutting off the end of her sentence. But I can fill in the blanks. I'm just confused and worried for my sister and scared. Scared of Maxim and of the feeling deep in my gut that my prophetic vision from earlier was wrong. Because as I lift my chin and meet his dark, furious gaze, it sure doesn't look like we're on our way to becoming lovers. Or friends. Or anything but bitter, lifelong enemies.
Chapter 20. Maxim. We all have lines we won't cross, no matter what. Because crossing them would change us in ways we're not sure we could live with. Before tonight, I would have said this was one of mine. I'll put a willing woman on her knees and fuck her mouth hard and deep, or interrogate a suspect locked in one of my mirrored rooms without a flicker of conscience. But I've never used the sexual energy between a woman and myself as a threat. I've never let sex and violence mingle so freely as they're doing right now. I should be ashamed of myself. But as I put Willow on her knees in my study with her hands tied behind her back and stalk slowly back and forth in front of the fire, watching her begin to sweat, I'm not ashamed. I'm aroused. Hard. My dick is straining the fly of my suit pants, desperate to fuck her pretty mouth into a confession, something Willow would surely notice if it were brighter in the room. Just another reason to keep the lights low. Let the fire be the only thing lighting the darkness. And it's easier to excuse my behavior in the dark. This ugliness rising inside of me likes the shadows. That should also worry me, I suppose. I should excuse myself. Call Hermione to come fetch Willow and lock her in a cell for the night, and start this interrogation over again in the morning. In the light of day, with a cold metal table separating us and cameras on the wall recording the interview for posterity, and for safety, hers and mine. This good little wolf makes me want to do bad things. But then, I don't know that she's good, do I? And that's part of our problem. Tell me what you know about Kelly, I demand again. Where has she been? Why was she here?
I've already told you,
she whispers.
I don't know. I can't tell you what I don't know.
Yes, you can, I counter. Your pack gift will take care of that for you. Just start talking about your sister. Imagine what she might have been up to. Hypothesize. Your eyes will separate the truth from fiction.
My pack gift can't know things I don't.
Of course it can. I smile my most condescending smile, relishing the way it clearly infuriates her. You know nothing about what you can or can't do. You're in over your head, little wolf. Best do as you're told.
Or what?
Or you're out, I say. Out on the street. Alone, a sitting duck for Pax and whoever else you've wronged. I haven't time to make your choice, I cut in.
Not much of a choice,
she says.
Is it?
There's always a choice, I whisper. Do as you're told, and I'll show mercy. She holds my gaze, heat in hers that isn't all anger, or even mostly anger. Clearly, she feels it too, the sexual charge whenever we're alone together. It's so thick now I can taste it on my tongue, honeyed and sticky sweet. I let my gaze slide lower, watching her nipples tighten beneath the silk of her shirt. I imagine ripping the fabric from her skin with my teeth so I can lick and suck and bite her nipples, so I can make her wetter. Hotter, so needy she won't be able to put me off. She'll part her legs and beg me to fuck her, to show her what it's like to be with a man who knows that the best way to dominate his mate, to show her who she belongs to, is with pleasure, not pain. Before I can recover from thinking that word, mate, or what it might mean in conjunction with this complicated as hell woman, she whispers, I don't want your mercy. And my temper flares again. You might want to rethink that, little wolf, I warn. Without my mercy, your life could get very dark very quickly.
You don't scare me,
she whispers. The fucking glow in her eyes, proving that she's telling the truth, makes both the rage and hunger building inside of me flare hotter. I want to kiss her and lock her away in solitary confinement. To fuck her and to show her how quickly I can make her life a living hell if she continues to defy me. Instead, I reach out and whisper, "Oh, but I should." I capture her beautiful, delicate face in one big hand. I really should. And I'm going to show you why. Tonight. Book 2, Wolf's Pawn, is coming soon.
This has been Wolf King by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Copyright 2021 Bella Jacobs. Production copyright 2022 Bella Jacobs. This is Wolf Pawn by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Chapter 1. Willow. 16 years ago. If Mama finds me, she's going to swat my bottom. That's what she always says when she's mad at me for being stubborn. Willow Rainbow Esther, listen to me right now, or I swear I'm going to swat your little bottom. But she never does. And she promised me she never will. She said so last Christmas, when we were waiting in line to see Santa in the park, and the man in front of us spanked his little boy so hard that he started screaming. I turned to Mama, my eyes full of scared tears, wondering if that was what a swatted bottom looked like. She leaned down and whispered, "I'll never hurt you like that, baby. Never ever, I promise. No child deserves to be treated that way, no matter what they've done." But she might change her mind today, if she catches me. So, make sure she doesn't catch you, silly, I muttered to myself, sticking my head out from behind the back of the laundromat. But there's no sign of Mitch coming down the trash-littered alley. But that's okay. He'll be here. Mitch is one of my best friends, and he knows I'm dying to play Unicorn Bloodsport too, and that there's no way my mom will let me buy it, even though I have $60 whole saved up from my birthday party last week. Mama thinks violent video games are bad. Even ones with cute cartoon unicorns who fart rainbows and make super funny faces when they kill off the bad goblins. Once she found out Mitch's mom let us play games like that, she said I couldn't go over to his house after school anymore. I had to come straight home, check in with Auntie Sarah next door, who isn't really my aunt and is also very old and super cranky, then let myself into our apartment and start on my homework. But second grade homework only takes a few minutes, and then I have 2 whole hours to sit around and wish I had a friend to play with. Or some goblins to kill. I'll have plenty of time to finish my homework, beat a level of Bloodsport 2, and still get my chores done before Kelly gets home from volleyball practice and Mom and Dad from work. That's the good part of being the most responsible 8-year-old my parents have ever met. They trust me. And I think it's okay to use that to my advantage once in a while. I know lying is wrong, but this doesn't feel wrong. Playing video games isn't going to make me a bad person or give me nightmares. Mama's scared of that for no reason. Kelly, my big sister, fights with our parents about stuff like that, but I don't see the point in fighting when I can sneak around and do what I want without upsetting anyone. That way Mama's happy, I'm happy, everyone wins. Unless Mitch takes much longer, and then I'm going to be super late to check in with Auntie Sarah. She'll call Mama to report me missing, and then Mom will track me down with her crazy accurate kid-tracking powers, and my bottom will be so much swatted toast. I glanced down at the empty alley again, and then at my red watch. The one Kelly gave me because big plastic watches aren't cool anymore for big kids. But any kind of watch is cool for little kids. I'm the only girl in second grade who wears a watch. Even Pax, the meanest bully in school, who makes fun of me anytime he has the chance, said he liked it. Then he tried to make me give it to him and punched me in the back when I wouldn't. He punched me so hard, it hurt to pee for a whole day. But he didn't get in trouble. The teachers are too afraid to punish Pax. He's the alpha's son and gets to be as mean and lazy as he wants. Mama says it's natural for a kid to take advantage and that it's the grown-up's fault for indulging him. She doesn't know how often Pax hits me. I don't tell her. I know it would make her mad and sad, and I'm afraid she might try to stop him. I might only be in second grade, but I'm old enough to know that would be a bad idea. The alpha wouldn't believe my mom. Or me. The Alpha would believe Pax is an innocent little prince, and I'm a dirty little liar who deserves to spend my weekend in an isolation pit thinking about what I've done. According to the rumors, the Alpha has lots of deep, scary pits in his basement. People who make him mad enough to punish them, but not kill them, end up at the bottom of one of those pits in the dark, with no food or water for 48 whole hours. They say there are bugs and rats and things down there that crawl all over you, that they bite and scratch and make it too scary to sleep, even if you could find a way to lie down. But the pits are so narrow, there's no room to lie down, not even if you curl up in a tiny little ball. That's part of the torture, that you can't sit or lie down or rest, and that when you go potty, it just runs down your legs inside your clothes and makes you feel stinky and itchy and awful and sad. I shiver, fighting to swallow past the knot in my throat, the feeling that something bad is about to happen swelling inside my chest. I try to tell myself it's just nerves from disobeying Mama and a case of the creeps from thinking about Alpha Victor's torture pits. But I know better. I know that when I get a feeling like this, so strong and sure it feels like my bones are vibrating a warning, I should listen. Listening is the only way I've avoided being bullied by Pax more than I am already. I sense trouble and make a run for it. But sometimes I can't run. I can't leave school or children's circle at pack meetings on Saturdays. I can't turn into a puff of smoke and float up into the air when Pax corners me on the playground. And I can't push past a man 3 times my size either. As I peek around the corner again, I see just such a man, with giant hands and a massive head and creepy tattoos crawling up his forearms. And for a second, I wonder if I've conjured him with my fear. That's what it feels like sometimes, like I see the future coming so clearly that I must have dreamed it into being. And then I meet his gaze, see the utter lack of compassion in his cold black eyes, and I stop worrying about how he got here. All that matters now is escaping him. I turn to run, racing toward the rear entrance to the laundromat, knowing it's my only chance. I won't be able to climb the fence at the back of the laundry's trash area fast enough, and there's no way I can slip past the man without him snatching me up in one of his giant hands. He's too big. Unfortunately for me, he's also too fast. I'm still at least 6 feet from the door when he grabs me from behind, slamming his hand over my mouth and nose as he picks me up. I try to scream, but no sound comes out and no air comes back in. I gasp again and again, kicking my legs and fighting to dislodge his hand. But he's too strong. Black spots dance in front of my eyes, and terror churns inside my brain until there isn't room for anything else. I realize I'm probably about to die. To die without getting to grow up, or tell my family I love them again, or do any of the things I've imagined doing when I'm big. I'll never travel to a foreign country, or become a scientist, or learn to take beautiful pictures. I'll never have a family of my own, or babies, or the kitten I've always wanted, even though Dad says cats don't like living with wolves, even when the wolves are in human form most of the time. I won't even live to get really good at algebra, or play stupid unicorn blood sport too. The knowledge swells inside me, until it's as big as the terror. Then bigger. Bigger until my suffocating brain is howling with rage at the injustice of it all. That's when it happens. A current of something sharp and electric explodes inside my core and zaps out along my skin. For a moment, it feels like my heart stops, and my lungs do too. And I'm suddenly quiet inside in a way I've never been before. Then the man holding me groans a weird, low groan in response and removes his hand. A beat later, I feel the zap of electricity zoom back into me, hitting the play button again. I gasp, gulping air into my aching lungs as my heart jerks in my chest. So grateful to be able to breathe that I don't waste energy struggling at first. And then the man grunts into my ear. "That's right, baby girl. Let's do that again. Feels so good, doesn't it?" No, it doesn't feel good. It feels like dying, really bad dying. I open my mouth to scream for help, but his hand is over my mouth again, sending me back into that desperate, terror-filled, near-death place until the thing inside me explodes again. He does it again and again until tears and snot flow freely down my face, and I'm so broken by it that when he finally lets me go, I can't even run. I just lie on the pavement crying until Mitch shows up with his mom. Later, I realize he must have seen what was happening and gone for help. But at the time, all I could think was that it was strange that his mom came to drop off the game, too. But I'm so glad she's there. Mrs. Birnbaum is so nice, so gentle. She takes me home and cleans me up and sits with me until Mom gets home. Then they talk in hushed, urgent tones in Mom's room for a long time, while Mitch and I sit pretending to play with blocks. But really, he's just avoiding looking at me, and I'm trying not to start screaming again. I can't talk at all. I'm afraid if I open my mouth, I'll start wailing and never stop. Finally, the moms come back into the living room, and Mitch and his mom leave. Then Mama turns to me with the saddest eyes. I can tell she's been crying, and I know it's my fault. I also know I would usually feel awful about making her sad, but right now I can't feel anything but full. I'm chock full of the screams I'm holding in, so stuffed there's no room for anything else. But Mama seems to understand. She's very quiet and goes slow as she explains to me what happened. She explains about a pack gift just a very few alpha wolves have. The ability to bring people back from the dead. She says it's a sacred gift, and one usually used very rarely and respectfully. But that the man who grabbed me had used his in a dark, ugly way, because he received pleasure from hurting kids. He was a monster, baby, she whispers through fresh tears as she smooths my hair away from my face. And I'm so sorry you had to learn that there are people like that. And so sorry he did what he did to you. She pulls in a breath, her lips pressing together for a beat, before she adds in a shakier voice, "But I'm so grateful he left you alive. The world needs good people like you, Willow. And I need you, and I love you so much. And I promise I will fight like hell to make sure no one hurts you again, baby. I swear it on all the stars." She sniffs and swipes at her eyes. "And I'm going to do my best to help you forget this too, okay? If you can promise, if you remember anything about this, to keep it a secret, just between us." I nod, desperately, eagerly. All I want is to forget. And after several months of working with my mom every night, letting her use her own secret pack gift, one so tightly under wraps, allegedly not even my father knew what she could do, Mama gave me the gift of forgetting. Until the night Maxim Thorne ripped it away.
Chapter 2. Maxim. You're fucking monstrous. Damn you to hell. As Willow comes out of her memory gasping for breath, with tears streaming down her face and terror in her eyes, fresh from reliving some past horror, I hate myself. I don't know what she just remembered, but I could feel the effect it had on her, the way it made her heart race like a trapped animal and her soul writhe. I never see the memories I summon with my pack gift, but I feel them, and hers were terrifying. This memory will haunt me long after tonight, but not nearly as much as it haunts her. My throat tightens until it feels like I'm choking on self-loathing, but still, I insist to myself that I shouldn't regret what I've done. This is how she learns that I am her alpha, that my word is law, and that obedience is her only option if she wants to remain under my protection. What was that? She blinks, sending fresh tears down her cheeks that she can't even wipe away. I have her wrists bound behind her and my little wolf on her knees in my study. I'm interrogating her in my apartment, in a dim room lit only by the fire behind me. Because the dark part of me only comes out to play in the shadows. When I ask a question, I expect it to be answered. I growl, soft and low.
But what was that?
She asks, her voice pitching up.
How did you...
My pack gift is fear. I reach in and pull out the terror. I cut in, pacing the thick carpet in front of her, grateful that her tears have banished the fucking hard-on I've had since I put her on her knees 20 minutes ago. I'm not above using my ugly gift to prove my point, but I've never been turned on by scaring someone. I'm glad that hasn't changed. I can be monstrous at times, but I don't want to be a monster.
So you...
She swallows hard, her throat working.
You did that on purpose.
I told you that you should be frightened of me. Do we understand each other now, little wolf? And what happens to people who threaten the safety of my pack?
But I'm not...
She blinks faster, fresh tears rising in her eyes.
Did you pick that one on purpose?
I don't know what you lived through. I can't see into your head. I just feel your fear with you. I say flatly, trying to ignore the way my conscience is prickling. She has a lesson to learn, and I can't tolerate her defiance. I have to find out what her sister's up to, and for now Willow's cooperation is the only way to make that happen. Her newly found Pathfinder gift may be able to give me clues that will help stop another attack on our tower before it happens, not to mention track down her sister, and maybe my long-lost brother Bane as well. But I can show a little mercy. Or at least assure the woman I was half naked with earlier tonight that I didn't pull up memories of sexual trauma or something on purpose, like some sick fucking bastard. I'm not sure if that's what she saw, of course, but just in case. If it was something about Pax, about what he did to you, I clench my jaw, shocked by how much I want to destroy Pax for daring to lay hands on this woman, the one who feels so much like mine, though she isn't now, and never will be. I wouldn't do that. Her breath shudders out.
It wasn't that. It was...
She shakes her head, her eyes so haunted I hope she'll keep her trauma to herself. Instead, she says,
There was a man. His pack gift was bringing people back from the dead. He grabbed me and killed me. Over and over again. He got off on the moment when my soul left my body. I could hear him groaning when it happened.
She gulps air.
I was 8.
My teeth grind harder together, but I don't let the emotion surging through me show on my face. Sadly, I've heard worse during these sorts of interrogations, especially from shifters who grew up in the parallel. It's an ugly place where ugly things happen to those too weak to defend themselves. Children are prime targets. But to think of a grown man grabbing little Willow when she was not much more than a baby and doing that to her. I want to gather her in my arms and hold her until the horror fades. I want to rock her and kiss her forehead and promise I'll never let anything like that happen to her again. But I'm the one who made her relive it. And I don't have the luxury of mercy. I'm the alpha of the North Star Pack. Thousands of lives are depending on my leadership. I can't afford to lose my head or my heart right now. And then she says in a shattered whisper,
Mama helped me forget it. That was her gift, banishing memories, but I didn't.
A soft sob escapes her lips.
I didn't remember any of that until just now.
And then she starts weeping for her mother, on her knees on the floor, and I just can't. With a savage growl, I storm out of the room, out of my apartment. I run down the halls, fighting the urge to partially shift, to transform just my hands and drag my wolf claws down the walls on either side of me. I want to destroy something, to shred the people who hurt Willow, to bloody my hands with their life force and watch the light fade from their eyes. But I'm one of those people. Maybe I am one of the monsters. And if that damned prophecy that my father's so fixated on is true, maybe I shouldn't take it for granted that I'm the brother who will turn toward the light. Maybe my heart is as fucking black as I've feared since the day I learned that my gift is pain. With a howl of rage, I shift into my wolf form and run for the stairs leading to the roof, silently sending out a telepathic order for Hermione to fetch Willow from my rooms and lock her in her apartment for the night. And stand guard, I add after Hermione says she's on her way. Don't let anyone in to bother her, not even me. Not even if you have to fight me to keep her safe. Hermione replies, "Yes, Alpha," and severs the connection without a hint of judgment or rebuke. But I feel it all the same. I've let my second-in-command down and tortured a most likely innocent woman, and I'm no closer to knowing what Kelly Astor was doing in my tower than I was before. But I know where to start looking. I send out a second telepathic call, this time to Cameron, my father's personal assistant / nurse / bodyguard, asking him to join me on the 51st floor. Cam knows this tower and its secrets better than anyone except Dad. And he loathes me. He'll give me honest answers, even if they're answers I don't want to hear. And he might be able to do something for Willow. Cam has the gift of forgetting, too, though he stubbornly refuses to use it. He believes in the integrity of the mind and the sacred nature of human and shifter experience. To my knowledge, he's only used his gift a very few times, usually to banish the memory of such excruciating pain that the people involved could no longer function in the wake of their trauma, even after their physical wounds had healed. He attends to people who have been tortured by our enemies, burn victims, and children who have suffered horrors too intense for their still-forming minds to bear, without potentially fatal damage. As a child, Willow absolutely would have qualified under his strict moral code for using his gift. Victims of childhood trauma are 2 to 3 times more likely to succumb to fatal addiction or suicide than other children. What Willow's mother did for her likely saved not only her daughter's sanity, but perhaps her life as well. And I destroyed that precious firewall for nothing. For a power play. To show this woman who gets to me like no other who's in charge. I try to tell myself I was doing what I had to do for my pack, and that there's no way I could have known that she had a horrible gift-suppressed memory. I tell myself I have a responsibility to return to her tomorrow and keep at it until I get what I need from her. I tell myself that I'm not the bad guy. But even I don't believe it.
Chapter 3. Willow. I'm dimly aware of Hermione untying me, helping me to my feet, and leading me out of Maxim's apartment and down the hall to my rooms. But then time jumps forward. Now suddenly we're in my bathroom and she's wiping my face with a cool cloth, asking me if I want her to help me take a shower or a bath while I shake my head frantically from side to side. I can't bear to be touched, even by someone I know means me no harm. The memory of the man's hand over my mouth and my soul leaving my body is too strong. It has ballooned inside my brain until it fills every inch of available space with fear. Fear. Maxim's gift is fear. No wonder he's afraid all the time, I think. He knows just how much there is to be afraid of, how fear poisons and destroys. Before tonight, I would have felt sorry for him, that he has borne witness to so much suffering and pain. Now I don't know what I feel for him. I think I may hate him, but I'm too shattered to be anything but terrified. There's water by the bed, Hermione whispers, once she's helped me into pajamas and pulled back the covers. Can I get you anything else? Maybe a sleeping pill? I shake my head. No, thank you. If I take a pill, I might not be able to wake up if I need to. I mumble in my tear-clogged voice. If there are dreams, nightmares. They won't be dreams, they'll be nightmares. I know that already. And I know I will want to be able to wake up from them, to flee into the relative safety of my prison in Maxim's tower. All right, but do try to rest. You need it. And the more you can sleep, the faster the fear will fade. It's always worst right after. The gentle wolf tucks me in and promises to wait by my bed until I fall asleep. I thank her, although I know it's no use. I won't be safe in sleep. That evil man will come for me there. And when I wake up, another evil man will be waiting. He is evil. Isn't he? I honestly can't say for certain, but I know it hurts to hold the Maxim who sat beside me in the theater, laughing at the play. The Maxim who kissed me like my lips were all he needed to survive. And the Maxim who tortured me, all in my head at the same time. It's too much, too confusing. Especially now that my head is full of an ominously humming swarm of terror locusts, primed to feast on what healthy things are left in my mind as soon as I close my eyes. But I'm too tired to keep them open. My lids slide closed, and I fall into a dream. But it isn't of the man or the alley. And it's so much crisper and cleaner than any dream I've had before. When I look down at my hands, I can see the wrinkles on my knuckles, the veins beneath the skin, the freckles near my wrist, even the dry, calloused place by my thumbnail that I try to file down when I remember. It snags on my gloves at the lab if I don't. The lab. That's where I am. I know it, even before I look up to see the rows of white tables with their beakers and burners all wrapped up for the night. It's dark in the room. And outside the windows, the stars are coming out. I've never been in the lab this late, but I like it. It's peaceful, and the smell of the chemicals is strangely comforting, familiar. In this room, I rule. In this room, no one puts me on my knees. My brain was nearly my ticket out of the lowest survivable status in my birth pack, and it will serve me well again. I just have to keep using my head. I can't let my body start calling the shots. And I certainly can't lose my heart. Sometimes you don't have a choice. A soft, familiar voice sounds from in front of me. I look up to see my reflection staring back at me from the window. But it's crisper than it would be in a normal dream, too. And it's not actually a reflection. I'm wearing my lab coat in the dream, but in the window I'm wearing a red dress with a plunging neckline that's far more daring than anything I've ever worn before. My hair is flowing in curls around my shoulders, and my lips are bright ruby red, the color of fresh blood. Everything is a choice, I reply, pulling my coat tighter across my breasts, feeling the need to cover up to compensate for the way my other self is letting it all hang out. I swear, I can almost see her nipples. There's always a choice. My reflection arches a dubious brow and glances up at the sky. The stars are beautiful tonight, aren't they? I frown, not enjoying her thinly veiled reference to fate and what it might have written in the stars for me. Fuck fate, I say, heat in my voice that isn't like me. But then, maybe it is. Maybe this is the new me. The me who refuses to beg and grovel for kindness and mercy. The me who demands what is hers and isn't afraid to take it. By force, if necessary. And how are you going to manage that? My reflection asks. A queen can rule without a king, but she can't win the game. You need him, Willow. At least in the beginning. Her lips curve. Once you've united the Pax, well, then you can decide whether he's worth the trouble of keeping around long-term. I snort. Me? I just want to live my life without being afraid some alpha hole is going to kill me or torture me or hurt my family. I just want the jerks in charge to at least pretend they care about the welfare of their people. That's it. I have no desire to rule anything. She lifts a bare shoulder and lets it fall. All right. Then you can let the king call the shots. He can decide what's right and wrong, what's fair and what's foul, who will receive mercy, and who will live in the deep, dark shadows of fear. I shiver. The memory of the man who attacked me rising inside me so swiftly, I swear I can feel his fingers wrapping around my throat and beginning to squeeze. No, I choke out. I don't want to be his queen. I don't want anything to do with Maxim Thorne. Who said your king's name was Maxim? I blink. No one said it, I just know. Deep down I know that Maxim is meant to be mine, in a way I knew Pax wasn't. But I don't want to admit that to my reflection or anyone else. I don't want to be Maxim's mate or Pax's mate or tied to any other alpha bully who will treat me like a tool or a toy or anything other than a soul worthy of dignity and respect. I don't want a king, I insist again. I'm just fine on my own. None of us can make it on our own, Willow. No matter how hard we try. Wolves who travel alone get hacked to pieces by wicked woodsmen. Her smile falls away with a suddenness that makes me flinch. A moment later, she glances furtively over her shoulder before leaning in to whisper urgently, "Beware the woods and the prophecy. It isn't too late to keep this from happening." To keep what from happening, I ask. What prophecy? What? My words end in a startled cry as a man's giant hand wraps around her neck from behind, summoning a strangled gurgle from her throat. "Run, Willow. Talk to Pax," she gasps. "Pax knows the truth." Before I can ask her if she's out of her mind, or demand that the disembodied hand behind her let go of her, me, whoever she is, the woman in the red dress is wrenched away from the window. Behind her, the scene changes to reveal a ballroom filled with people in gorgeous formal clothing, wearing masks shaped like wolves, big cats, bears, and other shifter creatures. As the man with his hand around the woman's throat drags her through the crowd, the other partygoers part for them, oohing and eyeing as they point at the woman in red's swollen belly. She's pregnant. I'm pregnant. And I instinctively know that's very bad news. I can't have a baby yet, especially not with a man who drags me around by the neck. It's not safe. I have to ensure the right people are in power and my little one will never know violence and fear the way I have. I have to make the world safe for that baby. For myself. So, maybe I will have to rule after all. I wake to see the moon still hovering over the city skyline. I'm covered in sweat from the dream, but my cheeks are dry and tear-free. I'm not afraid anymore, and I know what I have to do.
Chapter 4. Maxim. On the 51st floor, Cameron guides me back to the artifacts room, where the team investigating the theft is finishing up their work. As my father predicted, the alpha bands and the spirit-sharing cup are missing. But there's something else gone, too. The goddess of the Baron, I read from the bottom of Briggs's report, then glance up at Cam, who stops pacing in front of the dusty books on the other side of the room and turns to me, his gray brows bobbing up and down on his thin face. "Really?" He turns to Briggs, who stayed to answer any questions we might have, though he sent the rest of his team to bed. It's nearly 1 in the morning, but I can't imagine sleeping right now. I need answers. I need to at least make some progress towards solving this mystery before I go insane. And I need to stay far away from Willow, because as shitty as I feel about what happened, a part of me still wants to seek her out, to demand she allow me to be the one to comfort her instead of my second in command. But that isn't how comforting works. Even a motherless son who grew up without much comfort in his life knows that. Yeah, Briggs says, running a tired hand over his close-cropped brown hair. We almost missed that, though. Kelly was brazen about the rings and the cup, but she took the time to rearrange all the fertility objects in the bottom drawer. If Denver hadn't checked the inventory a second time, we wouldn't have realized it was gone. Making a mental note to reward Denver with an extra day off this week, I asked them both. So what's the deal with the goddess? Is she a statue with magical powers or something? Cameron's nose wrinkles with disapproval. Our ancestors believed these objects were sacred for a reason, Maxim. I understand, I say, but none of these objects have been magically charged for generations. We've had fairies in to check several times. I pace closer to Briggs. Why doesn't Kelly know that? Bane knew. Why hasn't he told her? Assuming he's not dead, of course. Briggs exhales with a shake of his head. I don't know. And I don't know why she'd try to hide one theft and not the other. But to answer your question, the goddess of the Baron is a... He trails off with a soft laugh and turns to Cam. Help me out, man. I'm so beat. All I can think of is cock ring, but I know that's not right. My brows shoot up my forehead, and my lips quirk for the first time in hours. Yes, please do help us out, Cam, because that wasn't what I was expecting to hear at all. It's a cervical charm, Cameron says, clearly judging both Briggs and me for our adolescent amusement. Inserted into a woman on her wedding night. It's alleged to ensure conception, even if the woman in question is otherwise considered to be barren. But it only works on the wedding night, after bride and groom have both drunk from the spirit-sharing cup. My amusement vanishing, I say. So Bane and Kelly are planning to get married and knocked up on the same night? Looks like it, Briggs says. I suddenly wish my father was here. He would know if this has something to do with the prophecy, or if Kelly and Bane are just both getting up there in years and have decided they should get started on building their family. The thought sends a sharp pain through my chest. Growing up, I took for granted that someday Bane and I would be fathers together, that our children would run wild through the tower the way we did as kids, but they'd have those cousins we always wished we had to play with. Our father's sister died of cancer before she could have kids, and his much older brother was killed in the escape from the parallel. He stayed behind to provide a distraction to those who might come looking for our people, and paid the ultimate price. But now I have no idea what's going on with Bane. Don't know if he's even still alive, but I know that version of the future is forever beyond our reach. Something was set in motion tonight. Something that can't be taken back. If Bane was behind the bomb that exploded in the theater, he's no longer my brother. He's an enemy of the people, and will be treated as such. And you're sure nothing else is missing? Cam asks, his brow furrowing as he scans the shelves of artifacts behind me. Briggs squints tired eyes at the floor-to-ceiling display. Not that we found, no, and we checked the collection records twice. Cam's lips purse together. And what are the chances she was able to alter the collection records in the time the camera feed went dark? Once she was inside the artifacts room, Kelly had enough insider knowledge of the tower to disable the security feed for the entire 51st floor. aside from 30 seconds of footage of her crawling out of the air duct and walking across the room to hack into the control panel on the wall. We have no record of her activities here. Briggs grunts, nodding as he considers the question. If she had an alternate record already printed and ready to swap out, then yeah, absolutely. He nods toward the folder in my hand. But you can see all the logs look the same. They're in the same font on the same aging paper. Even with insider knowledge, there's no way she would have been able to replicate everything that exactly. At least I don't think she could. He props his hands low on his hips. Why? Is something missing we people who never hang out in the artifacts room gathering dust wouldn't notice? Cam's lips curve, proving he likes Briggs more than he'll ever like me. If I'd made the same joke, he'd be glaring a hole in my forehead right now. There was a sword, I think, Cam says, pointing to the top right side of the shelves, where several swords and spears are mounted, and nothing seems out of place. A miniature one. I remember because it was so much smaller than the others. Legend has it that it belonged to a child king in the 5th century, an orphan who became a powerful ruler and ended up uniting 3 of the most influential shifter clans in the Scottish Highlands. I nod, my eyes narrowing. I think I remember that story. Is he the one who refused to have his picture painted? Cameron nods. Yes. Some said it was because he was disfigured. He glances over to Briggs and back to me before adding. But some said it was because he wasn't a he at all, that it was actually a queen who united the clans, but they kept it a secret for fear it would make the other clans think they were weak and easy to conquer. I cross my arms, exchanging a look with Briggs. His lips turn down in a dubious expression, but he shrugs. Well, your sister would be excited to hear that story. When I was tutoring Diana for history last year, she was always bitching about men doing a shitty job of being in charge, and it being high time a woman had a chance. She has a point, Cam says, crossing to the shelf and lifting a hand to shield his eyes from the glare of the lights set into the ceiling. I certainly can't imagine a woman doing any worse than what Victor's done to the parallel. And a woman would at least... He breaks off with a swiftly drawn breath and points an excited finger toward the ceiling. There, between the 2 spears. My old eyes might be playing tricks on me, but that looks like fresh paint. 10 minutes later, we've fetched a ladder and verified that it is indeed fresh paint. An hour after that, the ancient manuscripts expert we drag out of her cozy bed has verified that the artifact list detailing the objects on the sword's shelf is a forgery. A very good one, but a slight difference in the curve at the top of the lowercase a, observable only through our paper sleuth's magnifying glass, gives it away. Not long after that, Cam has pulled every manuscript on the missing artifacts from the dusty bookshelf. We sit down with the expert, Maggie, to study the documents, while Briggs heads downstairs for some much-deserved rest. You may not remember this, Maggie tells me as we settle in at the table and Cameron puts in an order for tea and refreshments, and for my father to be apprised of the latest developments as soon as he's awake. But I gave a presentation about our ceremonial songs from the Middle Ages to your 2nd grade music class. I remember you for 2 reasons. 1, you were the Alpha's son. 2, you raised your hand during the discussion afterward and said you thought most of the songs were scary. She smiles, her skin wrinkling like a piece of old paper wadded in a fist and then smoothed out again. I thought that was very brave of you, to admit you were scared in front of your entire class. Her smile fades. I knew right then that if something happened to your big brother, you'd make a wonderful alpha. I pull in a breath, holding it for a beat before I let it out long and slow. Thank you, though I'm not sure I deserve your praise tonight. I know I don't deserve it. but I can't very well confess that to an old woman I dragged out of her bed who's counting on me to protect our people from further attacks.
It's all right, Alpha, she says. No one blames you for what happened. If an enemy is willing to give their life in order to inflict harm, there's often not much we can do to prevent it, no matter how prepared we are.
She reaches out, patting my hand in a maternal way few people, even of her generation, would dare. But then, Maggie clearly isn't afraid of me either. I wonder if Willow still feels that way, or if a glimpse beneath my mask at the monster inside changed her mind. As much as I need her obedience to keep my pack and herself safe, I hope not. I hope once she's slept and the memory has had the chance to fade, that she'll still look at me with fire in her eyes. I love her fire. Then why do you keep trying to snuff it out? I don't know. I mutter to myself, only realizing I've spoken aloud when Maggie answers.
Well, I do know. And I know we're going to get to the bottom of this and make our people safe again. This isn't the first time someone's come for the orphan's sword, you know. There was another, before you or even your father was born. It was during the Second World War, when many of our men were off fighting. A young woman by the name of Elsbeth broke into the armory, where the sword was stored then, and stole it. She left a note saying she intended to use it to unite the shifter clans and stop the war before any more of our men were killed. And that if your grandfather didn't like it, he could get stuffed.
I cross my arms over my chest. Interesting. I've never heard that story. That's because she failed, Cameron says, drawing up the chair across the table from mine. We'll make sure Kelly fails too, and this will be just another footnote to history, easily forgotten. Maggie purses her mouth, but doesn't speak. It's clear she intends to keep her 2 cents to herself, but I can't help asking. How did she fail, Maggie? Is the sword not magical after all? Her lips curve into a sad smile.
I can't speak to that. It's not my area of expertise, but as for Elsbeth, she traveled to France to find her brother and fiancé and enlist their aid in bringing about a revolution. She arrived in time to watch her love die in a field hospital. Her brother was already dead, awaiting burial in a cart full of other lost soldiers. She was so heartbroken that she sent the sword back to your grandfather on the next ship home and threw herself into the sea.
I wince, hating that it ended like that for a woman brave enough to stand up for what she believed in, even if she was defying her alpha and one of my family members to do so. Though, to be fair, my grandfather was allegedly a hard-ass without a creative thought in his head. He died before I was born, but I've heard enough talk from my father about what it was like growing up in a house where practicing music was considered a frivolous pastime to know Granddad and I wouldn't have gotten on that well. I may not have an ounce of my father's talent, but I can appreciate those who do and recognize that music is a gift to our people. Tragic tale, Cameron says as he spreads our pile of books out on the table. But he doesn't sound too broken up about it. And when he asks, "Where should we start, Maggie? Perhaps we each take a book, read, and then compare notes?" Impatience creeps into his tone. Cameron doesn't like wasting time, but it turns out that story wasn't a waste. If Maggie hadn't told me the story of Elsbeth, I wouldn't have realized there was a discrepancy in the history of the sword in the text I'm reading half an hour later. I would have skimmed right over the nugget of information without blinking an eye or writing it down for discussion. Now, however, I make a note and murmur, "This book says Elsbeth didn't die, that she was captured at the field hospital and the sword confiscated, but that she managed to escape." I glance up, arching a brow as I add, "and vowed to wrest power from my family, no matter what the cost." "She's dead by now," Cameron says dismissively. Or so old she likely has trouble getting to the toilet, let alone launching terrorist attacks or leading revolutions. Maggie's lips prune harder this time, and she isn't content to keep quiet.
Says the 67-year-old man who dragged the 80-year-old woman out of her bed to avail himself of her expertise. Not all leadership takes place on the front lines, Cameron. As a man who's had our alpha's ear for nearly half a century, you know that very well.
What exactly are you implying? His voice is so chilly I fight the urge to shiver.
I'm not implying anything,
Maggie says sweetly.
I'm telling you to your face that your refusal to take the ancient prophecies seriously or prepare the next generation for something like this is a failure.
She nods my way, but doesn't shift her gaze from Cam's.
I bet Maxim has no idea it's been foretold that a ruler will rise who will unite the shifter clans of both dimensions.
Cam's lips part, but I cut in. Actually, I do. But I was told Cam didn't know about the prophecy, not that he didn't believe in it. Cameron shoots a challenging gaze across the table. And do you? Does any of that nonsense sound logical to you? I shake my head. No, but Maggie's right. If enough people believe it, it's something I should have been prepared to manage. My ignorance has put our people in danger. I need everything you can pull together on the prophecy on my desk by noon. I glance to Maggie. Can you coordinate that for me, Maggie? She nods.
Absolutely. You should get some sleep. If this shit hits the fan as quickly as I'm expecting, you're going to need it.
Chapter 5. Willow. I'm a scientist. I deal in data, facts, and thoroughly tested hypotheses. I've never had my fortune told, never examined my love line to see who I might marry, and I'm the last person to start making decisions because of something I saw in a dream. But that wasn't just a dream. It was something bigger, something true. I can feel it in my bones, in that supernatural part of me that started coming online last night. It's ironic that my pack gift is such a contrast to my nature, but that might make me the perfect person to manage a power like this. I won't blindly trust my gut or my visions. I'll do my due diligence, examine the intelligence I glean with my gift from every angle, and make decisions based on supernatural intelligence and logic. And my logical analysis of my dream while showering this morning has led to 3 important conclusions. 1. I have nothing to lose by placing a call to Pax. He can't strangle me through a phone line, and he won't know where the call originated. The North Star Pack is careful to make all calls from the tower untraceable. 2. Ditto with asking my childhood nemesis what he knows about prophecies, and whether or not our fated match is a bunch of horseshit. I'm still mostly in the dark right now, but I could get lucky. He might start spilling his guts without knowing how much I know. Or don't know. It's a long shot, but you know what they say about the shots you don't take. 3. It's not time to run yet. My dream self clearly believes I'm in danger, but even with Maxim fucking with my head and holding me prisoner, I'm still far safer in here than I would be out on my own. And the fact remains that I am a prisoner. Diana liberated me from my rooms once, but I don't see that happening again. I'm sure she's under lock and key herself to make sure she doesn't break any more of her brother's rules. All that remains to be seen is if Maxim left my phone on. He activated the line last night so I could order food after the attack, but he might have changed his mind about trusting me with even that small amount of freedom. But when I lift the receiver post-shower, the dial tone is loud and steady. Pulling in a bracing breath, I replace the receiver on the old-school device and rush to get dressed. I can't call Pax in a towel. I need to be dressed for battle first. I find a pair of tight black jeans, a gray sweater, and shit-kicker boots that are heavy and solid feeling on my feet. I tie my hair back in a ponytail and put on makeup, mostly thick black eyeliner and loads of mascara. When I'm done, I step back from the mirror and nod in approval. This is a much better reflection. This me looks ready to kick ass and take names, and maybe toss back a shot of whiskey after. If someone put his big fat hand around her neck, she'd fuck that guy up real quick. Just because you look tough doesn't mean you actually know how to fight, I remind myself, or even defend yourself. I sigh, wishing my logical brain would take a break already. I could use some added confidence, and it's not like I can do anything about my lack of badassery at the moment. I seriously doubt Maxim is going to let me hit the gym or start self-defense classes. He's more interested in keeping me powerless, subservient, and tied up at his feet. The memory of the way he bound my arms and pushed me to my knees rockets through me, heating my blood and making fire flash in my eyes. Drawing on the anger roaring inside, I stalk to the phone. I should probably plan this out a little. I'll likely only get one shot at this. Maxim is bound to shut off my phone as soon as he remembers he had it turned on, but there's no time to waste. I expect Maxim or Hermione to knock on my door any minute. Luckily, I've always thought fast on my feet. I dial the number to our PAX headquarters by memory. When the operator answers, I ask in a vapid voice typical of the sort of girls PAX prefers, "Hey there, what's up? Could you connect me to PAX? He said I should hit him up here and someone would direct my call." "One moment, please," the operator responds in a bored voice. Resisting the urge to do a celebratory fist pump over clearing the first hurdle, I cross my fingers instead, willing Pax to answer. Still, when he does, croaking out a deep, "Hey, who's this?" For a moment, I'm too freaked out to reply. The last time I heard that voice, he was on top of me, telling me to spread my legs. The last time I saw his face, he was out cold, bleeding profusely from a head wound. And yes, I assumed that he was still alive, or word of his murder would have already reached the North Star Tower. But still, my stomach knots and my throat squeezes, and it isn't until Pax says, "Who the hell is this? Talk or I'm hanging up," that I'm jolted out of my stunned state. "You're going to want to hear what I have to say," I whisper, pulse racing faster as he growls, "Who the fuck are you?" in response. "Aw, Pax, you know who I am," I say, playing it way cooler than I feel. "It's your one true love." Except we both know that's a load of bullshit, don't we? You're not my fated mate any more than your cousin was Kelly's. I'm taking a risk, but now that I've heard his voice again, Pax's short attention span is coming back to me. If I don't capture his focus quickly, he might tell me to go fuck myself and hang up. He growls again, a sound so purely wolf that for a second I'm worried he's shifted and won't be able to finish the conversation. But then he says, "You're dead, Willow. Dead. Do you hear me? As soon as I get what I need from you, I'm going to take such fucking pleasure in killing you. It's gonna be slow, bitch. Slow and ugly. Your ass is gonna be in pieces all over my basement by the time I'm through with you." The words would usually be terrifying, but now they bounce off of me like I'm wearing an invisible shield. Something deep in my bones assures me that won't come to pass, and a glance in the mirror above the desk reveals the slight glow in my eyes. It's my Pac gift's quiet assurance that, however I die, Pax's torture chamber isn't involved. As fun as that sounds, that's not how it ends between us, I say breezily, feeling more confident now than I did even a moment before. But you know that, don't you? The prophecy probably makes that pretty clear. I'm reaching again. A smarter man would realize it, but Pax falls right into my clumsy trap. "The prophecy says you're going to make a young alpha the king of shifters," he says, making my pulse spike, "and that man is going to be me." That's what my dream self said, that I would unite the Pax. It's so mind-blowing that I might have some pivotal part to play in the future of my people. Not to mention receiving confirmation that the dream truly was prophetic. That I don't have a chance to respond before Pax adds in a smug voice, "You're already my mate. We did the whole stupid ceremony. I just have to put my baby in you, and it's a done deal." "A baby, huh?" I say, the sight of my swollen belly in the red dress flashing on my mental screen. Figuring playing Pax once worked, I try again. "I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe you're reading the wrong prophecy." "I don't read shit, you dumb bitch," he snarls, sticking his other paw into my trap. My dad knows all about it. All the top-level alphas do. And yeah, a baby is part of it. The queen will be seated before the king is seated. It's the most important part. He lets out a low, ugly laugh. You think I would have touched you otherwise? You think chubby nerds do it for me or something? 'Cause they don't. It was to fuck a baby into you so I can rule. That's it. Well, that's kind of hard to do when you can't get it up, isn't it? I say, just to be mean. Because Pax deserves mean. He deserves far more than mean, but I can't stab him in the dick through the phone any more than he can strangle me. Such a stupid cunt, he says with another oily laugh. We'll see if you're still laughing once I've fucked you raw. I'm gonna tie you up with your legs spread and dump cum on you until you learn some fucking respect. Again, the insult hits my invisible shield and rolls off. But not before the imagery he conjures makes bile rise in my throat. I should have killed this monster when I had the chance. Screw my moral code. There is nothing good or worthy about this man. He's a spoiled sociopath who would have been dead a long time ago from sheer stupidity if his father hadn't hired a fleet of men to protect his idiot offspring. Pax doesn't have street smarts or book smarts. The only thing he's truly good at is causing pain. But I take comfort in knowing he won't be causing me any more pain or suffering, and he won't be putting babies in me or anyone else. The knowledge rises from that well of truth inside, and I purr. You can fuck all you want, buddy, but you're shooting blanks. You're never going to be a daddy. Your line ends with you. As soon as the last word is out, my eyes blaze bright gold behind the green. A laugh burbles from my lips. I'm delighted by the way I'm connecting to my gift, learning to sense it and communicate with it. But Pax clearly thinks I'm laughing at him, which is just fine by me. As he lets forth a flood of increasingly vicious threats, I pull the phone away from my ear, call out, "Your dick is way smaller than average, too, in case you were wondering," and hang up, still grinning. I have no idea if that's true, but I know the insult will torture Pax until the end of his days. And I do know he's smaller than the other two cocks I've seen in my life. Zeke's was at least an inch longer. And Maxim's... well, Maxim has a fucking monster between his legs, which is fitting. A monster dick for the monster prick, calling the shots in this tower. But maybe not for long. Smile fading, I look into the mirror, a little afraid by what I might find there. But when I meet my gaze, there's no glow. But there's no invisible shield either, and nothing flows from that well of wisdom inside me. Maxim's destiny isn't certain yet, and neither is mine. But I know more than I did before, and I'm betting at least one person in this tower would be interested in hearing my thoughts about prophecies and power, and how far I'm willing to go to make sure I never help crown a monster. Pax said all the top-level alphas know about this prophecy. Time to see if that's true. I pick up the phone again, dialing the tower operator. When he answers, I say, "Could you connect me with Jukebox Thorne, please? Tell him it's about his future grandchild." When the sputtering operator asks me to hold, I coo, "Of course, not a problem," and sit down on the edge of the desk to wait for Jukebox to answer. I sense he won't keep me waiting long.
Chapter 6. Maxim. I sleep for just a few hours, plagued by nightmares filled with explosions and bloodied swords and the sound of Willow weeping at my feet, and awake more exhausted than I was before. But as soon as I settle at my desk with a cup of coffee and a binder of prophecy intelligence Maggie pulled together so swiftly that I suspect she's been preparing for this potentially longer than a few hours, the synapses begin to fire. I read everything through once to get an overview of the situation, and then go back to the beginning, jotting down notes of the most pertinent pieces of information as I go. And then I sketch out a rough response plan. The quickest way to defuse this situation? Prove the prophecy wrong and suck the air out of the crazy people's hope balloons. The fact that my brother is likely one of the crazy people is troubling, but upon further consideration, not entirely surprising. I worshipped Bane growing up, and have missed him every day since he left. But my brother... Well, self-esteem was never a problem for him. Bane thought a lot of himself. If they'd had a category for most likely to believe he deserves to be crowned king of the world in the high school yearbook, Bane would have won, hands down. Still, the fact that he put our people at risk with that explosion doesn't sit well. That's not the man I knew, and I can't stomach holding him responsible for that kind of violence without more evidence. The penalty for acts of terror perpetrated upon our people is death. I won't put a price on my brother's head unless I know for damned sure he's to blame. By the time I finish with my preparation, it's nearly 2 p.m. I emerge from my office to see a frantic expression on Samantha, my secretary's face, and a pile of messages by her phone.
Your father's been calling every 15 minutes,
she says, pushing the stack of notes across her desk.
Last time he threatened to come up here and put me in a timeout if I didn't go in and get you.
I grunt. I'm sorry about that. You were obeying orders from your alpha. He shouldn't have put pressure on you to disobey. I gather the stack of messages, flipping through them as I add, and you're too old for a timeout.
Logically, I understand that,
Sam says.
But my inner child was shaking in her boots. Getting put in timeout by your dad as a kid was like the worst thing that could happen. No matter how sweet he was about it, I cried every time I got caught breaking the rules.
She shudders.
So embarrassing.
My jaw clenches, and a wave of longing rushes through me. My father is like a father or grandfather to this entire pack. During his time as Alpha, he ruled with a firm but kind hand, and our people loved him for it. I already know I'll never be that sort of leader. I'm not the paternal type, but that doesn't keep me from wishing I could be. I want that for my wolves and for myself. I miss watching my father make his rounds at pack gatherings, seeing every face light up with not just respect or appreciation, but love, as Jukebox pulled them in for a hug or a handshake. I was so proud to be his son. I still am, but it's more complicated with so much resting on my shoulders. I didn't realize what a delicate dance being Alpha would be, how carefully I'd have to balance compassion and consequences, tolerance and punishment, truth and the gentle fictions that keep the peace. My father made it look so easy. But it isn't easy, and the complexities of ruling a pack is one more thing he didn't prepare me for. Just like this fucking prophecy. Dumping the messages, all variations on "come to my place as soon as you get this, Maxim, or else," in the trash, I tell Samantha I'll be back for the 4 o'clock advisory meeting, and where she should be able to find me until then. 2 hours should be enough time with my father. He may have more to say, but he won't have the energy to say it, and I don't want to waste any more time with this prophecy nonsense than absolutely necessary. I have a plan. I'll communicate that to Dad, and he can deal with it. I'm Alpha now, and as much as I love and admire my father, I have to do what I think is right for our people. And buying into superstitious mumbo-jumbo isn't anywhere on my list of priorities. All the way up to my father's apartment, I compose my speech, one I hope will placate him, while also making it clear I don't intend to let a prophecy dictate my choices. If I take a mate, it will be because she's my fated mate, or I'm irresistibly drawn to her for some other reason. Not because deluded people believe she'll make me a king. And what if your fated mate and the kingmaker are one and the same? I ignore the inner voice and the memory of how fiercely I wanted to make Willow mine when we were kissing in my living room. And not just mine for an afternoon, but mine for keeps. I didn't just want to fuck her. I wanted to possess her, claim her, and breed her while I was at it. That was the most troubling thing. Children aren't anywhere on my radar, or they weren't until that curvy little wolf showed up and threw my entire life into chaos. I'm thinking about Willow and how much she must hate me, acknowledging how unlikely it is that I'll ever get my dick inside her now, let alone my baby, when my father's guard detail shows me into his study and there she is, Willow, sitting across from my father in one of the matching leather armchairs, a teacup and saucer balanced on her knee, laughing softly at something my father has just said. But as soon as I step into the room, they both stop laughing. My father turns to me with a scowl, snapping, "It took you long enough," and Willow's gaze goes frosty over the rim of her cup. Frosty, but not fearful. Looks like I got my wish, and my little wolf has rallied from her brush with terror last night, but she clearly hasn't forgotten about it, or that I'm the one responsible for her suffering. She makes that clear as she adds in a cool voice,
I don't mind that you took your time. Jimmy and I worked everything out just fine without you putting your oar in.
My brows pinch together. Excuse me?
Yes, it's all settled,
Dad says with a satisfied nod Willow's way.
We'll announce the engagement tomorrow night. That will give you the full 30 days of reflection customary for an alpha taking a mate, but you'll be married before the winter solstice, when pack fertility levels will be at their peak.
He motions toward me with 2 fingers, but scarcely spares me a glance as he adds,
Hopefully that won't be an issue for you, son, but your mother and I did have some trouble when we were first trying. I had to take herbs to get my swimmers moving a little faster.
He winces sympathetically at Willow.
Sorry, sweetheart, I'm sure you don't want to hear about your future father-in-law's fertility issues, but I want to be totally upfront with you about our family and our pack. From here on out, there are no secrets between us. Family should be kind whenever possible, but honest always. That's my motto.
What the hell are you two talking about? I demand tightly, though I have a pretty good idea. Still, I don't want to believe my father would arrange a marriage behind my back.
You're marrying Willow,
my father says, erasing any remaining doubt.
We'll announce the match tomorrow at a small ceremony, I think, or a larger one, up to the 2 of you.
I bite the inside of my cheek, willing myself not to lose my temper. I remind myself how hard it must have been for Dad to go from a man at the peak of his power to a recovering invalid who only has the energy to focus on pack issues a few hours a day. I remind myself that I love and respect my father, and take a deep breath in and out before I say in as calm a voice as I can muster, "That's an interesting suggestion, but according to pack law, you can't compel me to marry anyone but my fated mate. Considering Willow's already been matched and married to another man," I smile. "Well, I'm sure you can see that's problematic." Dad motions toward his desk by the window.
The Blood Moon Pack's star chart readers were mistaken. Take a look at the charts our readers worked up last night, son. You two were born for each other. And you know my people don't lie about those sorts of things. That's not our way.
"And what about the baby she may be carrying?" I ask, keeping my tone calm, though my pulse is spiking. "The child that's absolutely not mine."
Good news there,
Willow says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes.
My moon came this morning. I'm not pregnant.
And what a relief that is for everyone, Dad says sincerely. Especially you, my boy. Truly, I've never seen such a perfect match in my life. You and Willow are like puzzle pieces, but you must feel that. I remember when I met your mother, how irresistibly drawn I was to her. Looking at her just lit me up with happiness. From the moment I first held her hand, I couldn't have imagined spending my life with anyone else.
That's very sweet.
Willow says.
But I want to be honest with you too, Jimmy. Maxim and I definitely don't have that kind of connection. It's more an I hate that I'm drawn to you kind of thing that we'd both prefer to ignore if things were different. Isn't that right, Big Bad?
Excuse me? I ask, taking my turn with the chilly tone.
You call me Little Wolf,
she says with a shrug.
I thought it was only fair that you have a nickname too. Big Bad Bully was also an option, or just asshole, but that felt a little on the nose.
My father bursts into delighted laughter, clapping his hands together as he rocks back and forth in his chair.
Oh, son, she's perfect for you, just what you need. A woman who will keep you on your toes. Uniting the packs won't be easy. You'll need a strong mate backing you up, watching your back.
Or stabbing me in it, I say through clenched teeth. I'd like a word with you alone, Dad, before you marry me off to a stranger who might want to kill me, if that's all right.
I definitely want to kill you,
Willow says flatly.
But I won't. That's not who I am. But I won't be treated like a prisoner or an enemy anymore, either. I've proven to your father with my gift that I only want what's best for this pack.
It's true,
Dad says, still catching his breath from his laugh attack.
And I'm going to help train Willow to use her pack gift for the good of our people. We're lucky to have her, son, all of us.
Lucky isn't the word I would use. I'm not sure what word fits Willow asked her, but thorn in my paw feels pretty fitting. As does noose around my neck and anchor tied to my ankle. But all of those are phrases, not single words, and I know none of that will matter. My father doesn't care if my gut is screaming that this is a bad idea. Dad cares about star charts and prophecies and ensuring the continuation of our family line, all of which will be served by marrying me off to Willow. From everything I read today, the prophecy makes it pretty clear that the first man to put a baby in one of the chosen women's wombs will be the next king. But I don't believe in prophecies, and I like having my free will ripped away from me about as much as Willow enjoyed being reintroduced to her traumatic memories last night. That's at least one good thing to come out of this meeting. I don't feel guilty about what I did to Willow anymore. I just feel determined. Determined to regain control of my life and my pack. Now that I know the game we're playing, I have no doubt I'll come out on top. Thanks to her surprise attack, Willow won this battle. But I will win the war. Easily. Swiftly. I don't care if those charts are right and she is my fated mate. I won't be bullied into a pizza topping, let alone a marriage. She made a serious mistake when she decided to get my father involved, and she's going to pay for it. But in the meantime, the best thing I can do is stay on Dad's good side and lull my little wolf into dropping her guard. So I force a weary, resigned sigh and nod. Okay. We'll announce the engagement tomorrow, but we're not going to mention the prophecy, just that we're fated mates. I don't want to encourage that sort of thinking. We're a logical people, not a superstitious one. Dad smiles.
Willow was just saying the same thing, how she wants to apply logic to her gift, and compassion.
He sobers, holding my gaze with an intensity that makes it obvious he's not buying my easy surrender.
Truly, son, this match will be a gift to you, if you'll allow it to be. Fighting it will only cause pointless suffering for everyone involved, and that includes you. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face.
Of course not, Dad, I say. My nose and face are both on board. But my heart and my head sure as hell aren't, and I won't regret getting rid of Willow. Not for a single fucking second. First, I'll prove to her that I'm her alpha, dominant to her in every way. Then, I'll make her pay for trying to steal power that doesn't belong to her. She's going to be very sorry she crossed me. Very sorry indeed.
Chapter 7. Willow. Maxim wants to kill me. Dead. With a toothpick, 1,000 tiny stab wounds, and a gallon of lemon juice, so I'll be in as much pain as possible before I die. I fully expected him to be pissed once he realized what I'd set in motion behind his back, but he's more enraged than I even imagined he would be. I could feel the waves of animosity rippling off of him in his father's study, like heat from a fire, making my cheeks flush and sweat break out along the hollow of my spine. If his dad hadn't been sitting right there, I'm pretty sure Maxim would have crushed my bones to dust with his bare hands. Instead, he sat down for tea, and we discussed how best to announce our engagement. But the entire time his teeth were grinding together, and he was quietly plotting my demise in the dark recesses of his twisted mind. Of course, I don't actually know what was going on in his mind, but I'm sufficiently convinced of my future mate's animosity toward me that I don't intend to risk being alone with him again until we're man and wife, and pack law would require his immediate execution should he lose control of his bloodthirsty impulses and, say, toss me off a balcony. Until then, he might be able to get away with offing me, assuming he can find some way to prove I'm a danger to his pack. I'm not, of course, but I can sense Maxim's not above planting evidence to wriggle free of the marriage noose. My fated mate has serious control issues. He wants all of it and gets a bad case of murder eyeballs when someone shoplifts power he sees as his. But I'm not trying to take his power, just to acquire enough of my own to have some say over my future. I don't want to marry Maxim either. I don't want to marry anyone. But it's becoming increasingly clear I probably have no other choice. Enough people believe my womb is the secret to shifter domination that I have to marry for my own protection. And sadly, Maxim is the least wretched candidate. He's an arrogant asshole, but he's also one of the most powerful alphas of his generation, is doing his best to be a good leader, and has the capacity to care about people, though he'll never care about me. Not now. Not after I shamed him in front of his father. In fact, I'm pretty sure Maxim will go out of his way to ensure our married life is an exercise in misery for me. So until then, I intend to enjoy my last 30 days of freedom as much as possible, and spend it shoring up the alliances I'll need to rule effectively as Maxim's queen. Starting with moving out of the consort's apartment and into the spare bedroom at Diana's place. The best way to keep your fiancé from dropping a piano on you before the wedding? Make sure you're never far from the sister he loves to distraction and would do anything to protect. Oh my God, this is so exciting! Diana greets me at her front door with a giddy squeal and throws her arms around my neck. I can't believe it! We're going to be sisters! Laughing, I hug her with one arm, holding onto the handle of the suitcase I've been given with the other. My bodyguards wanted to carry my things, but I insisted on dragging the bag onto the elevator myself. I don't intend to be a spoiled alpha queen, and I want to make that clear from day one. I know, I say, following her into her bright, sunny apartment with the view of the river and Brooklyn beyond. Engagements happen fast around here. When they're my brothers, they do. She waves me through the combination living room and kitchen, and down a short hallway. Your room isn't here. It's tiny compared to the consort's quarters, but super cozy, and you'll have your own bathroom so you won't have to share with me. I confess I'm a bit of a pig when it comes to tidying up in the loo. I shed so much every time I do my hair, it feels like a losing battle, you know? Better to just leave the mess and clean it up once a year or so when I can't walk through the tangle of hairballs anymore. I laugh and wrinkle my nose. Gross. Thanks, she says, opening the door to my room and extending an arm. What do you think? My stomach does a happy, sad flip at the sight of the blue and pink room with pop art on the walls and a gorgeous glass bowl of flowers by the bed. Happy because I'm so grateful to Diana for setting me up with a beautiful space. Sad because it's only temporary. Soon I'll be back in the consort's quarters, waging marital warfare with my unwilling mate and his aunt's hideous face. For the first time since I set my plan in motion, tears sting at the backs of my eyes. Diana, being the person she is, notices immediately and swoops in to wrap her arms around me. Don't cry, sweet Willow, she says, rubbing my back in soothing circles. It's all going to be okay. Just wait and see. Come on, let me show you the bathroom. The shower can be tricky. I sniff. It's okay. I'm sure I can figure it out later. But I'd love some coffee if you have any. I didn't sleep well last night. I can imagine, Diana says, nodding toward the door to the adjoining bath again. And yes, I have coffee, tea, and espresso, but first, let me show you the shower. I'm afraid I'll forget, and you'll be desperate to get clean later while I'm out and end up frustrated and confused. I doubt the shower's that complicated. And I'm pretty handy with mechanical things, but I'm happy to put Diana's mind at ease. Leaving my suitcase in a corner of the room to unpack later, I follow her into a pretty blue and yellow bathroom with framed mermaid paintings on every inch of wall space. It's a perfect complement to the bedroom. This is so cute, Diana. I motion to the pictures and wrought iron seashells and octopi mounted on the wall. I love every single piece. Thanks, she says, brushing the seaweed print shower curtain aside. I decorated my apartment myself. I want to be an interior designer, but better than my Aunt Claudia. Much better. I laugh as she motions toward the faucet and adds, Okay, so first you need to get the temperature adjusted down here. If you turn on the shower first, you will burn the shit out of yourself. She cranks the knob, and I move closer to see how she adjusts the hot and cold. But to my surprise, she doesn't continue the shower lesson. She takes my hand and squeezes tight as she whispers, My apartment is tapped. This is the only way to talk without being overheard. But we have to be quiet, okay? Eyes wide, I nod. Okay. I'm sneaking away to meet with Jacob tonight, to see what he knows about the attack, if anything, she says. Do you want me to see if his people can help you get out of here before the wedding? You don't have to marry my brother if you don't want to. Throat tight with gratitude, I shake my head. Thank you, but I think I do have to marry him. There's a lot you don't know about Maxim and me. I'm happy to tell you what I can, but I know you're fated mates, she cuts in. My dad told me after you met with him yesterday, and he wouldn't lie about something like that. Or fake a horoscope or whatever your old alpha did. But that doesn't mean you have to marry Maxim. Not in our pack, anyway. Fated only means you could be a perfect match if you're both invested in the relationship. You could also end up being perfectly suited to drive each other crazy. My lips curve in a wry smile. I'm pretty sure that's a given. Diana's brow furrows emphatically. And that will make you miserable, Willow. People with pretty pink auras like ours thrive on authenticity, kindness, and playful creativity. Living with a man who will turn everything into a fight for dominance is going to crush your spirit. I drag a hand through my hair. Maybe not. Maybe we can make it work. We had a nice time together at the theater before the explosion. For a while there, I thought we were going to be friends. But not now, babe, she says, her eyes troubled. I haven't seen Maxim since your meeting, but I know my brother. He likes calling the shots about everything, but especially when it comes to his own life. There is no doubt in my mind that he's fucking mental over this, and fully intending to make you pay for going around him to work this out with our dad. I nod. I know, but I didn't see that I had a choice. I briefly fill her in on the night in Maxim's study, my dream, and what I've learned about the prophecy so far. I didn't see another way to make sure he couldn't treat me that way anymore, while also protecting myself from people who think I can make them ruler of the shifter world. Diana twines a lock of hair around her finger. My dad thinks this prophecy is true, too? When I nod, she adds, What did your pack gift tell you? Nothing firm, I say. It didn't react to any of your dad's questions about the prophecy. He said his old Pathfinder foretold it would come to pass, but Maxim says Pathfinders can fake that glow. Your dad taught me how to stop it when I don't want it showing pretty easily, so maybe he's right. I shrug. In any event, I think it's too soon to say if the prophecy is the real deal or not. But your dream said it was. No, I say. My dream talked in riddles about kings and queens and woodsmen, then told me to contact Pax, which is how I found out about the baby thing. I called him yesterday. Her eyes go wide. You called him? From the phone in your room? Shit! They're going to find out about that, Willow. They keep track of every outgoing call. If the enforcers weren't so busy dealing with the fallout from the explosion and everything, I'm sure Maxim would know about it already. I nod. I figured as much, but I'm prepared to tell him the truth about what I discussed with Pax. I motion to my face, and I'll have the glow to back me up. Diana looks somewhat mollified by that, but still worried. Okay, We should probably turn off the water, but let me know if you change your mind about an escape plan. Just ask me to help curl your hair. That will be our code for needing a top-secret bathroom talk." She reaches for the taps, but then turns back to me without twisting them off. "Oh, and I'll need your help tonight. When I leave the engagement ceremony early, tell Maxim I've had a funny stomach all day. Come check on me once, and then tell him I'm in bed asleep, okay?" "Got it, but you won't be in bed asleep, right?" She shakes her head and I ask, "So where will you be? I won't tell Maxim, but I think someone should know, right? Just in case?" Diana bites her lip for a moment before she says, "I'm putting myself out with the evening trash. Jacob's going to hide near the dumpsters at the sanitation company's next stop and fish me out before they pour more grossness all over me." I wince. That sounds dangerous, Diana. Not to mention unsanitary. "I know," she says, "but there's no other way out. Maxim's locked everything down so hard since the attack that all my usual tricks won't work. And I'll be fine. Even if I end up buried in trash, I'll survive. One of the best parts about being a shifter, right? Harder to kill than a cockroach." That's one of my dad's favorite sayings, by the way. Prepare to hear it a lot if you have kids and are worried about them getting hurt. She reaches over, turns off the water, then adds at her normal volume, "Dad believes in letting baby wolves run wild and learn from their bumps and bruises." She stands and motions toward the door. "Come on, let's go get that coffee. I could use a caffeine jolt, too." Baby wolves, I think, as I follow her into the kitchen. I don't want a baby. Or so I've been telling myself for years. But I can't deny that since seeing myself pregnant in the window's reflection, my feelings have begun to shift. Or rather, I've started to see my resistance for what it is. I'm not anti-baby. I do want children. Want them pretty intensely, in fact. But I don't want them in a world like this one. Which means I have to change the world. And that's not something I'm going to accomplish by marrying Maxim and being the typical mate who sits back and lets her partner call the shots. I wouldn't want a marriage like that in any version of the world, but especially not this one. The bossy, violent, all-male alpha leadership of the past few centuries has led to the fracturing of our people, the desecration of our customs, and the ruin of the parallel. If things keep going as they have been, in another 50 years, the supernatural dimension will be a chaos-riddled war zone unfit for raising a patch of vegetables, let alone a child. And human side has its own downsides, bossy, all-male alphas, and unique challenges for creatures who humans tend to kill when they learn of our existence. I've known since this plan began to take shape that convincing Maxim's father that he should facilitate this union was only step one. Step 2 is living long enough to get Maxim's ring on my finger. And step 3 is winning my mate over to my way of ruling, and convincing him big changes must be made in order to secure the safety and prosperity of all shifters. Or step 3 is acquiring enough power, support, and momentum to lock my husband away somewhere and take his place. But of course I can't tell Diana that. Not yet, anyway. First, I have to convince her and enough of her people that I'm a better leader for the North Star Pack than her brother. Then I'll have to prove to them the prophecy isn't about me making a man king, but about becoming king myself. Or queen. Thank the stars Jukebox didn't ask me about that yesterday. The possibility that I might have those sorts of aspirations clearly hasn't entered his mind. But it's entered mine. And when I whispered those words to my reflection the morning before I met with Maxim's father, the glow was soft, but there. Which means there's at least a shot this crazy plan is going to work. I might actually end up taking over as alpha. The thought fills me with more dread than excitement. But I take that as a good sign, too. The best rulers are the ones who have no urge to rule. I don't crave power or control. I crave peace and hope. And I think there are a lot of people out there who feel the same way. I just have to find a way to reach them and communicate with them. Which makes me wonder... Diana, does Maxim have a women's issues advisor? I ask, as we sip our coffee on the overstuffed pink couch in her living room, to help him know how to better serve the female members of the pack. She shakes her head. Not that I know of, but that's a great idea. We just had a big dust-up after the theater renovations, in fact, with people wondering why they didn't add more stalls in the ladies' room while they were at it. We should totally have more stalls than the men. Not only do most of us have periods to deal with every month, but we're way more likely to be helping kids or older relatives while we're in there than the guys are. A women's issues advisor could have helped address that during the planning stage. I nod. They totally could have. I'll use that as an example when I tell them about my plan to start a focus group. I want to get a group of women together from all walks of life, all stations, alphas, betas, omegas, and see where their needs overlap. Would you be interested in helping coordinate that? I'd love to get started as soon as possible. I don't see any reason to wait for the wedding. I would be very interested in helping with that, she says, before adding pleasantly, but I seriously doubt Maxim is going to like you sticking your oar in after you're officially his mate, let alone before. I nod, also pleasantly, and say, I'm sure you're right, but I really don't care. Diana laughs and shakes her head. Maybe you'll be able to handle Maxim after all. It's high time he had to deal with someone who isn't afraid of him. Agreed. I take another bracing drink of my coffee, doing my best not to think of all the things there are to be afraid of. I never set out to be a revolutionary, but these are the cards fate has dealt me, and no revolutionary ever changed the world by letting fear call the shots. Even if her enemy is literally a master of fear, twice her size, and in a far better position to hold on to his power than to be stripped of it. But you know what they say about desperate times. Certain I've never felt more desperate, I gulp down the rest of my coffee, fetch a pad and paper from Diana's desk, and begin to make lists of all the things I intend to get done in the next 30 days. Ignoring the anxious voice in my head, fretting that I'm about to bite off way more than I can chew. And that once Maxim finds out, he's going to take a big bite out of me.
Chapter 8. Maxim. The engagement ceremony is subdued, because I subdued it. The only good thing about being in the middle of investigating a terrorist attack is that I have an excellent excuse to keep the guest list small and the gathering under heavy guard. I've also made it clear that the curfew in effect for the rest of the tower applies to this exercise in futility as well, so it can't drag on until all hours. And it will be a futile exercise. I will chew off my own arm to escape this trap of a marriage if I have to, but I doubt such drastic measures will be required. I just have to bide my time and give Willow enough rope to hang herself. She knows more about Kelly than she's letting on, or she wouldn't have stubbornly refused to use her pack gift to help me gain more information on her sister. Sooner or later, she's going to slip up, and I'll catch her in a lie. Or her pack gift will betray her, or I'll convince my father he's wrong about the prophecy, and that forcing me to marry Willow is a serious mistake. One way or another, this alliance is doomed from the start. The thought makes me smile as I ask my temporary fiancé, "Enjoying the evening?" The cocktail reception at the Atrium Bar is even smaller than the ceremony in the gathering room earlier, which is perfect. The fewer people I have to toast this marriage with, the better.
So much.
Willow lies with the same brittle smile that's been fixed on her face all night. I grin. I'm so glad. Her eyes glitter.
You look glad. Are you imagining how nice my head is going to look on a pike atop your tower?
I chuckle. Of course not. You'll get to keep your head. Your other body parts, however, I shrug casually. Those are still up for grabs. I hear it's harder to force a man into marriage with only one arm. She sighs.
I apologize for going behind your back, Maxim, but I didn't feel I had any other choice.
No other choice than to rob me of one of the most important decisions a man makes in his entire life? I keep my tone pleasant, but the words make rage boil in my veins all over again. I don't plan on marrying Willow, but that fact that she's come this close to forcing the issue and put me at odds with my father is still infuriating.
You were holding me prisoner, torturing me for information I didn't have and trying to take advantage of my pack gift without my permission.
She replies equally pleasantly.
Forgive me for thinking I was safer sharing the news that we're fated mates with your father first.
Right. I sip my bourbon, nodding to an old friend of my dad's as he walks by, before I continue. But I don't think you knew we were fated mates. I think you were gambling that my father knew about the prophecy and would want me to be king. I turn to face her, asking the question that's been plaguing me since our meeting with my father yesterday. But the question is, when did you know? Did you come here with a plan to force me into marriage, little wolf? Have you been playing me since the moment you showed up on my doorstep? Her brow furrows.
I'd never heard of the prophecy until the night after.
She clears her throat.
Until 2 nights ago. I had a dream about it, and in the dream I knew.
Knew what? I challenge.
That you were meant for me,
she says, the faint glow in her eyes making it impossible to argue. And damn it, I've felt it too. I'm drawn to her, compelled to touch her, soft for her in a way I've never been for anyone else. Even now, with anger boiling in my blood, there's a part of me that wants to make amends, and an even more vocal part that wants to take her back to my bed and make her come until she's too drunk on pleasure to cause trouble for a few hours. Just the thought of her bare skin pale against my black satin sheets is enough to make my cock thicken behind the fly of my suit pants. No one would say a word if we decided to start fucking a month early. The adults in the room know how hard it is to resist your mate once you've found them. But I refuse to give in to temptation, even if Willow seemed willing, which she doesn't. She's made certain to keep a good 2 feet of distance between us all night, and her energy is positively frigid. Not surprising after what I did to her, I suppose. Though it does make me wonder. I lean closer, asking in a voice too soft for anyone else to hear. So how do you feel about that, little wolf? Being meant for a man you hate.
I don't hate you,
she says stiffly. But you don't want to fuck anymore, I say, grinning over the rim of my glass as her lips tighten into a disapproving line. I take a drink, letting the liquid burn a path down my throat before I add. Which is a shame, because I will be fucking you on our wedding night, Willow. And the morning after, and as often as I have need of release. It's the least you can do after putting such an abrupt end to my life as a single man.
I don't care who you have sex with, before or after we're married.
Her eyes narrow.
But you won't be having sex with me until you've convinced me to like you again. You won't force me. You're not that kind of man.
I arch a brow. Is that right? So which is it, little wolf? Am I a monster you couldn't trust with a conversation before you ran off to my father? Or a gentleman who will take no for an answer, even when you're my wife and obligated to give me children? I don't see how I can be both.
We all contain multitudes,
she says sweetly.
And I'm not obligated to give you anything but a chance to be a good mate. What you do with that chance is up to you.
She sets her still half-full Chardonnay on the small table behind us.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to thank your father for the lovely party before it's over.
She turns and leaves without waiting to be excused. I'm about to follow her and insist that she wait to be dismissed before she walks away from me. That's pack protocol, and my future wife is as obliged to honor my position as alpha as any other wolf when Hermione appears at my elbow.
Trix is downstairs waiting for you in the enforcer conference room. Says she has an engagement present for you.
She says softly.
Would you like me to make her comfortable until after the party, or send her on her way with my condolences?
No condolences needed. My future wife just made it clear she doesn't care who I fuck, now or after the wedding. I downed the last of my drink and set it beside Willow's wine, hating that even the hint of pink lipstick on the edge of her glass makes me think about kissing her. Trix couldn't have shown up at a better time. I nod toward the exit. Let's go. I'll talk to Trix, and afterwards you can debrief me on any new developments in the investigation. Hermione hesitates.
Don't you need to stay until the end of the reception? Or at least say goodbye to your guests?
They're my father's guests, and this is my father's party, I say, casting a glance to where Dad sits in his wheelchair. Willow is beside him in a folding chair, laughing at something he's just said. They seem to be getting along like a house on fire, but that's temporary too. One way or another, I'll win my father back around to seeing things my way. I'm his son, after all. Willow is a convenient stranger, one who won't look nearly as attractive once I make it clear this prophecy is a load of garbage. And if I can prove she had something to do with the attack. Any more information on Kelly? Or who might have helped her gain access to the tower? I ask, as Hermione and I exit the bar and step into the atrium where the scent of smoke from the explosion still lingers.
No,
my second says.
No new developments, and it's like she vanished off the face of the earth after she ran out of camera range at the corner of Beckett and the alley.
She hesitates a beat before adding.
But I don't think Willow was involved, Maxim, if that's why you're less than excited about this engagement.
I'm less than excited about this engagement for many reasons, none of which I wish to discuss at the moment, I say. And I don't think Willow is telling us everything she knows. Until she does, she's a suspect.
And your fiancé,
Hermione says, her tone making it clear she doesn't approve of the conflict of interests. My father is forcing the match, I confess. For now. Hermione exhales.
I'm sorry about that. But in case no one else has had the balls to say it, just because you're angry with her and resenting this match doesn't mean Willow is guilty of anything, or a bad person, or deserves to be treated like a contagious disease.
I shoot her a look out of the corners of my eyes. How much?
How much what?
How much are you willing to wager that you're wrong? I ask, as we board the elevator leading down to the sub-basement and the enforcer offices. I want more than the satisfaction of telling you I told you so. Her lips curve.
$5,000.
10, I counter, and you have to tell me how clever I am every time we cross paths for a month.
Is your ego that small?
I grin. I just want to savor my victory. It's going to feel really good to be right about this. Really, really good. She grunts.
Fine. If you win, I give you $10,000 and a big brain ego stroke for a month. And if I win, I get the $10,000 and Friday nights off for a month.
Done. I agree as we step out of the elevator, my mood already improved by the bet and the distance from both my father and my fiancé. And then I step into the interrogation room to find Trix waiting for me in one of the leather chairs, wearing a micro mini that shows off her elegantly crossed legs and a come-hither expression, and I decide to give myself the luxury of forgetting about Willow for a while. I'm about to ask Trix if she wants to take this upstairs to my apartment when she reaches into the valley between her breasts and plucks a tiny blue pouch from her cleavage.
The stones you requested, sir. My sister came home early just for you.
Fresh excitement rushes in, banishing thoughts of Trix in the sex swing in my bedroom with her legs up over her head. Tell your sister she's a goddess, I say, leaning against the table beside her. I press a kiss to the top of her head, then pluck the pouch from her fingers. How much do I owe you?
Felicity will send an invoice for the dry cleaning later,
she says with a wink of one lavender eye.
And my delivery fee is an apology for getting engaged without giving me a so-long fuck first.
Her pink lips push into a pout.
I mean, I saw it coming, but still, my pussy and I are still very, very sad.
What do you mean you saw it coming? I ask, remembering her comment about dreaming that my cock was about to get taken off the market. At the time, I'd dismissed it as teasing, but maybe it wasn't. Some fairies have the gift of prophecy, or at least enough of it to catch glimpses of the future in their dreams.
I told you I was having nightmares about losing my favorite playmate,
she says, running a finger down the slope of her breast to the deep V at the front of her dress. Her cleavage is truly spectacular, but for some reason it doesn't have the usual effect on me. The man downstairs remains at rest in my boxer briefs.
It was awful. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a week.
Have you had prophetic dreams before?
A few times.
She cocks her head.
But yes, now that you mention it, these particular dreams were crisper than usual.
My fiancé had a similar dream. Trix leans back in her chair, bouncing one stilettoed foot.
Really? Is she part fairy?
Prophetic dreams are part of her pack gift. Irritation at Willow creeps in again as I let my gaze roam up and down Trix's fantastic legs, and I continue to feel nothing. Nothing except the urge to return to the cocktail party and kiss my bride-to-be senseless in a dark corner. Trix laughs.
Oh boy. Well, you won't be getting anything by her, will you? That should make married life interesting.
She stands.
Congratulations on your engagement, by the way. I hope you'll be very happy. You deserve happiness, lover, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you, I say, accepting the hug she offers. And still, even with her breasts pressed against my chest, my dick remains stubbornly off-duty.
Goodbye, Maxim,
Trix says as she pulls away.
Call me if you need more dry cleaning, okay? I'm happy to hook you up.
Will do, I say, walking her to the door. I deliver her to the waiting Hermione, who will escort her to the exit, in keeping with our current security procedures. Then I settle into the chair Trix vacated with a frown. A lot of good Willow's open bed marriage policy will do me if I can't get it up for anyone but a certain little wolf. The thought makes me wonder if Willow thinks this open bed policy is going to apply to her as well. And then I start imagining Willow in bed with another man, right under my nose, and I see red. Bright, violent, murdering the bastard who fucked my wife red. I remind myself that we won't actually be getting married, and that this is a non-issue. But I have to fight the urge to track Willow down and make it very clear to her that the only one fucking her after we're married will be me. And from there, I can't stop thinking about fucking Willow. A lapse of control that results in a hard-on so thick and furious I'm not fit to leave the room for another 10 minutes. But that ends up being perfect timing for reconnecting with Hermione, as she returns from showing Trix out to the lobby. Drawing her to one corner of the room, I ask, "How's our tiger?"
Groggy, and still not making much sense,
she says.
After his stunt the other day, we've been keeping him on a steady diet of tranquilizers.
How long to sober him up enough for these? I tip my palm toward her, giving her a peek at the pouch.
Truth stones?
Her eyes widen.
Fuck, Maxim, don't get caught. I had a friend who lost both her legs to fairy vigilantes.
I nod as I tuck the pouch into the inside pocket of my suit coat. Trix and her sister are discreet. You know my trust isn't easily won, but I have faith they'll keep this transaction between us. Hermione pulls in a breath and lets it out through a tight jaw.
All right, then I'll start sobering him up for questioning. Give me 3 days. I want to wean him off the meds slowly so he doesn't have an adverse reaction.
2, I say, and make sure you get the manacles installed in his cell before you start reducing the medication.
He'll be trapped in his human form once we apply the manacles,
she warns.
That's against code, even for prisoners of war.
If he was concerned about being trapped in his human form, he shouldn't have attacked my people in my territory, I say, then add as a nod to honoring the rules we agreed to when we became a part of the human side shifter community. And we'll only keep them on a few days, just enough to get him sobered up and talking. If we're questioned about it, we'll make it clear he was so violent we had no choice but to restrain him for our own safety.
All right, she says. As soon as I know more, I'll give you a window for questioning. I should have an idea how fast the sedatives are clearing his system by tomorrow.
Perfect, I say, squeezing her shoulder. Thank you, H. I couldn't do this without you. She winces, and guilt flickers behind her eyes. What? I ask, my stomach sinking. Don't turn on me, Hermione. I'm already at odds with my father. I can't lose you, too.
You'll never lose me,
she says with a confidence that makes me believe her.
But I did agree to help Willow with a project.
My brows shoot up, but before I can demand to know what the actual fuck she was thinking, she hurries on.
It's for the pack, for the women of the pack in particular. Willow wants to start a focus group to get feedback from female pack members on how we can better address women's issues. Then she wants to help you appoint a women's issues advocate to your advisory board.
I clench my jaw, refusing to say a word while my blood is this hot. I know myself well enough to realize anything I say when I'm this fucking pissed will most likely be something I regret later. But Hermione knows me well enough to read the rage on my face.
I understand that you're angry with her and your dad, and that you hate how out of control you're feeling right now,
Hermione says, keeping her voice low to avoid attracting the attention of the enforcers on duty.
But it's a good idea. I don't care who came up with it. It's something we need, something that's been missing for a long time. And I think if you'll take a second to reflect, you'll agree. Think of how many fires we could have put out before they started this past year if we'd had more feedback from female pack members first.
I have female advisors on my board, I grit out. I don't have an advocate for men's issues either. When I'm making decisions, it's always with the entire pack in mind. Men, women, and children. Hermione nods, but her expression doesn't soften.
I know you try to do that. But you're a man, Maxim, and an alpha. With a man and an alpha's point of view, and this entire pack is structured in a way that favors men ascending to power and women taking support positions.
I start to argue, but she cuts in.
Think of how many more male alphas there are than females. And almost all of our omegas are female. And there's a good chance that's not nature, Maxim, but nurture, our society putting people in what they see as their place. And if that's where those people want to be, amazing. I don't have a problem with women in support roles if that's where they're most comfortable, but no one has really given them a voice so that we can't know that for sure. And you can't expect the 3 women on your board to pull duty as women's advocates as well as their other jobs.
My lips part, but again she swoops in.
And women can be misogynists too, you know. Deborah has never met a victim she wouldn't blame for their own problems. Her lack of compassion is a problem.
She sighs and motions to her own chest.
And I drop the ball too. I'm a gay alpha. I mean, I was raised by a mother who had a more traditional gender role, but I don't personally know what it's like to be mated and have kids in this pack, or to function here as a beta or omega, but I care about my friends who are in those positions, and I want to know that we're serving their needs to the best of our ability. A focus group where women can just hang out and chat in a safe space might be able to accomplish that.
I prop my hands on my hips, teeth grinding together for a long moment. Finally, Hermione arches a brow.
But if you want me to put a stop to it, I will. You're my alpha, my leader, and my first loyalty has always been and will always be to you.
And just like that, the heat rushes out of me. Hermione's right. Willow's name is at the top of my shit list at the moment, but that doesn't mean all of her ideas are shit. And if Hermione is a part of the group, I'll be the first to know if Willow steps over the line in some way while she's soliciting feedback. All right. Help Willow gather a good cross-section of women, I say. But no troublemakers. You know the people who have a habit of making noise. I already know what they have to say. I want to hear from women who don't feel comfortable speaking up.
Agreed,
Hermione says, her shoulders relaxing as she nods.
I've already sent out a few feelers, and Dara's going to help too.
Good, I say, the name putting me even more at ease. Dara is loyal to the bone, maybe even more so than Hermione. Hermione wants what's best for our pack. Dara wants what's best for me. I saved her husband's life, and she's been my devoted ally ever since. She'll be hyper-alert to any actions on Willow's part that might damage my ability to lead my people. Damage my ability to lead. I wonder. A troubling thought flits through my head, but I dismiss it almost immediately. Willow is out to secure a place in this pack and has decided appealing to other women is the way to do that. She isn't deliberately trying to undermine my authority. I don't know her well, but from the moment we met, she's sought security and safety, not power or position. She's just not that kind of shifter, even if she is an alpha. Perhaps later I'll look back on this moment and curse myself for underestimating my little wolf, but I don't think so. I think I'm a solid judge of character. Right?
Chapter 9. Willow. I returned to Diana's apartment just minutes before the 10 o'clock curfew, to find her wrapped in a giant blanket on the couch, staring out at the city with tear streaks on her cheeks. Oh no, what's wrong? Kicking off my heels, I hurry across the room to settle beside her, resting a gentle hand on her back. "He broke up with me," she says numbly. "He said he couldn't see a future for us, and ended it." Brow furrowing, I sigh. "I'm so sorry, honey. He didn't give you any more explanation than that?" "He said, we're going to end up on opposite sides of history," she says with a sniff. "Whatever that means. He said the only way it could work was if I went with him tonight and never came back home or talked to my brother again." She shakes her head. "But I couldn't do that. This is my home. Maxim is my family. I couldn't do what Jacob wanted. I just couldn't." "He shouldn't have asked you to, babe." I rub my palm in slow circles between her shoulders. "You shouldn't have to choose between family and the person you love. You should get to have both, especially in your case. I know you and Maxim clash sometimes, but it's clear he really cares about you." She exhales and draws her blanket closer around her. "And it wasn't just Maxim. He said I should stay away from you, too. He acted like you and Maxim are both bad news." She snorts in bleak amusement. "Like you're going to hurt me or something. You're like the nicest person I've met in forever. You would never hurt me." "No, I wouldn't," I say. But her words make me frown. I sit back against the pillows, nibbling on my lip. "You don't sound as sure about that as I would like, Miss Sparkly Pink Aura," Diana says. No, I rush to assure her. "I absolutely would never hurt you, of course not. I'm just trying to figure out why he would think something like that. And I wonder..." I'm about to suggest we head to the bathroom for her to fix my hair so we can talk without being overheard, when I realize we've already probably been saying stuff we shouldn't. I widen my eyes and hiss, "Should we be having this conversation in here?" Diana sniffs again. "Yeah, it's fine. For now, anyway. When I came home, I was so pissed at Maxim that I went a little crazy and destroyed all the bugs." She shrugs. "He'll just have them replaced with better, harder-to-find ones, but it's worth it to be able to cry in peace tonight without him listening in." She turns shining puppy dog eyes my way. "Do you think maybe Jacob will change his mind, Willow, and beg me to take him back because he loves me more than he hates you and my brother?" "I don't think he hates us, sweetheart," I say. "I think he's just confused. Or being manipulated. Maybe both. It sounds like he's been swept up into the prophecy madness, too." Recognition sparks in her eyes. "Shit. You're right. And he thinks you and Maxim are going to be the evil king and queen, I guess?" I lift my shoulders. I guess, maybe. That would explain why he'd want to take you away from us in this pack. If he thinks we're dangerous, in his mind he was just trying to protect you. It's still misguided, but understandable. At least a little bit," she says. but the hope animating her features only lasts a second before it fades away. But that means he probably knew about the attack. Maybe was even a part of it, and I can't forgive that. I mean, it looks like everyone's going to pull through, but no one could have known that. The people who set off that bomb put innocent people's lives at risk. I can't be with someone who is okay with violence like that, no matter how much I love him. Her expression crumples. But I really do love him. It hurts so much, Willow. It feels like my ribs are imploding and stabbing into my heart. I wrap her up in my arms. I'm so sorry, honey. Broken hearts are the worst. But I don't really know that for sure. I've seen my friends suffer the effects of lost love, but my heart has never been broken. I've been too careful with it. Too afraid I'd put my family at risk if I let myself fall for someone before the mate-claiming ceremony. This is the first time in my life that I've been free to take my heart into consideration. But I'm not really free at all. Maxim is going to be my mate. Whether we end up finding a way to work together or I'm forced into a takeover attempt, all roads lead to and end with Maxim. Either we end up remaining married, miserably or not, or I end up ruling alone to ensure I never have to worry about another alpha taking control of my life again. Or I end up dead when my takeover fails, and Maxim has me flayed alive. Any way you look at it, love doesn't seem like it's in the cards for me. Holding Diana while she sobs in my lap, that shouldn't seem like such a sacrifice. But it does. And when I go to bed, I dream of Maxim holding me in his arms, kissing my forehead, and swearing he loves me more than every star in the sky. More than power, more than control, more than saving face in front of his people, or proving no one can rule the North Star Pack better than he can. But it isn't a prophetic dream. It's a fantasy, a fairy tale that's never going to come true for me. A fact that's proven when I awake to Maxim standing at the foot of my bed, looking like he's debating the fastest way to separate me from my skin.
Chapter 10. Maxim. My fiancée is a thorn in my fucking paw. I should loathe her and her beautiful, peaceful, sleeping face. Instead, I want to crawl under the covers and wake her with my mouth between her legs. I want to make her come on my tongue. Then I want her curvy thighs wrapped tight around my waist while I shove my aching cock into her slick heat and ride her, possess her. I want to fuck her until she orgasms, screaming my name, and I come like a freight train, emptying every bit of my seed inside her. Just thinking about trying to put my baby in this woman is enough to make me even harder, thicker. My cock has its own miserable heartbeat, for fuck's sake. So far, this fated mate shit is shit. My right mind has no interest in this woman or babies. The fact that some primal instinct is attempting to trump my sense of reason and shoplift my free will is maddening. If the fated mate bond were a person, I would lock it away in my dungeon, where it couldn't cause any more trouble. I'm imagining all the ways I'd torture the personification of destiny when Willow stirs and makes an adorable sleepy sound. It's fucking cute as fucking hell, and I fucking hate it. I hate it so much I almost tell her how much I hate it, but then her lashes sweep open, and she's looking at me like she wants to cover me in honey and lick me clean with her tongue, and it's all I can do not to rip the covers off her body and get her under me. Her hungry, turned-on expression only lasts a moment, but it's enough to make me wish I'd honored Diana's request to have Willow summoned to me instead of storming into her bedroom. "What do you want?" she asks grumpily, tugging the covers higher on her chest. "Why are you in my room?" "It's my sister's guest room, and this apartment is one of the Alpha family's properties," I growl in response. "And even if it weren't, this entire tower is mine to rule and protect. I go where I want, when I want." I sound like a petulant preteen, but it's too late to take the words back. The best I can hope for is to change the subject before Willow calls me on my adolescent behavior. I heard about your focus group. I continue in a calmer voice. I've given Hermione the go-ahead to help you. But from now on, you come to me with any plans for the pack at large. If you don't, I'll have you publicly whipped for insubordination at the next full moon gathering. Understood? She lifts a haughty brow.
I don't see that forming a focus group is...
Understood? I cut in. It is my right and responsibility as Alpha to protect my wolves and keep order in this pack. Once you've proven you deserve it, I'm happy to let you take a leadership role, but you come through me first. You don't know this pack. I do. And you haven't earned the trust needed to make decisions for my people without me.
Our people,
she corrects, then hurries on after a look at the no doubt murderous expression on my face.
But yes, I understand. And I agree. I'll come to you with any future plans.
She hesitates before adding quickly.
As long as you promise to be reasonable and give my ideas a chance.
I promise no such thing, I snap. You piss me off, and I can see myself staying pissed at you for a very, very long time.
Then we're both going to be miserable for a very, very long time,
she says, mocking my inflection.
Which is stupid. What kind of person would choose to be miserable when he has the entire world at his feet, when his people love him and he's in control of one of the most powerful, wealthy, vibrant, and happy packs, not just in New York or Humanside, but the entire world? So one teensy tiny thing in your life didn't go exactly as planned. So what? Believe me, most shifters have it far worse.
Ignoring her last statement, I ask, if my people are so happy, why do we need a focus group for female pack members?
Just because something's already good doesn't mean it can't be better.
My lips curve in a hard smile. And you prove my point. Yes, it's good, I suppose, to marry a woman who's acceptably attractive, reasonably intelligent, and whose company I enjoyed before she proved to be a conniving, scheming little brat, but I shrug. I'd prefer something better. By the time I'm finished, her eyes have narrowed to furious little slits. I'm expecting her to throw a pillow at me or launch herself across the mattress, claws bared, in an attempt to rip out my throat with her bare hands. Instead, she laughs. It's soft at first, just a faint chuckle accompanied by the shake of her shoulders. But within a minute she's laughing so hard she's rolled onto her side on the bed and is clutching her stomach with both hands. What, may I ask, is so funny? I ask, fighting the urge to smile. But damn it, her laughter is infectious.
We are,
she says, still thick in her giggle fit.
Before I met you, I thought I was a nice person, but I'm not. I am a brat, and you're an asshole. We're awful.
She breaks off with a gasp before laughing some more.
Totally obnoxious. I can't stand us.
My lips twitch. Finally, something we agree on. We're a terrible match.
Awful,
she agrees, swiping tears from her cheeks as she sits up. She's clearly trying to regain control, but starts giggling again as she adds,
someone should give us a timeout.
Propping my hands on my hips, I shake my head, losing the battle against my grin. I hate you, I say, in a regrettably affectionate voice. I really do.
I hate you too,
she chortles.
More than Brussels sprouts and cooked cabbage, and both of those things smell like farts.
I huff. Fart jokes? What are you, 12? She sucks in a breath.
It wasn't a fart joke, it was a fart insult. Get with the program, Thorne. If you can't tell the difference between a joke and an insult, this is going to be a very long and tedious marriage.
I'm not going to marry you, I find myself confessing. I'm going to find a way out.
Okay.
Her laughter fades, but her smile remains.
And if you don't? Not to be a negative Nancy, but your dad is really into us getting married, and I'm not going to do anything to fuck it up. I need to marry you, Maxim, for my own safety.
She sighs, and her smile vanishes too.
That's not my ideal either, you know. I'd rather marry someone I love, who loves me back, but that's not the hand I was dealt.
She sits up straighter, drawing her knees into her chest and wrapping her arms around them.
But that doesn't mean I have to resign myself to being miserable. We don't always hate each other. Sometimes we get along really well. There's at least some reason to hold out hope that this might end up okay.
Her shoulders inch closer to her ears.
Or even better than okay.
I study her face. With her features still puffy with sleep and no makeup, she doesn't look much older than Diana. She looks young, beautiful, and harmless. But she's not harmless. Even if she means every word of that little speech, she's still dangerous. For some reason, I again find myself confessing the truth. There would be hope. Maybe, if you weren't part of this prophecy.
I thought you didn't believe in the prophecy.
I don't, I say, then amend. I'm mostly sure I don't. But enough people do that you're always going to be a target in a way I'm not even sure I'm prepared to handle. You'll bring that danger to my pack and to any children that might be born. Her brow furrows.
I see your point. But weren't your children always going to be a target? You're a very powerful man, and powerful men tend to have powerful enemies. Isn't that why you won't let Diana out of the tower without a full guard detail? And why your father was poisoned?
I shake my head. That's different.
How?
She presses.
And from what I understand of the prophecy, once I'm married to my fated mate, the window of opportunity for using me to rule the world or whatever will close, right?
There are different ways to interpret the text, I say, wishing I hadn't started this argument. At least, not until after I've met with Maggie to go over the additional materials she's gathered. I'm actually meeting with an expert in the field this morning.
An expert in the field of prophecies?
Her brows lift.
You have one of those on hand?
She's an expert in ancient texts and shifter history, but she knows her prophecies too, yes? Her eyes light up.
That's great. I always wanted to study more shifter history, but Victor didn't let anyone into our pack library except a few top alphas and his horoscope advisors.
I don't allow pack members into the antiquities library either, I admit. The manuscripts are too delicate, but they've all been scanned into the online database. Any wolf who wants to read them can, though a good number haven't been translated from Old English and are hard to decipher. She bites her lip.
Wow. I bet they're pretty, though. I love really old books. The smell, the antique paper, the hours invested in copying every page by hand. They're works of art. Works of art made to honor knowledge.
She sighs, a swoony sound like she's talking about a beloved former boyfriend.
And how cool is that? I would say I wish I'd lived back then, but I probably would have died of strep throat when I was a baby without antibiotics. I was a sickly kid, especially for a shifter.
I cross my arms over my chest and shake my head. Why does she have to be so damned charming when she's not inspiring murderous impulses, of course?
What?
She asks after a moment, her clever green eyes searching my face.
You didn't have to come in here, you know. If I annoy you that much, you could have called to tell me not to do things without your permission. Or written an email. I do have an email address. And if you give me access to a computer, I can check it. Or start a new email just for messages from my cranky future husband so you have your own dedicated inbox. I can check if bratballandchain@freemail.com is available, or...
Just shut up, get up, and get dressed, I say with a roll of my eyes. She blinks.
Why?
You want to come with me to see the old books and talk with Maggie, I'm assuming. Or would you prefer to plot your next act of subterfuge in bed in your pajamas?
No, I want to go.
She bounces to the edge of the bed, only to stop and glance back at me over her shoulder.
Why are you being so nice to me?
I'm not being nice to you. I'm allowing you to hear Maggie explain things in person so I don't have to repeat them to you later. She wrinkles her nose as she grins, an expression that's weird and also adorable.
And you're being nice.
I told you to shut up, I remind her.
But you didn't really mean it. And you don't have angry eyeballs anymore,
she says, hopping out of bed and sashaying toward the bathroom in her bare feet, reminding me how short she is. Such a little wolf. Such a giant pain in the ass. But my thoughts are tinged with affection, and my tone is mild as I say, "You have 10 minutes, short stack. If you're not dressed and in the kitchen by the time I finish a cup of coffee with my sister, I'm leaving without you."
Done. Fastest shower ever.
She dashes into the bathroom and slams the door. A beat later, I hear the water turn on, and a soft curse and a thudunk-dump against the wall as Willow apparently injures herself in her haste to get ready. I stand smiling at the closed door for a second. Then I mentally slap the grin off my stupid face and head back into the kitchen to yell at my sister for removing the listening devices I planted in her room. Yes, smiling is bad, yelling is good. Yelling will help remind me that there's no room in my life for someone like Willow, even if she can occasionally be rather lovely.
Chapter 11. Willow. 2 hours later, I'm in nerd heaven. Even hearing Maggie explain all the ways the shit could hit the fan for Maxim and me in the near future can't kill my knowledge buzz. And the smell of all the old books in the treasure room? Swoon. I want to bottle the scent and dab it on my wrists every morning. I pull in another breath and hold it, trying to memorize every note of the aroma. Beside me at the large table, Maxim grunts and mutters, "You have a problem." "I do not," I say, turning back to the photocopies Maggie made for me and circling the sentence that caught my attention before I was distracted by library nasal porn. "If library smell was a drug, you'd be wasted by now," Maxim mutters in faux irritation. He's resorted to faking being annoyed with me, a development that I'm finding strangely delightful. He wants to loathe me, but somehow I've broken through the Maxim ice again. This morning I've seen glimpses of the man I met at the theater, the charming, intelligent, funny person who made me want to get closer to him, to learn more about him, to bask in the glow of his undeniable magnetism, and to let him do filthy things to me on his living room floor. I could still fall for him. It's a shocking realization. I thought that night in his study and everything that happened after had killed that spark. But it's still here. Maxim is a complicated man, and not always a kind one. But in moments like this, when I catch a glimpse of who he is deep down inside, I would swear that he's good, and that he has love to give to a woman, love that he wants to give. But maybe he just doesn't know how to balance that tender part of him and the powerful, indomitable leader he wants to be for his pack. It's not an easy balancing act for sure. I've only been contemplating leadership for a few days, and I can already feel how it tugs things apart inside of you, making you feel only certain parts are allowed to take control. But I don't want to be a leader divorced from her heart, and Maxim shouldn't be either. He's got a good heart. One that will make him stronger, not weaker. I truly believe that love makes us strong. But how to convince my rigid future mate that maybe a little gentleness, with himself and others, is what he needs most? "Ah, yes," Maggie says from just over my left shoulder, making me flinch in my chair. I was so sucked into the Maxim zone, I didn't hear her come back into the room. She reaches over my shoulder, tapping the lines I circled. "This part is very important, I think. Good eye." Maxim leans over, reading aloud. "A fortnight between the rise and fall. The first to conceive claims it all. The court of shadow or the court of light. Only one will stand by the 15th night. He grunts. Why does all this shit have to rhyme? Because most of this is old enough that for years it was purely oral tradition, Maggie says pleasantly, seemingly unfazed by Maxim's surly side. It rhymed, so it was easier for the bards to remember and set to music. And the period of a fortnight, 14 days between the rise and fall, is mentioned in several different texts and source materials. Which means, Maxim asks, that if the prophecy has been set in motion, it should all be sorted out fairly quickly. Which is nice, I think, she says. Dreading a thing is usually far worse than the thing itself. Though I confess I'd rather not live under the rule of a court of shadow. Sounds unpleasant. I sigh. If it's anything like my old pack, it absolutely is. I've had enough shadow to last 2 lifetimes. I glance up at Maggie. So how do we know if the fortnight has started? Or if this is all bullshit? Maxim cuts in. Prophets have predicted the end of the world at least a dozen times. And so far, we're all still standing. The Mayans got it wrong, as did several popes, 16th century astrologers, and every televangelist trying to sell a doomsday book. Well, we can't know for sure, can we? Maggie circles around to the other side of the table. We can't know if the fortnight has started or if there's anything to start in the first place. But what we do know is that Willow's sister stole a fertility charm. It seems she thinks the prophecy is real, and is making a serious play to be the first to conceive. She settles carefully into her chair, before folding her hands on the table, and pinning first Maxim, then me with a hard look. So, the next question is, what do you two plan to do about it? Because if the prophecy is real, this 30-day engagement you've agreed on is going to be too little too late. By the time you get around to banging with a purpose, we'll all be living in Bane and Kelly's world. And my gut says a couple willing to set off a bomb in a theater to get what they want is far more likely to be shadowy than the two of you, no matter how ambitious and secretly ruthless you both are. I sit back in my chair, my brows floating up my forehead. When I steal a glance at Maxim from the corners of my eyes, he looks similarly taken aback. I don't know what's more disturbing, he finally says, in a faintly amused voice. Hearing you talk about banging with a purpose, or that you called my sweet little fiancé ruthless. Maggie laughs. You're both sweet. That doesn't mean you can't be practical to the point of cruelty when you feel the occasion calls for it. Practicality can be a valuable trait in a leader, but too much of it, and you'll lose your humanity. She crosses her arms over her full chest and nods her head my way. As for the other, you're both adults and about to be married. Would it be so bad to toss the protection and see what happens? Best case scenario, you ward off the forces of evil. Worst case, you have a sweet little pup scampering around underfoot a little sooner than expected. I exhale with a shake of my head. Having a child is a huge decision, Maggie. It's not something you rush into on a whim, especially not when you aren't sure if you'll be able to keep the baby safe. I pat the stack of papers in front of me, and that's not the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is the prophecy is true, Maxim and I don't conceive first, and the Court of Shadow takes over our pack and enslaves our people, including our child. How can I bring a baby into the world knowing that's even a possibility? But if the prophecy is true and already set in motion, you won't have a choice, Maggie says. A baby will be born, one way or another. Why not at least attempt to make the stars align in your favor? You believe in this, Maxim says, don't you? Why? Maggie's lips pucker, then press into a tight line. Please, speak freely, Maxim urges after a moment. I truly want to know. I'm open to being convinced, if there's evidence that's sufficiently convincing. Maggie sighs, and a shadow seems to pass behind her eyes. This has happened before. Another pair of brothers, another pair of sisters. Another time long, long ago. But the records were all wiped clean in the centuries after. All that's left is the legend of a queen who ruled our people for nearly 200 years, before she was murdered by her guard and a king put in her place. They say she was with child, but never gave birth, that she fed upon the babe's spirit in exchange for longer life, and that she kept her mate locked away in a dungeon until he passed from moon sickness, mad and frothing for his wolf form. Whoa. I fight to keep my face impassive, not wanting to reveal how uncomfortable this story makes me, or how it's hitting home. I have been having a few fantasies about taking over and locking Maxim in a cell somewhere. Maxim glances back to me, holding my gaze as she adds, "They say she was driven to extremes by a broken heart, but that never have our people experienced such a golden age as the one she ruled. Art and science and knowledge flourished, and all shifter kind lived in peace. That's why the wise woman who told me the tale said the story was buried in the past, to keep our women from getting any grand ideas." I frown. I have to confess that doesn't sound very grand, Maggie. At least not for that poor baby or the man locked in the dungeon. Not grand for the broken-hearted queen, either, Maggie agrees. But given no other choice, all the truly great leaders suffer and make sacrifices for their people. She touches a trembling hand to her throat, before adding in a more urgent whisper, "So, best hurry and decide what you're willing to sacrifice, young ones. You can have peace in your mate bond and your rule, but only if you work together, if you truly honor and trust one another. If your love falters, you'll welcome chaos in through the front door." She swallows and sits up straighter, bringing her shaking hands to rest, palms down on the table. "Now, I hope you'll forgive my swift exit. I had no choice but to help your sister steal those objects, Willow. She has my granddaughter, and she promised to kill her if I didn't cooperate." A startled sound gurgles from my throat as Maxim stands swiftly, sending his chair skidding back across the wooden floor. "But everything I told you and showed you is true," Maggie continues, beginning to shake all over. "And I'll be rooting for you. Wherever." She breaks off with a gasp and begins to convulse so violently she slides out of her chair. By the time Maxim and I make it around the table, she's on the floor, wide-eyed and frothing at the mouth. Just a few seconds later, she's gone still. The guards burst through the doors not long after, but it's too late. Whatever poison Maggie took was swift and lethal. God, the poor woman. She must not have felt she had any choice but to take her own life. She was in her 80s, but still, it's a loss. A pointless waste of life, and for what? Power? I don't understand. I kneel on the floor beside the body, Maxim by my side as we wait for the enforcer detectives and the medics he called to arrive. Why does everyone want power so damned much? "I don't know," he says softly. "I guess I want it because I feel I'm the least terrible choice. Though sometimes lately, I wonder." I glance up at him. Of the up-and-coming generation of alphas, you are absolutely the least terrible choice. I'm about to take a risk and suggest he might be less terrible still with a trusted partner at his side, but before I can speak, the enforcers and medical staff arrive, filling the room. Maxim and I move back, and the medical team swoops in. Within just a few moments, a young woman with sad gray eyes looks up at us from beside Maggie and says what we already know. "It looks like poison. Something fast-acting. There's nothing we can do for her now. And nothing Maggie can do for Maxim or me. She's dead, and we're left to decide where we go from here. Or Maxim's left to decide." He quickly makes it clear that he intends to keep calling the shots solo by ordering Hermione to have the tiger ready for questioning by the end of the day, ahead of schedule, and me escorted back to my rooms. But at the last minute, just before my guards and I reach the door, Maxim barks from behind us, "Willow. Diana's apartment, 10 p.m. I can meet you then if you'd like to know what we learned from the tiger, and if there's any truth to what Maggie said about your sister." The tension in my chest easing, I nod. "Yes, please. 10 is fine. I'll see you then." He nods and I turn to leave, silently plotting a little investigation of my own. The kind a girl with a helpful pack gift can do with a little help from a trusted friend.
Chapter 12. Maxim. The Tiger Shifter is still groggy when Hermione and I arrive at his cell around 7 that evening, but the caffeine in his IV is clearly doing its job. He's upright for the first time in days, and has the focus and presence of mind to glare daggers into my forehead as I settle into a chair on the opposite side of the room from his simple bunk. There are 2 ways this can go, I say, not wasting any time getting to the point. I've already had a bomb go off in my territory, and one of my highest clearance level wolves compromised. Maggie had access to just about every bit of intelligence in this tower and an unimpeachable record and character. If Kelly could turn her without anyone having a fucking clue, then the plan to take this tower and whatever else Kelly has her eye on is farther along than anyone assumed before today. Either you cooperate with the spell and I get the information I need, I continue. Or you fight the spell and take your chances with a heart attack. Fuck you, the Tiger growls. I'm not telling you shit, asshole. I smile. All right. Sounds like you're choosing door number 2. But fair warning, if you do go into cardiac arrest, I'll only call the doctor once, and I have 2 truth stones. His eyes flare slightly wider before narrowing again. Might as well kill me now, then, because you're never letting me out of this cage. Not once I know you're using fairy magic. Not true, I say, pulling the pouch Trix gave me from my coat pocket and opening the top. I let the stones inside spill out onto my palm. There are 2 blue and 1 a soft gray. 2 for truth and 1 for forgetting. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll wipe your mind clean and set you free. Free to betray my people, he rumbles low in his throat. Not a fucking chance.
But there is a chance,
Hermione says gently, crossing from her position by the cell door to stand beside me.
and you know it. There's a good chance those stones will work with or without your permission. You're strong, but you're also injured, detoxing from some serious sedatives, and exhausted from sleeping on that slab of rock masquerading as a mattress every night.
Her lips curve up a bit.
So it might make sense to see the writing on the wall and make this work for you, rather than against you.
The tiger's wary gaze shifts from Hermione to me and back again. And how would I do that?
You answer our questions now, of your own free will,
she says,
and then we test you with a truth stone.
He starts to cut in, but Hermione speaks louder.
Then we'll be free to use the second stone on Maxim, so you can get honest answers to your questions from our alpha.
He sits back, his brow furrowing as he shoots me a sideways glance. You're shitting me. I hold out both hands, palms open, one filled with stones and one empty. No. It's come to my attention that you may have been led to believe I have nefarious plans of some sort, but I don't, truly. And I'm willing to testify to that under the effects of a truth stone if that's what it takes to convince you. He huffs out a breath and shakes his head. Fuck that. This is some kind of a trick. I know the way you operate. You're a con artist. You've got the human authorities convinced you're some kind of philanthropist. Meanwhile, you're pumping the city full of drugs. You act like your dad just got tired and passed the torch when the entire shifter world knows you poisoned him. I pride myself on my poker face, but I wasn't expecting that. I'm fucking shocked to the bone. And I guess it shows in my expression because a second later the tiger snorts and says, You really didn't know? You thought you had everyone fooled? That's not true, I say. I could never hurt my father. I love him. I almost lost my mind when I thought he wasn't going to pull through after the poisoning. I hold out the stones, and I'm willing to prove it. I'll even go first. His jaw tightens, and I can see his faith in whoever's been filling his head with lies waver. Hermione steps into the moment with a soft,
But if Maxim goes first, you have to give your word that you'll show good faith too. Honesty isn't a one-way street.
The tiger curls his thick fingers into his thighs over the orange fabric of the scrubs provided for long-term prisoners.
If you prove trustworthy under the power of one of those stones, then I'll talk.
But if you turn out to be the sorry sack of shit I'm fully expecting you to be, the deal is off. It's not much of a deal, but it's our only shot at getting more than the truth. If I can prove to this man that he's been misled, we might acquire more than information. We might win a valuable ally in the fight against my brother and his power-hungry bride. So, I take one of the blue stones, hand the other two to Hermione, and then place the stone inside my cheek, praying this man doesn't ask anything that will shame me in front of my second-in-command. Hermione knows me better than anyone, but we all have secrets we'd rather not share with our co-workers. Hopefully this tiger has better questions to ask than whether or not I've ever loathed one of Hermione's girlfriends. I have, but Jennifer was a shallow bitch, and I'm willing to provide evidence to support that opinion if necessary. Almost immediately, I feel the stone working, flooding my body with a cool, tingly feeling like I've just jumped into a vat of peppermint muscle balm. My stomach is a little queasy, but otherwise I feel relaxed, calm, and completely defenseless. I know I'll hate that part once the stone's power taps out, but for now it's a pleasantly novel sensation, like swooping down from the top of a roller coaster. Hermione leans down, doing a visual check with me. I nod. She nods, makes a face that clearly questions my sanity, then turns back to the tiger.
You have 5 to 6 questions before the juice runs out. Make them count.
Sitting up straighter, his eyes lock on mine as he asks,
Did you try to kill your father?
No, I didn't. I say easily, not feeling the need to elaborate the way I usually would. But that's part of the magic of the stones. They cut to the core of a question. No beating around the bush. The tiger's brows lift in seeming surprise, but he has his second question ready only a second later.
Did you forbid your brother from ever returning home upon penalty of death?
No, I didn't, I say, still feeling very calm, though deep inside my head, a part of me is howling in protest. Did my brother tell him that? Is Bane the one painting me as a villain? My second answer seems to shake the tiger more than the first. His lips part, but he shuts them again with a grunt.
No point in asking the same question twice.
He glances up at Hermione.
He really can't lie? When his eyes are all fuzzy like that?
She shakes her head.
No, he can't.
His breath rushes out.
Fuck.
His fingers dig deeper into his thighs.
Did you give Kelly poison to make her infertile?
No, I didn't. I reply, too dumbfounded to even know what to think about that. The tiger, looking progressively more disturbed, asks,
Did you kidnap Willow? And have you been holding her prisoner?
Those two questions stump me for a moment, but just a moment, and then the stone cuts to the truth of that as well.
I did not kidnap her. I have been holding her prisoner on and off.
He scowls.
Why?
At first because I didn't trust her. Then because I didn't trust myself around her. The tiger hesitates for a second, then says,
Why don't you trust yourself around her?
Because I'm falling in love with her, I hear myself say. A second later, the stone turns to acid in my mouth, and I spit it out, gagging at the bitter taste left behind. But the damned thing gave out one question too late. Now there's no denying the way I feel about Willow. I know it, Hermione knows it, as does this tiger who's looking pretty ashamed of himself all of a sudden. And I'm about to find out why. I nod toward the stone in Hermione's hand. Your turn. Let's get to the bottom of this pile of shit and start digging our way out.
You don't need the stone,
he says in a raw, broken voice.
I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
And he does. and then we verify that he's telling the truth with the other truth stone. And then I go upstairs to find Willow and break the news that we'd better start fucking with a purpose. Fast.
Chapter 13. Willow. Pacing the floor in Diana's kitchen, I cast another impatient look toward the clock above the stove. Where the devil is she? It's 9:30. If she doesn't get here soon, I won't have time to work with my pack gift before Maxim arrives at 10. I suppose I could go it alone in the bathroom, with the mirror to help me out. But I really wanted Diana's guidance. She knows this pack, and the dynamics of human-side shifters far better than I do. She'll know what questions to put to my gift, to get answers as quickly as possible. The irony that this is exactly what Maxim was trying to do the night he tied me up in his study isn't lost on me, but it's different now. Firstly, I'm a willing participant, not a hostage. Secondly, I trust Diana more than I trust Maxim. Not a great sign, considering she's not the Thorne sibling I'm fated to marry, but it's the truth. I want to trust Maxim, but he's so confusing. One minute he's vulnerable and honest, granting me a glimpse into his innermost self. The next minute, he's strutting around barking orders and ordering me to my room like I'm a child, not his future mate. I mean, I guess I could find that kind of romantic if he were doing it to protect me, but that's not the vibe I get. He locks me up to control me, not to keep me safe, and I don't want to be controlled anymore. I either want to be an equal partner in making decisions that will affect my life and the safety of my future children, or what? I muttered to the empty apartment. I don't know. I can't run from Maxim the way I ran from Pax. I don't have anywhere left to run to. At least nowhere that would offer me a decent chance of survival. I imagine the outcast pack in St. Louis that offered my parents refuge would take me too, but they're a group of misfits and rejects. They have very little power and survive mostly by flying under the radar. If a woman who features prominently in a prophecy that's obsessed half the shifter world joined their ranks, the entire pack would be destroyed in a matter of weeks. Maybe less. I can't bring that danger to their doorstep. It wouldn't be right. Which leaves no one. I could seek sanctuary with one of the witch covens, I suppose, but I have nothing to offer them in return. I have no magic, no money, not even a green thumb for helping grow herbs and flowers for spells. I would likely end up someone's maid, which would not only be a waste of 6 years of college education, but insanely stressful. From everything I've heard about witch households, the drama and infighting between the generations living under one roof is epic, and staff members tend to get caught in the crossfire. I have no urge to live the rest of my life with a sweet potato growing out of my nose, because I didn't hit the ground fast enough when my employer started slinging spells. A number of witch enchantments can't be reversed. It's one of the reasons most other supernatural creatures give them a wide berth. Another is that witches are exceptionally jealous lovers. They'll cut your dick off first and apologize for not realizing the pretty woman they saw you talking to in the park was your cousin later, after it's far too late for you and your dick to be reunited. I always thought that was horrible, and that I would be incapable of that kind of violence, no matter how hurt I might someday be by a romantic betrayal. But I confess that the more I think about Maxim fucking other women after our marriage, the more cutting his dick off, or locking him away in a deep, dark dungeon where he won't be able to fuck anything but his own hand, sounds sort of appealing. It's crazy, of course. Maxim never promised to love me and is being bullied into this marriage. He doesn't owe me fidelity or anything else except basic human decency and the respect I intend to earn with my behavior. But still, I know if I let him into my bed, I won't want to share him. And as much as I'd like to deny it, I really, really want him in my bed. When I woke up and found him standing over me all broody and cross, my first thought wasn't, "Ew, Maxim, I can't stand him. How dare he barge in here while I'm sleeping?" It was, "Get those clothes off and get under these covers with me, you sexy beast, because I can't wait to taste every cranky inch of you." And that's what I'm thinking about. Tasting Maxim. When he stalks through Diana's front door without knocking. I stopped my pacing and turned to him with a huff, propping my hands on my hips. I'm about to ask him if he has some sort of genetic defect that prevents him from knocking or exercising other common courtesies, when I get a better look at his face, and my heart dives into my stomach. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Was there another attack?" He shakes his head. "No, He exhales, dragging a clawed hand through his hair. "The tiger's name is Christopher. He's going to help us. He's on our side now." My brows shoot up. "What? Really? And you trust him to be an ally just like that?" "No. Not just like that. I took steps to verify he was telling the truth." He crosses to the island, setting a tablet I didn't notice he held on the smooth black marble, and he gave me access to more evidence. It's something you should see. Now. I nod slowly. Okay. Evidence of what? Maxim's jaw muscle clenches into a knot as he swipes the tablet to life and punches in a code. "You'll see. Just watch. It's one of their recruiting videos. It should give you an idea of what we're up against." I slide in beside him, staring down at the screen as he presses play on a video. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it sure as hell isn't my sister, gorgeous in a pale blue robe, standing beside a man Maxim tells me is his brother, Bane. They're standing in front of one of the fattest, oldest trees I've ever seen, while Bane speaks in a deep, soothing voice about the evil that has burrowed deep into his brother's mind, causing him to poison their father and Kelly in an attempt to make my sister barren. My jaw drops, but before I can speak, Maxim points to the screen again. "Just watch. But we are not helpless, nor hopeless in the face of this evil," Bane says. "With your passion and support, we will walk into the new age as brothers and sisters of good faith, bathed in the warmth of light and love. We can banish darkness and stop my brother's shadow court. We can, and we will." Kelly lifts a small sword into the air and shouts, "For the light," while an unseen audience breaks into cheers so loud the tablet's speakers can't handle the noise. They crackle and hum as the camera pans to reveal an ancient forest absolutely packed with people. No, not people. Warriors. The men and women aren't wearing uniforms, but they're all dressed for battle, in a mixture of traditional leather armor and more modern tactical gear. There are even a few glowing, fairy-enchanted protective tunics in the mix, which means Bane and Kelly must have convinced some of the Fae to join their cause. Only fairies are allowed to wear that armor. Which means... Shit, I mutter as the screen fades to black. "Exactly," Maxim says. "I hope I don't need to tell you all the things they said are lies. I would never hurt my father or your sister." "No, of course not," I rush to assure him. "I testified as much to Christopher under the influence of a truth stone," he says. "That's how I got through to him. And he began to realize that he's been lied to and brainwashed, I suppose. Apparently Bane has most of the human side shifter packs convinced that I'm the Shadow Prince and must be stopped at all costs. They've been working underground for years to prepare to take the tower and do away with me." He glances my way. "And you, I suppose, if they decide you're on my side. As of now, Kelly's been telling them you're a prisoner here, that I kidnapped you to force you into fulfilling the prophecy. She must want to spare you if she can." It feels like someone's slipped a knife between my ribs. But of course, Maxim must be feeling even worse. I rest a careful hand on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I can't imagine what they're thinking." "I imagine they're thinking that lies and manipulation are the quickest way to get what they want," he says, before adding in a softer voice. "Or maybe they've both lost their minds. That would be easier." I bring my hand to his back, rubbing in gentle circles between his shoulder blades. It would. I can't imagine the Kelly I knew being part of something like this. I pause, my hand falling to my side as a possibility flits through my head. Is it possible they've been deceived too, maybe? That someone else is pulling the strings and tricking them somehow? Maxim seems to consider that for a moment, but then shakes his head. I mean, maybe. But Bane should know better. He's my brother. He knows who I am. Or he damned well should. I never even wanted to be Alpha. I grew up knowing the only way I would ever lead the pack is if something happened to my brother, and He swallows. I fucking idolized him. I wouldn't wish a head cold on him, let alone death. My stomach balls into a knot. I want to say something to ease his pain, but I don't have words for a situation like this. So I just whisper, I'm so sorry, Maxim. And I am on your side. I'll do whatever I can to help. He turns to me, hope and wariness warring in his gaze. Really? Even after I've been more awful to you than... His breath rushes out. Well, anyone. You caught me at a bad time, when I was feeling protective of my people after Dad's poisoning. But that doesn't excuse all of it. No, it doesn't. I cock my head, studying him, hope fluttering cautious wings in my chest. But maybe we can start fresh. If you're open to that, I am. It sounds like we could both use someone we can trust on our side. He nods, but his focus shifts to the floor as he mumbles, I'd like that. My lips curve. You sound pretty thrilled about it. Keep a lid on the enthusiasm, Thorne, or you'll give me a big head. His lips twitch, but when his gaze returns to mine, he isn't smiling. I'm sorry. It's hard to be excited about anything right now. It all feels dark, and like we're running out of time. I frown. Did the tiger, Christopher, tell you what they're planning? Are they going to attack the tower again? He didn't have any information on that. Bane is being careful to keep the pieces of the puzzle separate, so that if any one person is captured, they won't be able to be coerced into giving up the master plan, he says. But Christopher echoed what Maggie said, that it all hinges on the baby. That's why Kelly stole a fertility object from our treasure room. Apparently they're having trouble conceiving. Because you allegedly poisoned Kelly, even though you haven't seen her in years and we all thought she and Bane were dead? Correct. His mouth twists into a crooked line, which is insane, of course, but they're fixated on having a baby as quickly as possible. And that's the only way I can see this ending without bloodshed. If it's obvious to their followers that we conceived first. My head rears back, shock blanking my brain for a moment. I suppose I shouldn't be so surprised. It's part of what we were discussing with Maggie earlier. But Maxim wasn't on board with babies, or the prophecy, a few hours ago. But you don't believe in the prophecy, I stammer. At this point, it doesn't matter what I believe. Either we convince the crazy half of the shifter world that we're the good guys, or at the very least that fighting us is a pointless endeavor. Or my brother murders me. He motions to me. Maybe murders both of us, if you truly intend to throw your lot in with me. His forehead furrows as he adds in a softer voice, You can still leave if you want. I'll help you get out of the city. I won't force you to marry me or bear my child, though I confess there's a part of me that wants to. I take a step back, lifting my hands in the universal sign for stop the insanity. Okay, did I miss something somewhere? Didn't we just decide to start fresh and work together like 2 minutes ago? We did, he says. But my people still come first. If the only way to protect them from my brother is to make sure you're pregnant with my baby. My blood going cold, I drop my arms and curl my fingers into fists at my side. You wouldn't dare. Not after what you know happened with Pax. To his credit, a truly miserable expression twists his handsome features, and he sounds tortured as he says, I don't know, Willow. If we're going to be partners, then I owe you the truth, and... His breath rushes out. I don't fucking know. And I hope you won't force me to find out. A fertility specialist will be here first thing in the morning. She'll chart your moon cycle and see when you'll be fertile, and we'll go from there. I glare at him through slitted eyes. And if I decide I'm not ready to get pregnant and toss an innocent baby into the middle of this insanity? If I think we should do more research and try to find a way to help these people see the truth without rushing into something so serious? What then? His jaw muscles tense again. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a realistic option. It could take months or even years to get through to these people. Do you know how hard it is to deprogram someone once they've joined a cult? It's practically impossible. Their entire identity and community becomes wrapped up in that belief. If it proves untrue, their entire world falls apart. But the truth is the truth, I insist, and the truth has power. We can start with getting your dad to tell these people that you didn't poison him. They'll just say I'm forcing him to say that, or that he's a doddering old man who doesn't want to admit that his son is an evil shadow prince. Okay, then Christopher, I say, pointing a finger at his chest. He believes you. We'll get him to help talk to the others. Convince them that... There's no time, Willow. Maxim cuts in. He's one man, and there's no way he'll be able to change enough minds in 2 weeks, even if Bane and Kelly don't catch on to what he's doing and have him eliminated. These people think this is all going to be decided quickly, and they're prepared to help the prophecy along with well-planned, coordinated violence. The best way to throw a wrench in all of this and throw them off their game is to make it look like we're the chosen couple. Then, once you're pregnant, we can work on diffusing things further. I shake my head. The image of my dream self and her swollen stomach and helpless eyes, sending panic dumping into my blood. No! I'm not going to be forced to have a baby I'm not ready for, Maxim. No way! Please, he says. Just think about it. Think about it tonight. Talk to the fertility expert in the morning. And we'll reconnect tomorrow afternoon. I pull in a breath, but he pushes on before I can speak. And I'll do some thinking, too. I'll do my best to find another way, I promise. But if I can't... He steps closer, lifting a hand to my throat. I fully intend to step away, but the feel of his fingers sliding over my skin and into my hair is so damned delicious. I find myself rooted in place, staring up into his dark, glittering eyes as he whispers, "There are worse things than having a baby with a man who would lay down his life to protect his child." "Would you?" I challenge softly. "Really?" "I would," he says, in a heartbeat. "And the same applies to you. Once you're carrying our baby, anyone who plans to hurt you will have to come through me, little wolf. I swear that to you on everything that matters. I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe." I swallow, fighting to ignore the way my body hums with longing to get closer to him. I'm horrified that he's even considering forcing me to get pregnant. But I still want to taste him, touch him, feel his arms around me, holding me tight. "I don't know what to feel right now," I say in a rough voice. "What do you do when the bad guy and the person you trust to protect you from the bad guys are the same person?" Pain tightens his features. "What do you do when you want to kill the man who rapes your mate and feel like you have no choice but to do the same thing?" It wouldn't be rape, I confess, tears rising in my eyes. "All you have to do is touch me, and I can't help myself. I want you so much, even though I hate myself for it sometimes." "Don't hate yourself," he murmurs, his lips moving closer. "You're too good to hate. Too good for me, most likely, but I'll try, little wolf. Work with me, help my people, and I swear I'll try like hell to give you what you need." My lips part, but whatever I plan to say is swallowed up by a wave of desire as his mouth meets mine. The kiss is soft and sweet, nothing like the passionate dance of lips, teeth, and tongue the last time we were this close. But instantly, I'm desperate for more of him. I want him on top of me, pushing between my legs, claiming me as his, easing the hunger that gets stronger every time we touch. I want to kiss every inch of his beautiful body, from the furrow between his brows to the thick muscles in his arms, to that part of him I can feel pulsing against my belly as he draws me closer. And this longing is born from more than physical hunger. I want to comfort him, to ease his pain, to be the place where this powerful man can let down his guard and know he'll still be safe, even when he's hurting and scared. I want to love him. But how can I, when it's obvious he doesn't feel the same way? I pull back, tears rising in my eyes as I take another step and then another, until there's enough space between us for me to feel safe, lifting my chin and meeting his gaze again. I need some time. To myself. To think. He nods stiffly. All right. Should we meet for lunch tomorrow? Continue this conversation then? I doubt I'll have much of an appetite. I cross my arms over my chest. But sure, I'll be ready at noon. I'll pick you up then, he says, collecting the tablet from the counter and starting toward the door. But when he reaches the entryway, he stops and says, Diana is staying with a friend for the next few weeks, by the way. I thought it would be best if she didn't overhear our conversation tonight or anything else. Anything else like her brother trying to forcibly impregnate me, I wonder? But I don't say the words out loud. I'm angry, but there's too much at stake to let anger call the shots. I have to think, to consider everything I've learned tonight, and to prepare myself to win this battle. I can't afford to alienate Maxim by popping off without thinking. So I simply nod and say, all right, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, he echoes. As soon as the door closes behind him, I hurry to the bathroom, where I ask my reflection question after question about Kelly and Bane and Maxim and the baby he feels so certain we have to conceive. But my pack gift remains frustratingly silent. I don't know if it simply has no light to shed on these things, or if it's gone dormant again because I'm so damn stressed out or something. But after an hour of talking to myself, I admit defeat. I'm exhausted and overwhelmed, and the best thing I can do for that is to get a good night's sleep and consider everything again tomorrow with a clear head. And there's always a chance I'll have another prophetic dream. As I slip between the covers, I cross my fingers and pray for my pack gift to visit me while I sleep. Instead, I spend the night tossing and turning, tortured by nightmares. I run through a dark maze hunted by my sister, who laughs when she traps me in a dead end. I stumble through a snowy forest carrying a baby, my hand pressed to the child's lips to keep it from crying out and attracting the attention of the monsters hiding behind the trees, only to reach a safe house and realize the baby is a giant worm with rows and rows of deadly teeth. I hide under a table in the North Star Pack's atrium, holding my swollen belly while a bloody battle wages all around me, knowing it's only a matter of time before one of my enemies finds me, rips my child from my womb, and tears me in half with his bare hands. Each dream is worse than the last, making me grateful when I open my eyes to see gray dawn light creeping through the curtains. I'm still exhausted, but sleep isn't a safe place for me. And neither is this apartment, a voice shouts from the recesses of my foggy brain. What happens when the fertility expert examines you and realizes you're still a virgin? Shit, I murmur, my stomach knotting. Panic thrumming in my veins, I toss off the covers and rush to get dressed, determined to think of a way out of my latest mess.
Chapter 14. Maxim. I sleep for shit and wake up hard and aching to be buried in Willow and instantly feel disgusted by myself. I can't fuck my baby into her against her will. Even if it wouldn't technically be rape, it's far too close for comfort. She made it clear I could seduce her into going along with it in the moment, but she'd hate me for it after. And I don't want her to hate me. I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but sometime between waking her yesterday and hearing her promise her support last night, something has softened inside of me. I'm starting to give less and less of a shit about finding a way out of the engagement. Even if Bane and Kelly's betrayal wasn't a factor, I want her. I want her in my bed, yes, but I also want her on my team and in my life. She's the answer to questions I didn't realize I had before I met her, but now that I do, I can't go back to business as usual. I can't go back to being the man I was before Willow showed me how lonely I've been. How much I've longed for a person who feels like my person. For someone who feels like home. I tell myself I barely know her, and that this is just fated mate pheromone bullshit that will fade with time, as it becomes clear we're about as well suited as a feral dog and a dandelion. I tell myself that I'm going to curse my dick for getting me into a match I can never be free of. Our people don't divorce. But even as I'm mentally lambasting my aching cock, I know it isn't to blame. It's my heart that's the problem. I was so positive that no woman would ever rule it that I arrogantly left it undefended. And now Willow has snatched it up in her tiny hands. The realization is terrifying in so many ways that I do my best not to think about it as I shower, dress, and head downstairs to meet Hermione and the rest of my team for the morning briefing. I'll worry about becoming a besotted fool for my little wolf after I've ensured my pack is prepared for war. Have we heard from our allies? I stride into the meeting room next to my office to find Hermione, my father, and the entire advisory team already assembled. From the looks on their faces, it's clear Hermione has already filled them in on the new developments. My poor father looks as devastated and betrayed as I felt last night, but determined, too. But then he's the one who raised me to keep fighting for my people, no matter what's happening in my personal life. The pack always comes first. I hold that on top of my mind as Hermione starts her update.
The Montreal pack checked in last night. They're ready to mobilize in 24 hours or less. As soon as we need them, they'll be there. The Vancouver pack said the same, though they'll need more travel time and can only spare one enforcer unit. They're still in a pretty ugly fight with a rebel faction from the Vancouver parallel.
I nod. And Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia? She gives a small shake of her head.
Nothing yet.
My jaw tightens. It's still early. What about Boston and D.C.? She shakes her head again, and my stomach hardens. We checked in with all of our core allies just last month. Felix, my alliance advisor, speaks up from the far end of the long table. Everything seemed fine. No issues at all. This cold shoulder shit is coming out of nowhere. Dispatch a small recon team to Boston and D.C. to see what's going on, I say. They're our oldest allies. If they've been won over to Bain and Kelly's side, we can assume the rest of them are lost too. Will do, Felix says, then adds in an incredulous voice. But surely not, Alpha. There has to be some explanation. They wouldn't turn on us on a dime like that. Maybe it's not on a dime. I pace in front of the windows, too restless to sit. Maybe they've been feigning friendship for months, even years, waiting for Bain to give the word to drop the act. But why? Felix insists, glancing around at the other grave faces at the table. I mean, this is insane, right? Surely I'm not the only one who's finding this hard to swallow. We're not living in the Dark Ages, for fuck's sake, especially human side. No one's taken prophecies this seriously in centuries.
Maybe not, but something is up. Something bad.
Hermione sighs.
I did some texting last night, just casual, catching up kind of stuff to see who would text back. None of my friends or family in the Boston pack have responded, and I've been close with some of them since I was in diapers.
Hermione's mother's people were from Boston. If she's getting the cold shoulder from them, this is likely even worse than we thought. This is my fault, my father says, his voice rough. I should have done a better job of preparing the pack. I've always thought the prophecy contained grains of truth. I just never thought either of my sons could ever. He sighs. I thought that part had to be wrong. I rest a hand on his shoulder, giving it a quick squeeze as I assure him. It's not your fault, Dad. It's Bane's. He could have come home any time and been welcomed with open arms. Dad pats my hand.
Maybe he didn't think so. Maybe he thought this was the only way he would be able to stay with Kelly. She was mate-matched to another man.
But Bane had to know we would have offered her refuge here, I insist. And we would have fought Blood River if we had to. Kelly was a friend of this pack. We knew her and cared about her. But they never even asked for help. They just vanished.
There's something we're missing,
Hermione says, her fingers lacing together on top of the table as she leans in.
All Bane had to do to claim control of this pack is come home. He would have been declared alpha without any questions asked. Why go through all of this? Why steal from us and attack us?
I grunt, nodding as I add, unless he did something he knows he'd be cast out for. Something we'd find out about if he came back.
Or if he's after something he knows our pack won't stand for,
Hermione says.
We need to know more about his endgame.
Christopher said he's promising love, light, and peace at the end of the uprising, that all shifters will live in harmony under his rule.
Smells like bullshit to me,
Denver growls from beside Felix. His opinion is met with nods from the rest of the advisory council. Vivian, the cultural advisor, adds,
You don't ambush your brother or set off a bomb in a crowded theater full of innocent people if you're after love and light. Both are violations of the human side shifter conflict code.
Her words spark something deep in my brain, summoning a memory to the surface that I'd nearly forgotten.
Bane used to talk about erasing the boundaries, about what would happen if the parallel and human side were merged into the same real space.
I turned back to Dad.
Remember? A long time ago, when I was in middle school, I think.
My father frowns.
Vaguely, but that's impossible. The two sides are closer than they used to be, but they'll never merge.
But isn't there a theory about that? I press, my instincts insisting there's something here. About what would happen if the two sides did combine. About how much stronger it would make supernatural beings since we exist on both sides and humans are only present in one reality. Hermione sits up straighter.
There's a physics concept. Causality, I think it's called. I remember Bane talking about it too, but it was too much for my brain to hold on to. Science isn't my forte.
She points a finger toward the ceiling.
But I bet they'd be able to fill me in on 27,
she says, referencing our science and development lab.
Want me to do some research there and get back to you?
As long as you don't have any hot leads to follow, I say, nodding when she shakes her head and says,
Unfortunately not. Aside from Christopher, I haven't heard a whisper about Bane's coalition from any of our eyes and ears on the street. Either our spies don't know about it, or they're in on it and staying very quiet until it's time to make their move.
I sigh, silently hoping it's the former. If this goes deeper than the shifter world, if other supernatural species are in on this too, then we are truly and completely fucked. With the help of our Canadian allies and the shifters Christopher is hopefully going to win over, we have a chance against the massive coalition Bane seems to have built. But with fairies and witches and vampires against us, we might as well surrender now and save ourselves the pointless death toll.
Willow might be able to help too,
Hermione adds.
She's a scientist, and more likely to understand physics than I am. Maybe she can come with me.
I'm sure she'd like that, I say, checking my watch. The fertility expert should be with her now, but I don't expect the examination will take that long. She should be free in 15 minutes or so. Why don't you swing by Diana's apartment and pick her up on your way to 27? Then I can meet you both for lunch and see what you've learned.
And in the meantime, you and I should head down to the morgue, son.
My father motions for Cam, who's been unusually quiet this morning, to come take control of his chair.
They finished the autopsy on the kid who caught fire in the loading bay. Anton's made a positive ID.
My brows lift. And when was Anton going to make me aware of this development?
He did make you aware.
Dad says, waving an impatient hand. I went through the messages on your desk this morning. I bite back the impatient words on the tip of my tongue. I don't want to seem at odds with my father in front of my advisors, many of whom were once his advisors, but we need to have a talk about respecting my boundaries as Alpha. I'm in charge now. I'm guiding this ship, and I can only guide it competently when everyone, including Dad, is obeying the chain of command. You're all dismissed, I say. We'll meet back here at 5. Hopefully we'll have more to share then. As chairs scoot back across the carpet and everyone disperses to do their part to preserve our pack, I turn to arch a meaningful brow at my father. He scowls, but he waits until it's just the two of us and Cam before he says, All right, yes, I get it, son. I'll stay away from your desk. I'm not trying to take over, I just want to help. I have to do something or I'm going to lose my fucking mind. He rubs at the hollows above his eyes, wincing as his hand falls back into his lap. I keep hoping I'm going to find something that explains all of this, that excuses it somehow. I sigh. I know, Dad. Me too. But it's not looking good right now. And if the scouts I sent out find Bane's headquarters, I intend to make a preemptive move. He nods tiredly. As you should. I was thinking that same thing. His lips quirk as he glances up at me. You sent the scouts to Pennsylvania, didn't you? I nod. Pennsylvania and North Carolina. The trees in the video look like redwoods, but I had the IT guys zoom in on the star formations in the sky above Kelly and Bane. That promo was filmed on the East Coast, and there are only a few places with old-growth forests and trees that big on this side of the country. Dad reaches out, clapping me on the back. I knew all those weekends camping and stargazing would pay off. I'm proud of you, son. Be proud of me once our people are safe, I say, wondering what Dad would think if he knew about the conversation I had with Willow last night. Knowing my father, he'd be horrified. But then he wasn't above forcing me into a marriage. Maybe he'd be okay with me forcing a pregnancy, too. But I can't bring myself to ask him about that. And I'm actually grateful to hear Cam pipe up for once. Speaking of keeping people safe, he says in a rough voice, I reached out to Maggie's protege to fact-check everything she shared with us. I was worried she might have led us astray, but it looks like the intelligence was solid, even though she was compromised. He clears his throat. I'm sorry for that. It never entered my mind that she couldn't be trusted. It never entered mine either, I assure him. It's all right. I don't blame you, Cam. We're all doing the best we can right now. There's going to be a lot of fumbling in the dark before we find our way. He nods, his gaze fixed on the floor. I appreciate your understanding, but I intend to be more careful in the future. And I intend to get to the morgue before 10 a.m., Dad grumbles. We should get going. Anton has been on duty since midnight. He'll want to get some rest soon. We head down to the morgue, where we learn the boy who caught fire in the theater's loading bay was a rare black bear shifter, one of a pair of twins. Anton used dental records to connect the teenager to a community wiped out by a mine explosion 15 years ago. A community in Pennsylvania. It's not a smoking gun, but it's another connection that might lead to my brother. The boy said the person who sent him threatened to kill his sister to get him to cooperate, I say, as Anton covers the charred body with a sheet. Any word on where the sister is now? Anton shakes his head. Before this, neither of them had been seen in years. The woman I spoke to in the missing shifters department said they ran away from a foster home not long after they turned 12 and have most likely been living in the forest since then. She said she would get a tip about a couple of kids who matched their descriptions out alone in the woods every few months, but didn't investigate too hard. Bear shifters are so vulnerable to human disease, she figured if they were doing okay out there on their own, it might be the best place for them. And where was this woman based? I ask, trying not to get my hopes up. The coroner's brow furrows. The name of the town slips my mind, but it was in Jefferson County. I exchange a look with Dad, whose eyes are lit up. Jefferson County borders the old-growth forest I sent the scouts to investigate. With a little bit of luck, we could have an idea where my brother is hiding out within a day or two. It's promising news, but not promising enough to guarantee we'll be able to eliminate the threat Bane poses without worrying about the prophecy. Even if I manage to lock my brother up and throw away the key, he has allies. Lots of allies. And the only way to dissuade them from attacking us to free Bane would be to prove Willow and I are the favored fated mates. My gut is still insisting that we don't have a choice. We have to at least try to conceive a child. And then I get the text from the fertility expert on my way to my office, alerting me that Willow refused the physical examination, and my indecision vanishes. If Willow won't work with me to make informed choices for the good of our people, then I will make them for her. I have no choice. I really don't. No matter how much I wish I did.
Chapter 15. Willow. After an unexpectedly easy escape from Maxim's patchouli-scented fertility specialist, Hermione arrives at Diana's door just as the battle over whether or not I'll be disrobing for a full exam is building steam. I spend the rest of the morning in the physics weeds with several very clever and passionate scientists. We talk causality, subatomic particles, and light cones until Hermione excuses herself to track down pain reliever for her aching head. And then the youngest science nerd, Caddy, gives me a tour of the lab. "And we pretty much set our own schedules, too," she says, motioning to a whiteboard in the break room. "You just have to make sure you plan your hours a few weeks out to avoid overcrowding." She glances over her shoulder before leaning in and whispering, "Or sharing space with someone you can't stand. Marty always brings the most repulsive lunches and stinks up the entire floor. If you start working here, he's the one to avoid. Also Camilla, if you don't like punk rock. She plays it so loud you can hear it through her headphones." "I love punk," I say, catching her excitement. I haven't had much time lately to miss being in the lab. But now I do. I miss the comforting rhythm of testing, recording, and analyzing data. I miss using the puzzle-solving part of my brain for something other than figuring out how to stay alive and remembering who I'm lying to about what. Which reminds me, I have to figure out what to say to keep my fated mate from freaking out about my refusal to let his fertility expert all up in my lady parts. "I should go," I tell Caddy, my smile fading. "I'm meeting Maxim for lunch, but thanks so much for the tour." She nods. "Oh yeah, sure, my pleasure. I would ask you to say hi to him, but Maxim intimidates the hell out of me. He's a much scarier alpha than his dad ever was." She lifts a hand and hurries to add, "But I'm sure he's perfectly nice and will be an awesome husband." My lips hook up on one side. He has potential, but the jury's still out on his awesome levels. Her eyes go wide, and she glances over her shoulder again before turning back to whisper, "You go, girl. I like you. Don't take any shit from your man, even if he is gigantic, gorgeous, and terrifying." I laugh. I intend to try. I ask her if she'd like to join my female pack member focus group. She agrees, and I head for the elevators to meet Hermione, rolling my latest problem over and over in my head. What am I going to do if Maxim insists on trying to get me pregnant? Will I be able to resist him? Will he take no for an answer if I muster up the willpower to say it? And how am I going to explain the fact that I'm still a virgin? Surely he'll notice. If my hymen is intact enough for Victor's doctor to see it in a physical exam, then Maxim will notice it when he... God, I'm going to have sex with Maxim. Maybe after we're married, maybe sooner than that, but eventually we're going to do the horizontal hula. The dirty deed. We're going to take a trip to Pound Town, and I will finally know what it's like to have sex. It should be exciting. I haven't enjoyed being a virgin for a very long time. But like everything in my life lately, this has become so fraught. I stop beside Hermione by the elevators, bringing my hands to my suddenly flushed cheeks. "Everything all right?" she asks. "Wonderful," I lie. "Really amazingly great." She grunts. "You could have picked a less stressful time to join our pack. No doubt about that." I glance up at her. "Are you scared?" Because I'm really scared. About just about everything. Her gaze softens. Me too. She gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "But I've got your back, okay?" "And I've got yours," I assure her, wishing I could trust her with my secret. But maybe I can. Surely she would understand. I pull in a breath, heart racing as I prepare to confess all and beg for advice or shelter from Maxim's wrath, whichever she feels is necessary, when her cell beeps several times. She pulls it from her pocket and glances down, frowning as she reads. "Looks like Maxim's been detained. He won't be able to meet us for lunch, but he wants to do dinner with you. 7 o'clock? She glances my way. "Is that okay with you?" I sigh. I'm pretty sure he's giving an order, not asking for a date, but yes, I can do dinner. It's not like I have a packed social calendar. "But you will," she assures me. "We'll get through this crisis, you'll find your place and your people, and you'll be happy here. And Maxim can be very charming. He just has a lot on his plate right now." I bob my head as the elevator arrives with a ding. "Oh, I know. I totally get it. I mean, I'm struggling with how to feel about Kelly, and at least she seems to want to keep me around. If she were just flat out trying to murder me and take control of my pack..." "It's tearing Maxim apart," Hermione says, as we step into the car and she presses the button for the atrium level. "He worshipped Bane. This kind of betrayal..." She trails off with a sigh. "I just hope he comes out whole on the other side." Betrayal. Ugh. I haven't betrayed Maxim, but I've sure as hell thought about it. And I've lied to him, for understandable reasons, I think, but it remains to be seen how he'll feel about it. A fretful, anxious gloom settles around my shoulders. But that just makes me fit in with the rest of the pack. Gloom is the mood of the day. As Hermione and I buy lunch and settle in at a table, the atrium is so much quieter than it was the last time I was here. Even the kids playing on the playground seem subdued. But they can probably sense how stressed their caregivers are today. The thought gives me an idea. "What's Maxim's favorite dessert, Hermione?" I ask. "Do you know?" She looks up from her plate. "I don't know. He's not much of a dessert guy." I sag lower in my chair. "Oh, I was just thinking I could make him something for after supper, something to lift his spirits a little." She smiles. "I think he'd love that. The thought behind it, at least. Even if he hated the dessert. I say go for it. Make something you like, and hopefully he'll have the sense to like it too." I nod, my lips curving. "Okay, I will. I know dessert can't make up for all the bad stuff, but it's something." "It is," she agrees. "And a little kindness can go a long way." "I hope so," I say. And not just because I'd like to soften Maxim up so he's in a good mood when I decide to come clean. I truly want to give him comfort and hope. I want him to know I'm on his side. I just need him to be on mine, too. I spend the afternoon sifting through Diana's thankfully well-stocked pantry, making scones for Diana, cookies for Hermione, and a special something for Maxim. Doing my best not to think about worst-case scenarios. For now, I choose to have faith that Maxim and I will find a way to work together. I have to believe that he will respect my boundaries and see that rushing into having a baby isn't the answer to this problem. The more I mull it over, the more terrifying the thought of getting pregnant becomes. I'm already small and relatively powerless, and I feel like I'm walking a razor's edge between tenuous safety and certain doom. I'm in no position to protect myself, let alone a child. And there's a chance I wouldn't be able to shift once I conceive. Some women can, some can't, and there's no way of knowing which you are until you're knocked up for the first time. If I couldn't shift, if I were trapped in my vulnerable, awkward, pregnant human body, while the people hunting me are free to embrace every physical advantage, from their superior size and strength to their teeth and claws, I shudder, just imagining the scenario enough to make my stomach turn to stone. I can't do that to myself, or my baby. I can't, and I won't. As I dress for dinner in a simple black dress and black ballet flats, I work on building up my resistance to my fated mate. I can't afford a single misstep, and sleeping with Maxim before the wedding would be a massive one. Once we're married, he won't be able to kick me out to sink or swim on my own. He'll have to keep me around, and, given time, I'm certain I can make him understand why I lied about how far things went when Pax attacked me. And by then he might be so busy fighting his brother's army that learning his wife lied about being a virgin might not seem like such a big deal in comparison. Not a good thing to hope for, I remind myself, as I fetch my peace offering from the top of Diana's stove and follow the guard sent to fetch me toward the elevators. I don't want things to go badly for this pack. I want to find a solution to the current insanity and bring peace to the shifter world. Given how many people seem to believe in the prophecy, Maxim and I might actually be able to make significant strides in that direction. So often it seems like the most important ingredient for change is enough people believing it's possible. I'm not sure what I think about the prophecy, but I absolutely believe things can change for the better. We can take back the parallel from the violent packs, protect the weaker shifters who've been brutalized for so long, and work toward building a culture that respects and protects all its people. I have hope. Then the elevator stops on one of the top floors, opening to reveal a sun-drenched patio filled with trees and flowers, and my hope shines a little brighter. And then I see him, my fiancé, seated at a table with a view of the entire city spread out behind him, looking pensive but so beautiful and familiar that I can't help myself. I find myself hoping even harder. Hoping for us.
Chapter 16. Maxim. I shift my gaze to see Willow walking toward me from the elevator bank, the sunlight catching her hair, bringing out the auburn in her dark brown curls. She's wearing a dress that shows off her curves, carrying a small glass pan and smiling, like she's actually happy to see me. She's so beautiful, and that smile so damn sweet and hopeful that for a moment my heart stops. It just stops, holding its breath and its beating, waiting to see what I'm going to do next. Am I going to rethink this before I ruin any chance of happiness with this woman I don't want to live without? Or will I stick to my guns and ignore the twist in my gut that insists this isn't right, no matter how much is on the line? It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. If you don't save this pack, you won't have a future, and neither will Willow. You can't live happily ever after when you're both dead. The inner voice is right. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and if I have to betray Willow to save Willow, then that's what I intend to do. Hopefully, when this is all over and North Star Tower is still standing because of the hard choices I made, she'll be able to understand why I did what I did. But she'll never forgive me. I sense that deep in my churning stomach as I stand to pull out her chair and she lifts the pie in her hands between us.
For you,
she says, tipping the perfectly browned confection back and forth to show off the crust.
I figured you could use a little sweet after all the sour the past few days.
My brows lift as I accept the still warm gift. You made this?
Yeah,
she says with a self-conscious laugh.
My mom called it October pie because it uses fruits that are ripe in the fall. And raisins,
she adds, lifting a defensive hand in the air.
But there's dark rum and spice in the filling, too. The raisins soak it all up and taste incredible with the pears and apples. They're doing some heavy lifting, you know? They're not like normal lazy raisins that just hang out in a cookie being chewy and gross.
Fuck. Just hearing her talk about raisins makes my chest warm and tight. I'm falling in love with this woman. I want to pull her into my arms and kiss her and tell her this pie is the best thing that's happened to me in months, and that she's the best thing that's happened to me in even longer. But saying shit like that would only make what I'm about to do even worse. So I simply nod and say, "Thank you. It sounds amazing. I can't wait to try it." I set the pie on the table and reach for her chair. "How was the lab? I heard you had a tour." She settles into her seat, beaming up at me as I push it in.
It was incredible. And you have some brilliant people working there. Kind and funny, too. I think I might have even made a new friend.
She bobs a shy shoulder.
I know it's probably not the time to be thinking about things like that with so much crazy stuff going on, but it was nice to chat with a kindred spirit.
It's a perfect time to make new friends. We need all the friends we can get. I reach for my wine glass, my heart slamming hard in my chest as I lift it into the air. A toast to new friends and hope for the future. Her features soften as she reaches for her glass.
Yes, to new friends and hope. That's perfect.
Oh, but it's not, little wolf. It's so fucking far from perfect you have no idea. I take a sip of the wine, my stomach turning to stone as I watch her drink over the rim of my glass. That's it, then. I put enough hunger powder in her glass that even a single sip should get the job done. The fairy who sold me the powder was a stranger. I was too ashamed to ask Trix for something like this. But Sven has a tight and devoted following. I have no doubt he delivered potent product. Which means in 10 minutes or so, Willow should be all over me, begging me to fuck her like an addict after a fix. She'll be so out of her mind with need, with hunger, that she'll take my dick any way she can get it. Even without protection, and with my promise to come deep inside her. And despite how damned wrong this is, the thought makes my cock thicken, proving I'm one sick bastard, and making me wonder again if I really am the good brother. The only difference between Bane and me? I'm doing these shitty things to protect my people, not in a bid to rule the world. Still, I feel monstrous. Monstrous, but still hard and dying to be buried balls deep in my little wolf, making her mine.
Wow, that's really nice,
she says, the tip of her tongue slipping out to trace the seam of her lips as she sets her glass down.
Is there a hint of pineapple in there, or am I crazy? I don't have much experience with wine, especially good wine. My parents and I would buy a box of the pink stuff to keep in the fridge in the summer and mull a red wine for Christmas, but that was about it.
I'm no expert either, I say. I asked Chef Mark to send up something white and not too sour that would pair well with the meal. She smiles.
Well, he did a great job.
She glances down at the table and back up again with an arched brow.
Shall we? I'm starving, even though I ate half a bowl of leftover filling while I was waiting for the pie to bake.
Of course, enjoy. I reach for the sterling silver dome covering my plate, though I doubt I'll be able to stomach a single bite. In theory, eating a light dinner of grilled chicken and artichokes with crusty bread and olive oil while I waited for the drugs to hit Willow's system sounded doable. In reality, there's a serious chance I'll vomit over the side of the railing if I try to force food down my throat.
So, are we sticking to small talk while we eat?
She asks, slicing into her chicken.
or jumping straight to the big talk?
Medium talk, perhaps, I suggest, working my knife across the steaming, fragrant meat, taking my time cutting it into slices I don't intend to eat. I don't small talk if I can help it.
Small talk is the worst.
She nods as she takes a bite, doing a slow scan of the garden as she chews. Her eyes narrow as she focuses on something over my shoulder, and I know what she's going to say before she swallows and asks,
Is that a bed over by the grapevines? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me?
It's a bed, I say casually, proving I'm an excellent liar, even under duress. I come out here sometimes when I'm having trouble sleeping. Being out under the stars helps quiet my thoughts.
That sounds nice.
She reaches for her wine, taking another sip as my tongue tries to crawl down my throat.
I haven't slept outside since I was a kid, back before Victor hated my family and we were still welcome at pack camping trips.
She wrinkles her nose.
But I couldn't really relax and enjoy it, even back then. Pax and his friends were such bullies. They picked on all the girls and the smaller kids relentlessly.
Her hand falls to the collar of her dress, pulling it away from her throat as she takes a deeper breath and shifts in her chair. When her eyes meet mine again, there's a glitter in them that wasn't there before, and a husky note in her voice as she adds,
But I bet it would be nice to sleep outside somewhere you felt safe.
Safe. I want to keep her safe. That's what this is about. I'm not a monster. I'm a decent man who's been forced into an impossible position. Suddenly, I need her to know that. I need her to know how sorry I am before she's too far gone to listen to anything I have to say. I reach out, taking her hand in mine and giving her fingers a gentle squeeze. You are safe here. I won't cast you out, Willow. That's not on the table for me anymore. I will protect and defend you as long as I'm able, as long as I'm still alpha of this pack. Her eyes warm with affection I don't deserve.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, Maxim.
She trails off with a soft laugh and a shake of her head.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I have a hard time focusing when you're touching me.
Even like this, I brush my thumb gently back and forth over the soft skin on the back of her hand.
Yes.
She nods slowly, her lips parting and her breath coming faster.
But I can't be with you, Maxim.
Sure you can, I murmur, torn between self-loathing and the hunger thickening the air. It's always this way between us. Sexual awareness is always there, swimming just below the surface. This drug isn't making her feel something she doesn't already feel. It's just eliminating her ability to control her reactions. That's something, at least. Not much, but enough to silence the fretful voice in my head as I twine my fingers through hers. I'll make you feel good, little wolf, I promise. After tonight, you won't remember any man has ever touched you before. You'll just remember my hands and my mouth and my body making you ache and need and come so hard and sweet. I will give you only pleasure, only bliss. Her breath rushes out and her forehead furrows.
That sounds... But I can't. Not tonight.
She tries to pull her hand from mine, but stops fighting almost instantly when I tighten my grip on her fingers. She bites her lip, moaning.
God, Maxim, I can't think. Is it the fated mate bond or something? Is that why I'm so... God, I'm so...
Turned on, I supply, scooting my chair around the small table until our knees touch and our joined hands rest in her lap. Is that what you're feeling, little wolf? I curl my free hand above her knee and squeeze, summoning another hungry sound from low in her throat. She squeezes her thighs together and squirms in her chair, sending a jolt of lust surging to my groin. The unconscious sign that she wants me between her legs would be intoxicating even if I couldn't smell how wet she is. But I can smell it, and the salty, sweet smell of her slick pussy calls to my wolf, banishing the last of my indecision. My human side will likely feel like shit about this later, but right now my animal side needs to claim his mate, needs to feel her soft and hot under him, while he plants his seed deep in her belly.
Maxim, please,
she says, shivering as I slide my hand higher on her thigh. Please what?
I don't...
She exhales, then sucks in a breath as my palms skim higher still. But I think you do, little wolf. I release her hand and curl my fingers around the back of her neck, pulling her head closer to mine. My lips are a whisper away from hers as I ask, "Can I carry you to that bed and make you mine?"
Yes, please, yes,
she says, and then her lips crash into mine. Chapter 17. Maxim. We kiss hard and deep, our tongues sparring and stroking as I gather her into my arms and start across the patio. I drag the curtains surrounding the bed to one side and lay her down on the mattress, pulling back long enough to dispose of my clothes with swift, efficient motions. I'm back beside her less than 10 seconds later, dragging her dress over her head as she runs her hands all over my body, making hungry, eager sounds that drive me fucking wild.
Need you so bad,
she whimpers, her cool fingers wrapping around my burning length, making me growl. Going to give you everything you need, little wolf. Everything, I promise, as I make quick work of her bra, freeing her gorgeous breasts. They're stunning, so full and heavy with dusky rose nipples that demand my attention, my worship. I bend my head, capturing one tight tip in my mouth and sucking as I rip her panties down her thighs and bring my fingers to her slick folds. Fuck, Willow, I groan against her breast as I feel how damned wet she is. You're dripping for me, baby.
I'm dying,
she sobs, bucking eagerly into my hand as I rub my palm into the top of her mound, grinding against her clit.
It hurts, Maxim. I need you so much it hurts.
What do you need, beautiful? I kiss my way to her other breast and flick my tongue against its tight nipple, balls throbbing as she fists her hands in my hair. Do you need my cock?
Yes, oh yes,
she whimpers, squirming beneath me as I shift on top of her. She wraps her legs around my hips, bringing the ridge of my erection to press against her heat. My head swims with desire, the need to shove inside her and ride her hard, to claim her, mark her with my cum, is so intense it takes all of my willpower to hold back. I want her to orgasm first. I want her pussy even wetter and her body eager to accept my release. I reach down, gripping my cock and bringing my already leaking tip to her clit. I'm going to give you what you need, I promise, as I circle her bundle of nerves, the feel of her slick sex against my sensitive tip making my heart race even faster. But I need to watch you get off first. I need to see your pretty face flushed and wild as you come so fucking hard for me, I say, cursing beneath my breath as her spine arches and her nails dig into my arms. Yes, baby, fuck yes, that's right. Come for me, come. She cries out, her head falling back as her orgasm claims her. Her lips part and her nipples lift closer to my chest, and the smell of the salty heat gushing between her legs destroys the last of my control. Blood rushing in my ears, I shift my cock to her entrance and thrust forward. I expect a tight fit. I'm long and thick and so hard for her my dick is probably about as big around as her wrist right now, but I don't expect the barrier. It takes me by surprise, so much so that there isn't time to slow down. I feel it 1 second, and I'm through it the next, sinking deeper as Willow tenses and cries out in pain. Eyes wide, I jerk my attention to her flushed face. "Hurts," she pants, wincing as she shifts her hips, taking me even deeper.
God, Maxim, it hurts, but I need more. I still need more. Please give me more.
Jaw clenching, I grab her hands, pinning them into the mattress over her head. "Why didn't you tell me you were a virgin?"
Please,
she whimpers, wiggling beneath me.
please.
"What really happened with Pax?" I demand, rage and confusion warring with the need to keep riding her, to shove in and out of her dripping pussy until the hunger clawing away beneath my skin is gone and I can think again. "Was any of that true? Were you even paired with him?" She cries out, her squirming becoming frantic now. Thanks to the drugs I slipped into her drink, I won't be getting any answers from Willow until the hunger's out of her system, and the fastest way to make that happen is to get her off. Surrendering to the fire raging between us, I drop one hand to squeeze her ass and crush my lips to hers, kissing her hard as I shift forward, bringing my pubic bone to press against her clit. "I'm going to give you what you need," I promise against her lips as I shift my hips slowly back and forth, grinding against the top of her mound while my cock is still buried deep inside her. "And then you're going to tell me everything I want to know, and then I'll decide what to do with a lying little wolf."
Just please, there,
she says, trembling as she wraps her legs around my hips.
Right there. God, Maxim, I feel you everywhere. All I feel is you.
And all I feel is her wet pussy gripping my cock, her addictive scent swirling through my head, her lips so sweet and hot beneath mine as I take her closer, closer, until she's panting and rocking into me, and her inner walls tighten around my throbbing length. I need to move, to fuck so badly it's making me crazy, but I force myself to keep rolling into her clit until she's panting, begging, clawing at my back as she reaches the razor's edge. And then she tumbles over, coming with a cry as her pussy spasms around my cock. With a roar of relief, I brace my hands on either side of her face and let go of the reins. I piston in and out of her, slamming into her clutching sheath, giving her everything, my anger and confusion and every last bit of my need. I have never needed anyone or anything the way I need this woman. I need to bed her, breed her, dominate her until she realizes I am her alpha. I am her mate, her man, and this pussy is mine from tonight until her last night. Mine to fuck, mine to fill, mine to... Mine! I shout as I come, my dick jerking deep inside her. I shove forward even more, sucking in air as my orgasm ripples through me, sharp and wickedly sweet. But not as sweet as knowing every bit of cum spilling from my cock is shooting out at the entrance to her womb. "You're mine," I pant as I grip her hips, holding her in place as I empty the last of myself inside her. "And this baby I'm putting in you is mine, and if you lie to me again, I will lock you up and throw away the key, and the only time you will have sunlight or food or touch is when I come to your cage to fuck you, to remind you who you fucking belong to. Do you hear me, little wolf?" She moans and shudders but doesn't open her eyes. I pull out, lip curling as I see the blood mixing with her juices on my cock. I'm so damned angry, but also Happy? No, not happy. I'm too pissed off to be happy. I'm satisfied. Some primal part of me viciously pleased that I'm the only man who's ever been inside my mate, the only man who will ever be inside her. I want to strangle her right now, but I also want to put a collar on her neck and drag her with me everywhere I go so she will always be close and ready to mount. I'm going to crave her body like nothing else until the day they put me in the damned ground. And that pisses me off too. Get dressed. I pull on my clothes beside the bed with rough jerks of my arms. I'll send Hermione up to take you back to your room.
No,
She whispers, her eyes still closed.
I don't want her to see me. Just send a guard, any guard.
Fine, I snap, stalking across the patio. I pass our dinner, then stop and turn back, grabbing her glass of wine and tossing the contents over the edge of the railing before slamming it back onto the table. It doesn't shatter, and for a moment I'm tempted to hurl it onto the paving stones just to hear the satisfying smash of the glass. But my staff have enough on their hands without cleaning up unnecessary messes. Unnecessary messes. Necessary messes. Who the fuck knows what tonight is? I only know that as I bring my ring to the sensor by the elevator and punch the down button, I can't bring myself to look back at that damned bed. I can't look back, and I have no idea how we move forward from here. Hopefully she's pregnant, and I can tuck her away in a guarded room for 9 months while I take care of other business. 9 months might be enough to get my head on straight where Willow is concerned. Maybe. Chapter 18. Maxim. I wait until I'm in my apartment and have the water running for a shower before I call Hermione and tell her to send a guard to take Willow back to her rooms. Willow won't be able to summon the elevator on her own. That floor can only be accessed with a special key card or my ring, so there's no rush. It's probably best to let her sober up for a while, in fact. Give her an hour, I tell Hermione, and then send someone female, I add, not wanting another man to smell my little wolf's addictive post-sex scent. And tell Willow to be ready for a meeting by 7 a.m. tomorrow. I need to get some answers once she's in her right mind.
Why isn't she in her right mind now, if I may ask?
Hermione says, a cautious note in her voice. We had some wine, I say. It's close enough to the truth. And a disagreement, and that's all I have to say about it. Any word from the scouts?
Not yet,
She says.
but I'm by the phone. I expect to hear from them tonight or first thing tomorrow morning.
Keep me posted. Call as soon as you have information. I won't be sleeping.
You should.
She says.
You need rest. Sleep, and I'll wake you as soon as I have news.
I'll try, I grumble, but I don't expect sleep to come easy tonight. I shower, doing my best not to think of Willow as I wash her scent off my skin. Then I change into a pair of thick cotton pajama pants and a t-shirt and settle at the couch with my tablet to read the transcript of Christopher's interview with one of my chief enforcers earlier today. But there's nothing new in the file, and shockingly I find my head nodding toward my chest before I've finished the last page. Setting the tablet aside, I rub the tops of my closed eyes. I'm exhausted, but strangely my thoughts aren't racing. As much as what happened with Willow stirred up questions and fresh frustration, it also eased my mind and my body. She's mine now, and her lies soothed my guilt over how we ended up in bed together in the first place. When I lie down to rest my eyes for a few minutes, just to see if sleep might be possible, I'm out in seconds. I don't wake until Hermione calls at 6 a.m. the next morning to tell me she still hasn't heard back from the scouts and is headed to her apartment to grab a nap before the morning meeting at 8. I tell her to skip it, rest up, and that I'll call her if I need her. Then I go to get dressed. By 7, I'm walking down the hallway toward Diana's apartment, plotting what to say to Willow, grateful I only have a few minutes to spare with her before I need to head downstairs to prep for the meeting. I'm not ready to be around her for any sustained amount of time just yet. The betrayal of last night is too fresh, and the lure of her body is too strong. I'm going to want to have her again this morning. There's no doubt in my mind. Just thinking about it is enough to make my cock twitch in my pants. But I'm equally certain she won't want anything to do with me now that she's sober and been put in her place. Again, I hope she's pregnant already and that I won't be forced to drug her again, or to seduce her, or to order her to spread her legs and get ready to take my seed, no matter what she thinks or feels about having a child. I curse beneath my breath and slow my pace down the hall. There's nothing sexy about drugging or strong-arming a woman into sleeping with you, but when it comes to Willow, my body has a mind of its own. Even imagining her glaring up at me from her sheets, defiantly spreading her thighs, makes me hard. I drag a hand through my hair with a curse, pausing by one of the modern art pieces hanging on the wall to pull myself together. I'm still there, only about halfway to regaining control of my cock when Diana calls out from farther down the hall.
Maxim, you're up early.
I exhale, relieved to see her. Nothing like your little sister popping up out of the blue to kill a hard-on. I turn, frowning as I see her dressed in a red jogging suit with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Where are you going? I told you no jogging outside
Until the world isn't ending.
Diana finishes with a nod.
I know. I'm going to the gym. Have to stay in shape in case I'm ever allowed to go back to school and field hockey practice, right?
I sigh, suddenly overcome with empathy for her. My little sister who just wants a normal life. I'm sorry, Diana. I wish it was safe for you to go to school and out for a run. I trail off with a shake of my head. I wish a lot of things, but wishing doesn't do much good. Hopefully we'll have the situation under control before the winter solstice, and you can start back to school in person next semester.
It's fine. Online school is good in some ways. Less homework most days, for sure.
She crosses her arms, her shoulders lifting closer to her ears as she adds,
And I understand wishing things were different. I wish that too. A lot.
She looks up at me, a very adult look of disappointment on her face.
What if it had been me, Maxim? What if my mate had drugged me and taken advantage of me?
My throat closes up and my heart skips a beat, but I force out a lie. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
She insists softly.
Willow saw you dump her wine over the railing last night after you did what you did. She's not stupid, Maxim. She is in fact very smart. She figured it out right away.
She shouldn't have talked to you about any of that. I snap. That's our private adult business, and
I'm not a child.
Diana cuts in before I can finish.
I'm 18 years old, and I know enough about sex to know how hurt and angry and humiliated I'd be if the man I was supposed to marry did to me what you did to Willow.
There are things you don't understand, I say, ignoring the voice in my head shouting that she's right. But Willow lied to me, and not a little lie either.
You're right,
Diana says.
There are so many things I don't understand. I don't understand why the entire world is going crazy over this stupid prophecy, or why Bane apparently set off a bomb in our tower, or what he and Kelly are up to. But you know what I do understand?
She pulls in a breath, holding my gaze as she adds in a soft, merciless voice.
I understand why Bane thinks you're dangerous. Because I think you're dangerous too. And I know what you did to Willow is disgraceful. You should be ashamed of yourself. I sure as hell am.
Go to your room, I say softly, too angry with her and disgusted with myself to think of something better to say. I don't have time to explain myself to you right now. I have a pack to protect.
Sorry, I can't go to my room,
she says with a smart-ass twist of her lips.
Because you kicked me out of my apartment so you could hold your fiancé prisoner there.
She starts around me, her hands lifting at her sides.
But sure, I'll get out of your hair, big brother. Stay busy and maybe you can avoid thinking about how deeply you fucked up last night.
Keep talking to me like that and you'll be moving back in with Natty Pat. I grit out through a clenched jaw. Children who can't control their mouths belong in the nursery, under lock and key. Diana's eyes flash with a vengeful stubbornness that's way too fucking familiar. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the mirror this morning, in fact. I pull in a breath, about to say something to that effect, that we're too much alike and should take time to cool off before we say something we can't take back, when she says,
Fine, lock me up in the nursery. It's not like I'll be there for long. I'm sure Bane will let me out once he takes over.
Fury and the sting of betrayal dumps into my bloodstream. Careful, little girl. Threatening your alpha is treason. Unless you want to end up in a cell charged as an enemy to this pack, you should choose your next words very carefully. She clenches her jaw and narrows her eyes. But she doesn't say a word for a long, loaded moment. Then she whispers,
Fine. See you later, brother. Good luck with all your very important business.
Then she turns and runs down the hall, slipping into the elevator behind two women dressed in childcare worker uniforms. I hesitate a beat, wondering if I should call someone to head to the gym to check on her, but Hermione is getting some much-needed rest, and Diana will likely be easier to talk to after her run. And I should be the one to talk to her. She's my sister, and I love her. I need to mend the rift between us as best I can. With time to prepare, I can find a way to make her understand why I did what I did last night without spilling too many personal details. I believe that, or I tell myself I do, right up to the moment I push inside Diana's apartment to see Willow's guards passed out on the kitchen floor and a note on the marble countertop that reads,
Maxim, I'm gone. So is your sister. And you have no choice but to let us go. Don't try to find us. If you do, and you force us back here, you won't like what my pack gift has to say about you, Shadow King. Stay here, stay quiet, and I'll do my best to save your pathetic excuse for a life. Come for me, and I will be your worst fucking nightmare. And that's a promise, Big Bad. And I never break my promises. Here's hoping our paths never cross again. Willow.
I crush the paper in my fist, my jaw clenching so tight it feels like it's about to snap in half. Then I grab my phone and put out an all-points alert for the capture and containment of both Willow and Diana. There's no way my sister's been able to get out of the building yet. I will catch her and Willow, and then we'll all have a long talk about what comes next for fated mates who threaten their alphas and sisters who betray their brothers. Willow clearly assumes she's in control, but she has another think coming. I'm no Shadow King. I'm a man determined to keep the people he loves safe, even if he has to hold them prisoner to make that happen. You can run, little wolf, I mutter as I pace in front of Diana's windows, waiting for the medics to arrive for the guards. But I will catch you. And I will. It's only a matter of time. Willow and Maxim's story continues in Wolf Queen. Coming soon.
This has been Wolf Pawn by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Copyright 2021, Bella Jacobs. Production copyright 2022, Bella Jacobs. This is Wolf Queen by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente.
Chapter 1. Maxim. 14 years earlier. 1 month. 1 month and I'm free. I'll be done with high school and fucking AP statistics and out of my big brother Bane's shadow for good. Or at least for a year or two. Dad finally okayed my extended trip to Europe, provided I take along a security detail. Come June, I'll be on a plane to Prague, then Croatia, then to an island off the coast of Greece where European shifters meet up every year for a midsummer party unlike anything boring, stick-up-its-ass North America has ever seen. My friend Aaron says they eat these special mushrooms and dance until they can't stand, and that he had more sex in 3 days than in the entire rest of his life combined. Though, I'm not sure that's saying much. Aaron is a cool, funny guy, but super shy around girls. Add in the fact that none of us are supposed to mess around with the other wolves in our pack, and there's a good chance he was a virgin before his trip last summer. But still, his tales have fueled the fire that's been burning inside of me since sophomore year, when it became apparent my teachers were still going to mention my brother's name every freaking class period, even though Bane graduated the year before. I make better grades than my brother and cause far less trouble, but his devil-may-care charm lingers in people's brains. Hell, it lingers in my brain. I love my brother. He's cool as hell and so much fun to hang out with, but he's also inconsiderate, has a Godzilla-sized ego, and struggles to focus on anything other than Bane or his girlfriend Kelly for more than 10 minutes at a time. He hasn't been to visit Mom in months. He sees Dad every day for alpha training, but he's too busy to head up to the family apartment at the end of the day to have dinner with Mom or play with our little sister Diana. I spend my fair share of nights out with friends or grabbing a quick meal in the atrium while studying for AP statistics, a class I'm convinced was created by the devil himself, but I always make time for Mom and Squirt. Especially Squirt. At 4, my little sister is fucking hysterical. She barely comes to my knee, but bosses me around like a little queen. The second I'm through the door, she grabs my hand and drags me off to her room to play dolls or hide and seek or murder kitchen, a game she made up. Dressed in her chef costume, she'll feed me plastic food from her kids' cook playset, only revealing if it's poison after I've pretended to eat it. Then, if I've gobbled up a murder plate, I'm obligated to perform a dramatic and prolonged death scene, while Diana giggles hysterically like the sick little cookie she is. Mom finds the game morbid and jokes that Diana's going to grow up to be a contract killer or something if we keep it up. But I think it's awesome. I love how weird and creative and silly Dee is, because she's sweet, too. After dinner, we usually head into the living room to watch something on TV. And each time she crawls up into the big armchair with me because I'm very good at snuggling, while Mom watches us from the couch with a smile. And at bedtime, when I carry Dee into her room to tuck her in, she always says, "I love you, Zim Zim." Maxim is too hard for her to say, before she curls up into a tiny ball beneath the covers. My heart twists in my chest every time. She's just so tiny and cool, and I love her so much. Honestly, I'd do anything for her, though I try not to let her know it since she's also a pint-sized tyrant who would absolutely abuse her power over me if she realized she had it.
You're going to be a great dad someday, baby,
Mom said the last time I emerged from tucking in my little sis, pulling me in for a hug before I headed down to the apartment I share with Aaron and a couple of our friends on a lower floor.
I'm so proud of your big heart. Dee and I both love it when you come hang out with us.
I rolled my eyes, but returned the hug, dropping a kiss to the top of Mom's head as I said, Yeah, I guess you guys are all right.
All right.
Mom pulled away with an arched brow.
We're cool as hell, kid. Not to mention I'm the only